Okay, all right, we're live. Welcome, viewers, wherever you may be. What am I going to talk about today? I'm having a chat with some. Hey, Benny, you're not an Islam person, are you? No, good. So I'm having a chat with some guys on Facebook that are Muslims. Now, I don't have anything against Muslim people, but I do have a strong objection to, things that are false. They're not part of our reality. So what I'm doing, I'm just trying to demonstrate to these guys that the Quran, who they believe was written by a God that lives up in the sky in the seventh heaven, they believe this. Sorry, it was inspired by that being. Seven heavens, yes, yeah, that's right. Thank you, Benny. Now, did you know that stars? Yeah, that's right. Green believes it. Well, I'm not sure he does really. I think Green thinks that that it's metaphorical, so it's just funny stories, but it has a really deep meaning behind it. G'day, I am outbound. How are you? You're muted at the moment. Yeah, but anyway, so Green. Oh God, Benny, couldn't you got any better clientele? Anyway, so Green believes, as
only the best.
Hey,
only the best clientele today.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. No, I wasn't talking about you, mate.
There's nothing. There's nothing better than me and Bulldog. That's the best you're gonna get.
Oh, Bulldog, no, he's an asshole, mate. I tell you, I don't mince my words. I just say it as is. Now that's talking behaviour.
But when it comes to asshole though, he's like the top shelf, like the high dollar, the name brand.
Well, he's
Best.
very good at playing the mind games. Not as good as me though, but he's very good, and that's what he prides himself on. Now, but I tell you what, I am bound. Take him to task one day, get onto a topic, and just make an extra effort to dig down on his actual knowledge on that topic. Because I think you'll find it's a bit superficial. Right. Anyway, so
it's difficult because he hasn't really come to me making any. I mean, I haven't had much time to talk to him. Maybe he will in the future, but he doesn't come to me making extraordinary claims of any sort. I mean, I haven't heard any.
No, he doesn't, mate. He doesn't.
He's definitely been a lot quieter than you, though. So I really don't know.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I just was being. When I said you were the best, I was just being funny because you said any better clientele, and I said,
okay.
I said all you get is the best.
Yeah. Well, what you don't know is that he and others have trolled me. So anyway, and done things like send pizzas to the home, and all sorts of wacky, crazy things.
I love pizza.
As well, you might. Now, anyway, so back on topic, right? So what we're talking about today is Islam. Islam. That's all right, mate. Islam,
sounds
right?
Boring. We should talk about something else.
No. It'll get interesting. I promise you. Now, so in Islam,
I really don't believe that. I don't believe it's going to be good interest.
I agree with you.
I think
me neither.
We should find a different topic. Because we talked about Islam for a long time, and it just seems to go nowhere.
Well,
I mean,
no, I started something. I want to just
I don't,
finish it. Okay?
I don't know if there's
Sorry,
anybody here that believes in Islam.
Benny.
We probably all agree that we don't believe in it anyway. Does Benny?
Oh,
Is
okay,
Benny?
Benny just explained something to me. He said that the link was public. Sorry, that's fine, Benny. That's all right. Hard feelings. We're
We're
talking
not
about
talking
Islam, not
about
convert.
Islam.
Well, Benny, I want to convert them away from Islam. I want to try and convince them. So what I'm
I
trying
thought
to
that
say,
isn't people away from it. Yes.
I am bound. Hang on. Hear my premise first. Hear my premise. My premise is this: it's abundantly evident when you read this
I think I've
document
already
called.
heard it.
Hang on. Hey.
I'm pretty sure I already heard it.
Okay, let me recap and then we can move on. It's abundantly clear that when you read
I
the
don't think we need to
Quran,
recap.
it's written by 7th century people, humans, not a sky god.
Yeah,
And I was just
that's a
having.
repeat statement. Like you said
Okay.
that many times last night when we.
Okay. Oh, okay. I didn't realise. Now, Green Soul Sufi is quite an intelligent fellow, and he's got a behavioural science qualification. Is a Muslim, and he believes in the doctrine, but he says something interesting. He's a little bit different than your typical Muslim. He says that what you read in the Quran is metaphorical and it has deep meaning. And I say that that is not
I was
really
present for
the
that.
case. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, you
but
were? Yeah.
that
Hey?
why even go down that road? It's not the case. I mean, that's not going to convince him.
Oh, okay. Well,
I
no, I
think
disagree because I saw him today. I disagree. I saw him today, right? And he came on camera. And I'm pretty good at reading body language. And I noticed something because Green's usually he's a cool dude, right?
Hey
I
Benny,
thought that I noticed. I thought that I noticed that
can we
I
get him in
noticed.
here? Can we get Green in here? We can ask him if the seeds growing yet.
He won't admit to it.
Well, then what good? Then it's not really growing. How like you're psychic and you know better than his own testimony. Like that.
Is it psychic to? Is it psychic to read body language? Do you know what body
I
language
wouldn't
is?
say that. I wouldn't say that you could get somebody's opinion on a subject like that through body language. I mean, you can pick up cues on body language as to whether somebody's happy or not, but knowing like what they're happy or unhappy about, or like
So
be like
if
it
I
could be
look at a
just polite
person,
or it could be a flirtation. Like they're like they give you cues and they can feed information to you, but it's not like an exact picture of intricate, complicated thoughts that are passing through their head. You can't
you're
simplify
wrong,
somebody's
mate.
opinion about Islam into
You're
body
you're
language.
wrong. You're wrong. You can. So I've known Green for quite a while, right?
No,
So
you
I've
can't.
observed his. Hey, what?
Like, tell me. Okay, let's consider that. I won't say you can't. We'll just consider that that there's a possibility you can convey that through body language. Tell me some body language that conveys that I may that tell me not just a body language that conveys it, but one that would also disallow me from coming up with an ulterior premise that may explain that body language.
Yeah, but you're a creative thinker. You creatively create
It
all
doesn't matter
manner
how
of
creative.
Hypotheses. I
It's not a
don't.
matter of
I
how.
just observe.
It's
I
not.
just
It's
I
not.
just
It doesn't
observe
matter how
reality.
creative I am. It doesn't matter how creative I am
Mate,
if there's other
mate,
hypotheses. If there are other
mate,
explanations that you can
mate,
consider, then how do you differentiate
mate,
between those and which one that piece of body language means?
mate,
How could you automatically
mate,
know which one it is?
mate. I'll get bored with you, and then I'll just go over to the other hangout.
I'm bored with you. So
Well,
so
you go, or I'll go. You choose. I don't mind. Penny, Penny doesn't want me to go.
no,
Penny
you said
knows
let each
me.
other talk. Um
Well, you
he's saying
talk.
don't go.
You,
You talk about what you want.
eh? Yeah, but I might get some more action out of the other room. I don't want to waste my time. Now, the way
I
body
just I
language
just
works, right? Hang on, well, stop. You got to allow me to talk, and then you get your turn. You got to stop this bad habit of jumping in.
I'll let
Or
you.
I
I,
will.
I didn't realize you were continuing there. There was a long pause, so I'll let you.
Oh, thank you. Most gracious of you. Now, let me finish this one. Right now, with body language, right now, I've known Green for quite a while. I know his confident body posture when his posture is such that he's the world's all good, right? Now, yesterday he postulated that Islam was great, fantastic. He was over the moon with it. It was just a wonderful thing in his life. Today, today, I could see it in his face. He wasn't that same sort of comfortable, confident person. I could just see it straight away.
Okay, how do
Hello,
you jump
down.
from that to he
Hey,
believes he's losing his belief in Islam?
well, we'll
I'm
have to
just
wait.
I mean it seems kind of insane that we have to have such a long explanation to just tell me which body cue was it that is connected to the I no longer believe in Allah.
I didn't say that at all. All I said is that he's a seed's been sown. There's discomfort in his body posture.
How do you know what that is though? How do you know what
Just looking
caused
at
his
his face.
discomfort? How do you know that your
Well,
seed caused him discomfort? And I thought coming to enlightenment made you feel better.
but he's not there yet. He's just started the journey.
So you got to
He's
feel bad
discomfort.
first.
Now, here, I'll read some Jesus to you, right? Now, stop and listen. Stop. You're still jumping in.
How long
Here's
does
some
it take for
Jesus
the
for
seed
you.
to grow?
What's that?
How long does it take for the seed to grow?
I don't know. It's up to the individual. You can fight it or you can go
So
with the flow. Now, Jesus said, those who seek should not stop seeking until they find. When they find, they will be disturbed.
you have read
That's
this
what's happening
before
with
many
Green.
times. You repeated
When
that
they
so
are
many times.
disturbed, they will marvel and will reign over all. And after they
If
have
you want me
reigned,
to
they
stop
will rest.
interrupting you, you got to stop repeating yourself.
That's sorry, stop interrupting. That's the enlightenment
Stop
journey.
repeating
What
yourself.
what's happening with Green is he's suffering the disturbance. Oh, okay, Benny,
How do
no
you
problem.
how do you know that that's what that is?
Because I know.
How do you know he's not suffering from something else? Because you know. We're back to that again. Well, how about I know you're wrong because I know?
Well, we'll just have to wait and see, won't we?
I mean, I'm not saying I don't really want to even say that you're wrong, but like you make me want to when you say, "Oh, I just know because I know." It's like that's basically the same as saying, "Just believe me because I told you so." It's an appeal to authority. You're
Yeah.
you're the authority. We have to take your word for it. It's just
Do
truth.
you
I
think?
don't need any
Do you
evidence to
think?
prove it, but
Well, it's not me.
but I should
Well,
believe it anyway.
I offer
But if
you
I were
evidence.
but if I were to tell you something,
To accept.
if I were to tell you something and tell you that I just know that I know, you're not going to believe it.
Yeah.
But yet you're still parading this chat saying you know that you know, as if I'm
Yeah.
supposed to accept that, or as if anybody else will. It's just a waste of time to.
Well, Rob's done the research though, and he's commenting on the research that he's done. Now, Rob will change his views to as he learns more. But he's giving you solid information that's backed up by.
He didn't do the
It's
research.
not
He just
something.
knows. He just.
No, that's not true. I wrote it. Hey, I wrote a book, right? I wrote a whole book on what is this thing called God.
I wrote a book
So
says
I've
I'm
done a
God.
lot of research. Hey,
I wrote a book that says I'm God.
Okay, Rob, I don't think you believe
but you
that.
didn't. Okay, I'll show you. I'll prove that I actually wrote it.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that.
Well, the point
Yeah,
of the
but
matter.
you threw back,
Hold on a second.
you
Hold
threw
on a
back
second.
a flippant comment. You threw back a flippant comment as if you were an authority, but you don't have anything to base your authority on.
I didn't say I
I
was an
kind of
authority.
do.
You
I kind
you
of
said
do.
you said
Hello.
you said you know that you know, and that's you're trying to pretend that you're an authority based on
Okay.
just you
Okay.
know you
Okay.
are.
Right. Okay. How
I
many
didn't. Learn,
types of enlightenment?
I'm not making
Hang
any
on.
claims. I'm
Hang
just questioning the
on.
claims you're making.
How many? How many types of enlightenment do you think there are?
I think there's probably a different definition for that word for almost every human being on the planet.
Well, that's an incorrect statement. It's actually exactly the same for every single human.
Who are you to tell me that I'm incorrect about the definition of a word? Who are you to be an authority on the definition of a word? That's such a semantic argument.
Because I've read the text and I'm enlightened.
Okay, but who says that guy that wrote that text is an authority on the definition of that word? I can say that fucking
If
word
we
means
got
anything I want.
if we
Just
had
because
a
you
if
tell
we
me
had
it
a
means just
if
because you tell me it means
if
a certain thing doesn't mean that everybody else in the world is automatically going to snap to using your definition.
oh dear, if we brought a Buddhist that was enlightened in the room, he and I could concur on notes. Frank is sort of enlightened. Rose is enlightened. Rose Patton.
Oh man.
But you see, you don't know. Your terms of reference are based on your what you believe about the world. My terms of reference are based on the reality of the world.
I would
Yeah,
say mine are more. I'd say mine are more based
that's
on what I don't believe.
no, and letting on how you perceive the world, not what you know about the world, but how you perceive the world.
No, Nate, that's incorrect.
Everybody perceives, every human being on the planet perceives the world in slightly different.
Nate, I just need to pick you up on that. Right, now, senses. Let's only deal with, keep it simple, let's only deal with the sense of touch.
What
Let's
the
not
fuck
deal
does
with,
that mean?
well, just hang in there, mate. Let me finish and we'll see where it goes. Right, now, the sense of touch. Forget about how it's interpreted, right? Because people touch things and they will gauge them to be hotter than another person because of the way they interpret the touch. But the actual touch event doesn't vary between humans at
Yes,
all.
it does.
No, you're talking about the interpretation in the mind. I'm talking about the physical touch sensation. So if I touch a
That
table,
also does differ. Certain people have
explain.
certain people have more nerve endings in their fingers than other people do. So how
Yes.
somebody could touch something and feel that thing can differ from the other person.
Yep, I accept that. I accept that, what you're saying, as true. But
And also
let
the
me
things
explain
that
again.
are
Wait a minute, wait a minute.
the
Wait a minute.
makeup and
Wait
the
a
two
minute,
things that
I
are
am. Let me
touching.
finish with Nate. You'll get your turn, all right? Just let me finish talking to Nate.
No,
What you're talking about, Nate, is knowable variation that can be scientifically validated. correct?
I don't know what noble validation means, so I can't say if I agree or disagree.
Okay, let me try again. Knowable.
Oh,
variation.
Okay. No.
That can be scientifically validated.
Well, that's just a very fancy term for margin of error.
No, the scientists will be able to report very accurately on why there's a variation in touch sensation between two individuals. They will say that it's because they have more nerve endings, and they'll be able to measure that and report on it. That's
and then when they perform a different study about how people feel about it, they forget all about that thing.
Yeah, but remember, Nate, I deliberately extracted the touch event, right? The sensing event, that moment of sensation with the exterior world. I deliberately separated that from the intellectual.
Okay.
Hang on, Nate. Let me finish. The intellectual, right, interpretation of that touch event. I deliberately kept those two events separate.
Well, the way that I would have said that was purposefully rather than deliberately. For some reason, deliberately has a negative connotation in my mind.
Oh, well. I'm fine.
Purposefully means, can be negative or positive, but deliberately means you're trying to hide something.
No, you're misunderstanding. There's no hiding. I'm just trying
I understand. The two words are kind of the same, but yeah, that's my mental connotation of that word.
Oh, yeah, okay, I appreciate that. All right, I understand. Let me try and put it to... I'm trying to separate two independent events.
Okay.
The first event being the sensing event, where the body sensing something using its sensory organ,
okay,
and then that being reported in the brain, and the brain then will construct its view of reality.
Well,
I'm separating those two.
Well, and that's... But there's also those scientists that are trying to report on, those scientific subjects where, my feeling of like pain may be completely different from somebody else's feeling of pain.
Yes, but that occurs in the brain, mate, not in the actual sensing organ.
But that's perception. It's what you perceive. And
correct.
There's yet to have... Well, they're getting close to actually mapping the brain to figure out, oh, this is really painful to that person. But I think it's still, it's still a mental thing. So if I feel it this way, if you put a lighter underneath my index finger for 5 seconds, how much pain am I gonna feel? Versus somebody else's pain,
Exactly. And I agree with that.
But that's that all is trying to understand the brain. How does the brain perceive things or filter things out that they're used to, So
even outside the brain, even outside the mental aspect of it, the physical realm of it, it's still different for everybody, because you could have one person can touch a piece of metal that has the exact same molecular makeup as another piece of metal, but each human has different DNA and different biochemistry, and one human, it has different chemicals in them that will have certain reactions with that metal, and then other humans will have different chemicals in them that will have
The,
different reactions with that
I'll,
metal.
I'll
That's why
agree
some.
with,
That's why.
I'll
That's why
agree
some
with
people.
you to a tiny point. But
That's why
okay,
some
go.
people can. That's why some people can be allergic to nickel. Or so I'm just saying, like,
Yeah, but
Yeah.
wait a minute.
Rob's.
Wait,
I'm just saying
wait a
Rob's
minute.
point that it's
Wait a
this. It's
minute.
always the
I get your
same.
point. I don't need you to go
It
on. I
isn't.
get your
It's
point.
it's always different depending on the context.
I get your point. I don't need you to push it. Now,
You,
you're
it, I
again.
mean,
Hang on, Nate. Hang on. You're again talking about knowable variation at the sensing point
well, I mean, for
that can be scientifically validated. Sorry, Nate.
for a you need to get a group of people that that react the same way to the same stimulus, and then test them on a different stimulus.
No, you don't, Nate. I disagree, and the reason
Well,
I
then,
disagree
well,
is
then
this.
there's unknowns.
No. There's no unknowns. There's none. Well, here's the thing I'd say to you, right? Let's flip it around. Find an example of a sensory organ, right? Two people, right? Two people. There's known variation. It's evident. They're reporting differently
Sure.
on the result. But we've got to confine them. We've got to confine them just to that point of sensory thing. Now, I'm saying to you that I guarantee to you, you will not find any unknowable variation. So now that turns to you, the tester. You have to now find. Hang on, wait, Nate. You have to find. What you think? You think that there's an unknowable variation. I tell you, there's not.
Well, I'm saying there's always.
What's
I'm
that
saying
unknowable variation?
there's always something unknown.
Well, give us an example. It's got to be confined to the touch sensation or the touch sense. Can't be
That's
mental.
easy.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Let's see. How do people look at colors? And there's a minute difference between everybody. That's unknowable.
No, and this is me too. This applies to me. I have a color blindness, red-green. Been tested for it. So, in my sensing with the eyes. Wait, Nate. Let me finish because I want to push you to find this unknowable component. Now, in my case, right, I know that there's variation. I do in my sensing organ, my eye doesn't report the same results as person B that doesn't have the problem.
I actually
and I can go to a doctor, right? I can go to a doctor and he can do a test and he can explain the variation. So we're still in the realm of knowable variation. What's your example?
Well, that's the knowable examples that we understand. The unknown is unexplainable. So,
well, what is it?
An unknown variable, you can't describe it until you find it.
Yes, but you will. What you're saying, Nate, if I'm hearing you correctly, is this. You're saying to me that there are examples of two people using the same sense organ and a variation occurring, and it's caused by an unknown.
You put.
Hang on,
Yeah,
Nate.
No. Yeah,
Nate.
So you just said you were colorblind, right?
Nate.
You just said you were colorblind, right? No, let me. No. I
Let
gotta
me
get
finish.
No.
I don't care. You can do any tantrum you like. I don't care.
Okay.
I want you to grab control. All right.
Well,
All right.
that's what I'm trying to fucking do. Is grab control.
All right. Good.
What?
Well, no, not control.
Yeah,
Hang on. Let me finish. Nate, let me finish. I promise you, when I'm finished, you go next. Now, what you did, don't do that either. That's not nice. Not Christian of you, my friend. Now, Nate.
No, fuck you. Has nothing to do with being Christian.
It does, mate. I know. Now, anyway, where we got to was we spoke about, right? Now treat this as an exercise, mate. It'll actually, you'll get a lot out of it.
What I'm. Okay.
Let me finish, please. Right, now, what I'm saying to you is, there is no unknowable variation. What you need to do is show me an unknowable variation.
Then it rather unknown variable, not unknowable, but unknown.
Give me an example.
I mean, most scientific breakthroughs come from they were doing something and discovered an unknown variable.
To do with touch or sensors?
No, I guess I'm using a wider frame of reference.
And that's okay, but I still want to challenge.
Scientifically, yeah. You know, why does this work? I don't know. It's I mean, and like penicillin, like that was an unknown thing. And they were trying to discover one thing, and all of a sudden this unknown thing popped up. You know,
Yeah.
not unknown, or not under, or what's the word I'm looking for now? Not unknowable, but unknown.
Yeah. I understand.
Unknowable is yeah.
All right,
I mean,
Nate, we've got to take it in turns. All right. Now.
Okay. Well, wait. I wanted to do your color blindness versus my friend's color blindness are two different things.
Yeah.
So how do you know? How can a person that we all think or we all agree with that is the colors we can see? How can we compare your color blindness versus his color blindness? And because we all agree on these colors.
Yep. Okay, I can answer that. So again, we still haven't removed ourselves from
perception.
Reality. No. This is reality,
perception.
right? Because no, it's not. Nate, your friend and I could travel off to the doctor's office, and they would be able to measure our colour blindness. They are able to record on what type. Hang on, wait. You're jumping in.
Okay.
Thank you. Your friend and I could go to the doctor's office, and they can scientifically report that we have variations from normal eyesight.
Okay.
They could even tell me how much I'm red-green and how much he's blue-purple or whatever.
Yeah. He's also red-green, but in the red-green. Yeah. Anyway, but the world that you live in is
the world that you live in.
That you perceive. You know, so you don't know exactly what everybody else sees because you're missing a cone or whatever. You know, so you perceive the world in one way, and that's your reality.
No, Nate. The world that we're perceiving is the constant. It's the reality. It's the truth.
No,
Our perceptions in the mind can be flawed in our interpretation. I agree with that. But at the sensory level, hang on, Nate. At the sensory level, there's no inaccurate reporting. There are variations that are knowable, but at the sensory level, the reporting is extremely precise, and it's very comparable across all humans. And where it's not, we can explain the misinterpretation. But when you take the interpretation of the mind, what the mind does with that sensory input, sure, you're going to get a lot of variation.
Well, and that's reality, is how people perceive the world.
No, that is not reality. Reality is the world and our sensory interactions with it. That's reality. Our minds are an abstraction of reality. You cannot say perception is reality. That's a falsehood.
Okay, perception is not reality. No,
it's not. No, it's not, because it's constructed in the mind, and that can be flawed.
Yeah, and we have yet to even understand the mind. So how can you say?
Mate, I just explained it to you. It's not complicated.
No, yeah. I'm thinking over you.
Hey,
just because I don't have words.
No, you're doing fine, mate. You're doing really well. What you haven't done, though, is you haven't given me that situation where there's a scenario where there's a sensation involved and an unknowable condition. I don't accept that.
Well, I'm getting into a bit of philosophy. Not scientific, but I mean, how do I know that you exist? Really, how do I know that you? Yeah, but I have not seen you. I've not touched you. I've not smelt you. I've not felt you. So how do I know that you really exist? I only have one sense that tells me that you exist.
Sound. Your senses do not lie. Your mind might make a misinterpretation, but your senses never, ever, ever lie. And of course,
how in the hell do you explain visual illusions? So they lie to you.
No, that occurs in the mind. It's not the senses that are lying, it's the bloody mind that lies.
Okay, so continue.
Oh, okay, what I was going to say to you, see, you jump over me, I lose my bloody train of thought. What I was going to say to you is that our senses never lie to us. That's the reality. And the reason they don't lie is that they engage in the real world. There is an exception, of course, and that's where we have variations, just as you accurately reported on things like colour blindness. But we can go to a scientist and he can explain the variations, and then we're back on track. We can now agree on sensory perception being accurate again, because we're able to explain the variation, right? No, so what I'm saying to you, mate, is our senses, other than knowable variations, never, ever, ever lie. That's why we have senses. so that
Well,
we
okay.
can
Okay.
grasp our reality.
Our senses say what we can see, what we can smell, touch, feel, right?
Hmm.
Taste. Yeah. How do you know that there's something past what you can see?
Well, I don't. How could I?
Yeah. But
I have to walk and
you
get down the
know
track.
but you're stuck in one paint. You're stuck at looking at one thing. How do you describe what's behind? You're looking at one person, and you've seen that person from multiple ways. You know, all 360. But how do you describe something that you can't see?
Well, it doesn't exist if you can't see it. You've got no sensory information.
So if you can't see the back half of a person, it doesn't exist.
Well, if I'm interested in the back half, I just go around and have a look at their back.
But you know,
Backside.
but what? So and so you walk around the back half, and now all of a sudden the front half doesn't exist because you can't perceive that.
Yeah, but I think as we go through life, Nate, we learn certain characteristics about humans, and we learn that there are three-dimensional objects. So we expect.
That's memory. But how do you describe?
Yes, but it's memory based on reality. It's memory built up on sensory reality.
Yes, on our reality versus somebody. If somebody else, if an alien comes in and they only see things in X-rays, how do we describe a being?
Yeah, it's interesting that these sort of ideas get thrown into the conversation, but I don't entertain them because they're not real, or there's no evidence that aliens exist. And so there's no merit in discussing aliens if you're talking about reality.
No, it's talking about consciousness. Reality is based on consciousness. So every human being in this world has just a slightly different definition of reality because they perceive things slightly different.
Yes, but in a debate, you can actually prove who's seeing the true reality. That can be done by using sensory measures.
That's just a group of people that agree that this thing exists. Doesn't mean it's true reality.
No, but if we use the measure of sensory perception being the only measure of reality, no, sorry, not sensory perception, just senses being the only accurate measure of reality.
Are human?
Wait a minute, wait. Hey, wait. So if we use...
Are human? Okay, go.
Hang on.
Well,
If we use senses as the only true measure of reality...
Sorry, hold up my headphone. Hang on. 1 second. One more
Can someone
second.
tell me what this is about?
More second.
Hello, who's this?
The name's Emmanuel.
And okay.
Emmanuel. We're just talking about reality and how you measure reality.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. I put up a... can I just introduce Nate to my position? Emmanuel. I'll just introduce Emmanuel to my position. What I'm saying, Emmanuel, is that the only valid measure of reality occurs within the senses, the human senses. And I'm excluding. Hang on, Nate. You go next, right? So I'm saying that at that level there is variation, knowable variation, but it can be scientifically recorded. And I'm not talking about the brain's interpretation of what the senses register. I'm purely saying that if we want to measure reality, we simply stay
No,
with
I mean,
the senses.
our human understanding of science is down to our human perceptions. So that's a bullshit statement right there.
No, I don't think so, because perception, and this is why you have an idea that people are different. What I'm saying is, at the sensory level, excluding knowable variations such as colour blindness, right, where we can report why the variation occurs, all humans would report the same.
Okay, humans.
Perception,
Fine.
hang on. But perception is where variation occurs. So it's in the mind that we get variation. That's what I'm saying.
So reality occurs in the mind,
No.
not in the perception. Well,
Reality happens in the senses.
I'll restate this.
Okay.
Reality occurs because of perception.
No. Absolutely not. Reality is a constant, and our senses measure and report on it. And our senses are the most accurate report.
That's human
Now,
knowledge.
I'm gonna read you Jesus, right? This is what Jesus said. He's with me on this point. Jesus said, "Congratulations to the one who came into being before coming into being. If you become my disciples and pay attention to my sayings, these stones will serve you." Ever been to Yosemite? For there are 5 trees in paradise for you. They do not change summer or winter, and their leaves do not fall. Whoever knows them will not taste death. Now, he's talking about the 5 senses. In his day, they didn't know that there might have been more senses. That's specifically what he's talking about. Why does he say you won't taste death? Because the enlightened person, the one free of death, of the labour of death, gets that condition because... Hey, was that Nate gone? Now that's cognitive dissonance. So, but that's good. He'll be fine. But anyway, the reason that he ties it into the will not taste death line, which was a big thing in spirituality, is because in the moment, when you live your life in the moment, which is basically in with the senses of the moment, not with preconception or any of that sort of crap, you are enlightened, and when you're enlightened, you lose the taste of death. So, it's the 5 senses. Well, boys, seems like we lost Nate. But that happens. Anyone interested in anything else?
Yeah, Jello's here.
Oh, hello, Jello. How are you?
Hi.
Hi, mate. Hey, Jello, you were a bit cranky yesterday.
Me? No, I'm
Without a
fine.
character?
No, I'm fine.
No, seriously, mate. It's not, you weren't your normal Jello.
Oh, no, that's totally, yeah, no, that was me.
No.
Yeah.
I haven't. No, that was over the top.
Don't you remember when you used to get all ornery and aggro? I used to act like that to you.
Yeah, I know. I remember.
So you have seen me act like that. That's not surprising or new.
No, it's
You just said
surprising.
you... Now, Rob, you're being contradictory.
No, but it caught me off guard, mate. I didn't sort of...
Well, it's caught you off guard before, too, but that's all right. We just roll with things, you know?
Yeah, but you know, you were doing trolling type stuff on the guy, so...
Yeah, I know. I do that.
No. Well, you shouldn't.
Oh,
It's not good for you, mate. No, it's not good for you. You end
Oh
up
no,
the angrier one.
it's not about me. It's about the other people. It's about whether or not it's good for other people. That's
Yeah,
I
well,
don't.
that guy,
I
I
don't
admit that guy was doing the wrong thing, but I just I just didn't expect that from him. And to you, Mr. Down, you were a cranky pants too yesterday. Is there something in the water or something in America?
The guy's microphone was horrible. So if you want to see me freak out, come to the hangout with a really bad microphone and bad audio.
Hey, what up, Sex Box?
Oh God, Xbox. Hey, Jello, was Xbox a troll?
I mean, sometimes he's a good guy.
Yeah. But you think Johnny May's a good guy too?
Oh, definitely, he's a good guy. Look, here's the thing. Like,
He's not.
Troll is like it's not like a category of individual. You know, you can't like is somebody a troll? It's like, you know, is somebody angry? You know, is somebody hungry? Sometimes, you know, but I mean that's not really an accurate description of a person.
Okay. Yeah, I sort of grant you that. I saw this Money on the Mind video again, and it made me think about the behaviours, because what they did in that experiment is they made people feel rich and poor, and then the behaviours followed. So it was the circumstances brought out the behaviours. So I'm kind of thinking, I wonder if Down's got a bit of a cognitive dissonance thing going on. But anyway, I kind of find that, you know, you throw yourself into these sort of scenarios. It starts off as a bit of a prank, and then the behaviours follow, and then they get progressively worse. I mean, I saw Sty today, you know, Pig Sty, and he hasn't changed, and he was doing a number on poor old Patrick. And of course, Patrick's his own worst enemy, like probably I was. We bite it, you know, we get sucked in.
Sorry.
Not anymore, boys. You'll never get me again.
How you been, Rob? It's been months since I got to talk with you.
Is that you, Xbox?
Yeah.
Yeah, it has been a while, mate. How you been?
Yeah. How you been?
Yeah, good.
Good for.
I'm I'm looking for the silver bullet for belief. How do you destroy belief?
Oh, belief? Like
Yeah,
you're
belief.
wanting a silver bullet, like a definition, like a good solid definition for belief.
Oh no, I understand the beast. That's not the problem.
No, silver bullet,
It's
like
how
to
do you-
kill a werewolf.
I know,
Just-
but that's what, are you wanting a silver bullet? Are you trying to say that beliefs aren't a thing that would to get?
Oh, he's
so,
trying to say religions need to be killed. He's looking for the silver bullet. Like if religion
gotcha.
was the werewolf, he's looking for the silver bullet.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's a little bit wider than that, Joe. Though it's the way I sort of frame it now, just simplistically, is because I look at belief as like an ego identity, like a false identity of the person themselves, and I'm, you know, I wrote the book, so I know what the God story is and how it was cooked up. But what I'm trying to work out, and it goes beyond religion too, by the way, it's just this ego mind, and how do you burst it? Now, an ego mind, in my reference terms, is a mind that holds ideas that aren't supported in reality. For example, you know, a guy sitting on a crown up in the sky, keeping an eye on all the humans that he created.
Tell me what you mean by.
that he
Tell me what you mean by reality there.
Yes, so reality to me is simply defined. It's measured by our senses, not our minds, but just our senses, because our senses accurately report on it. There's no intervening interference or misconceptions. They just simply do their job and they report the reality that they experience.
So our senses have experience and they record reality, but this still leaves a gap between what reality actually is.
Not at the sensory level. There's no gap. It's pure experience of the actual reality. But when it travels up to the brain, in the mind will then construct reality or its own sort of interpretation of reality. That's where the perceptions and misconceptions and illusions and all sorts of other variations occur. But
Right,
at
yeah.
the sensory level, there's absolutely zero variation. Oh, sorry, I'll just qualify that. Say, like me, I'm colorblind, right? So I won't report sensorially accurately or the same as a person that doesn't have colour blindness. But I can go to a doctor and take the other person along with me, and we can be measured, and the doctor can report specifically what is causing the sensory variation. So we're still in the realm of the knowable reality. Does that make sense?
Hey Rob, I want to warn you that Xbox and
It makes sense what you're saying, but I disagree with it for a few reasons. Just
Okay, I'll hear.
Just because of some of my epistemology and things you can bring up. We're actually kind of talking about this, me and Matt Bell yesterday, about it.
Yeah, but Xbox, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Before this goes any further,
Hang on, Xbox. Hang on.
I want to point out that Xbox
What are you saying, Dan?
I want to point out that Xbox is a troll, and I won't say any more. Go ahead.
I can't hear you.
Oh, okay. No, that's okay. What he said that you're a troll, but that's okay. Trolls don't bother me anymore. Go ahead. Your turn, Xbox.
Yeah, and I'm not trolling.
Yeah.
But
okay.
the conversation we were having was about the reality thing. It takes a quasi like dream argument to argue this, which is a philosophical.
Sorry, say that again. Say that again. Say that again.
The philosophical argument, the dream argument.
Yeah. What about it?
It's a take on that. Like, yes, you can have measurable things here. You can have science that works here. You can have empirical things here. But how can you say that this is measuring actually something real? 10 minutes from now, you could wake up and then you'll be in the real reality that's measuring things. And everything beyond that was just a dream.
No, you're thinking fancifully. Now, anything that occurs in the mind is not reality. Hang on, wait. Anything that occurs in the mind is not, and I'll say it again, is not reality. Now, however, we can have a dream, a sexy dream or whatever, and that leads to actual physical reality. That's reality. The outcome of that particular dream is reality. That's experiential. It happened in the real world. But if I dreamed about a pink horse, if I dreamed about a pink horse, there's no way on this planet that I will be able, or I should say a pink elephant or something that's impossible, but with wings. Now, if I have that dream, there is no way I can recreate that dream. It's just something that's not real.
I disagree with that. I mean,
no dreams are real.
I disagree. In the very first part of it, you making the analogy. The analogy was a bad analogy. Maybe you have a better one because you went from waking up. I was blue in my dream, so I woke up and I was blue in my bed. And then you took it to a unicorn or a horse with wings. Like
okay. No, I'll explain. So in the sexual dream where it stimulated a physical outcome, right? the only reality in that is the actual physical outcome, not the dream. The dream's not the reality. It stimulated, you know, the physical response. Granted, I'll give you that. But then I took the conversation one step further, and remember that that physical response can be sensorially measured. I can witness it, touch it, whatever. Right. Yeah. Now, but the pink elephant dream, right? I cannot experience that sensorially. It's not possible. Why?
How
Because
come?
pink elephants aren't fucking real.
If you're dreaming of a pink elephant, then it is.
No, it's not real.
Yes.
I just got through saying to
that's
you
the
that
mistake you're
I just
making.
got through saying to you, thoughts aren't real.
You're doing an external internal critique backwards on that. When you're in the dream with an bright orange and blue elephant, a bright blue and orange elephant really exists.
Okay, Rob, this is what I mean. He's trolling. He's troll.
Oh, that's okay. I understand, mate. I understand. It's all right. Don't worry.
People know me and talk to me know I'm not a troll.
Ah, yes, you are.
Then obviously you don't know me.
You're a troll. It's just a bad habit. You even admitted it yourself that you're not trolling now. So that means that you do troll. So you know.
I troll people. I specifically said, talking on this philosophy, that I'm not here to troll.
Yeah, but you see, you get your kicks out of that stuff. So you've got to be watched, mate, because you'll slip into those behaviours. But I'm watching you. Don't worry.
Yeah, and I watch myself in here, and I'm not here to attack you.
If you're respectful and you just keep on topic and you don't waste my time, you know, right. I'll entertain you. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's why I jumped in here. I had to talk to you for a while, and some of the last conversations we had were actually really productive. So that's what I'm looking for.
Mate, I know.
Conversation.
I know lots of shit. I know how things work. But anyway, so you know, I promise you. I mean, you can bring up all the arguments you like, but I promise you that thoughts aren't real, right? They can create realities and real events, but those real events are measured by the senses. Everything that's real has to be measured by the senses. Therefore, you know, angels, devils, hells, and all that sort of nonsense doesn't exist. Never was.
I can throw a quick hypothetical at you, though. That there's something out there in space or outside of space that actually does exist, but you have no sensory organ or perception of being able to perceive it. You have no way to perceive it. That doesn't make it not exist. It still exists out there. You would just never know about it.
Hang on, Emmanuel. Sorry, I didn't hear that.
It wasn't me.
Oh, okay.
It is someone on your thing, Emmanuel.
Yep.
Someone talking in your background.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, but okay. So, yeah, what you're talking about is, I mean, if I had a spaceship, I could actually go up and validate it and say, ah, shit, there it is. I'll give you an example, right? Humans, we're limited by our ability to use our senses. Now, here's the example. In the Bible, in the book of Isaiah, they report a story that God lives up on a dome over a circular flat earth, and he watches his little grasshoppers. Now, when you think about it for a minute, you think about that, an earth that looked like that, right? So it's got a firmament that's like a canvas that stretches right across this flat circular Earth, if you think about it, the people of that day, they're not actually lying at all. They're reporting exactly, given their limitations, so they didn't have planes and boats to travel around the world and whatnot.
Yeah, what they observed.
So for them, yeah, they just went on their observations. So it looked, when they looked at each horizon and they sort of spun around in a circle, it looked like the Earth was a circle, a flat circle. And if they looked up in the sky and they saw this sky touching the left horizon and looked across to the other, and then they watched the sun travel across the sky and the moon, they'd make sort of interpretations like the Earth was the center of the universe and that the sun followed the moon through the sky, and all these sort of things that we actually see in the literature that comes with these religions. So we will be governed by our sensory limitations. When we went into space, we could actually see, well, we knew with Magellan, we could see that the globe, he went round the globe, and you know, they worked out it was circular. And you know, then we've been up into outer space, and you look down on the planet, and we can see that, yeah, it is a globe after all. And we learnt that, you know, it was the Earth rotating around the sun, and it had a 24-hour spin of its own, and the moon circled around. The moon circled around. Yeah, but you get my point, right? So basically, what I'm saying is that we will be governed and limited by our senses and their abilities, their capabilities.
Can someone post the?
But the reality remains a constant. The reality doesn't change. I mean, the Earth didn't change over time, and there was never a God up in the clouds. Never, ever, ever. You know? It's not complicated. I mean, it might sound stupidly, to you guys, it might sound stupidly naive, but hey, life is that simple. It's not complicated. Sorry, your turn.
No, can someone post the join link to the? Never mind. I got it to work. That first link Benny gave me, it took me to a room by myself, but I got it now. I've got to jump browsers. The browser I'm in is having issues. So I'll see you in just 2 seconds. Mic test.
Hello.
Okay. Should be able to hear me better too.
Mm-hmm. Well, we lost Mr. Jello.
I'm sure he'll be back.
So that's it, mate. So anyway, what I'm interested in is so I'm done with the religious stuff, and although I'll still probably talk about it as part of trying to burst this bubble, but I know how it works. I know who did what to whom, when they did it, and why they did it, and Jesus is real.
Right. It's about all you need. Like, I mean, if you've got your stance and you've gone through so many of these arguments 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times, and you keep coming back to your own stance and re-strengthening it, you don't gain anything else in here.
No, we'll see.
So it's nice to take a break and like you say, still come and have the conversation every now and then, but it's a different conversation now.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm here for a very specific reason. I want to learn how to break belief bubbles.
Break belief bubbles, so we say?
Yeah.
Right. I understand that. Because I start from epistemological solipsism as being the start of it, and then we build either that or nihilism, and then we build bubbles from that. Some Christians build Christian bubbles of their worldview of reality and the universe, and some atheists go off and build their bubbles, and and I you go off from those bubbles to add bubbles, and like how do you get someone from one bubble to another? Because
No,
you can't just pop it and leave them floating around with no bubble.
They'd be a lot better off. But anyway, no. See, the thing is, when you're an enlightened person, you actually care about these poor, unfortunate folk. And I mean that, if any of you are listening. It is a sickness. But you see, and it's about truth at the end of the day. It's about taking someone that has a non-truth, something that's not real, to a place which is real. That's what it's about.
Maybe you can tell me something on that. Like, I have issues kind of with not both things you said, but the key phrases you said there, truth and real. Like, when you say truth, what do you mean? This Coke on my table, or this cigarette on my table is real, or that the universe is real, or that my mind is real. Are those three different statements to you, or are they all the same?
No. This is why I talk about. Sorry, Dan.
Well, you see, Xbox wants to create non-sequiturs to collude the actual topic.
Oh, that's okay. No. It's fine. I'm comfortable with his question.
I couldn't hear you.
So,
here, what did you say?
Doesn't matter.
It was real muffled.
Doesn't matter. Oh, something about non sequiturs or something. But truth is, quite simply, that's why I present, and I defy anyone, scientist, anyone on the planet, to prove me wrong on the statement that says the absolute measure of reality is senses, is in our senses, right? So that's how you know truth, through your senses. Not your mind, not your interpretive mind, but your senses. That position then allows me, if I use that as a measure, and apply it to religion, I then would ask a religious person, and something that they couldn't do, and then they come up with some fib, right? I would say to them, show me Yahweh, let me meet Allah. Can I speak to Gabriel angel? Can I have a word with the devil? Can you show me hell? Can we visit paradise? And in each case, they can't. I'm not permitted or not allowed to have a sensory experience with those scenarios. So I would conclude from that they don't exist. And you would, any atheist would say, oh, yeah, well, everybody knows that. But I'd go one step further and I'd say, yes, but having said all that, Jesus is actually real. And he's got a very accurate philosophy which sits with my philosophy, the one I'm speaking about living in the moment, about sensory perception, about, nowism, that sort of thing.
Right.
Yeah, so
see, mine gets
plenty to talk about.
Mine just gets back, at least at this part in the conversation. We have a lag going. I think it's going through the manual.
Oh, that's okay. It's working okay for my end. Manuel, you might need to mute your mic. Yeah, he's
Let me test real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, way better. Like mine,
Okay.
just to start the conversation with you, because I don't know that I actually probably don't disagree with you on a lot of things. Maybe some of your conclusions or something, but there's probably not a lot. But I would have to get clarifying questions for words that you before we could move on.
No, he doesn't need to clarify. You're trying to get him to clarify to detract from. It's a non sequitur. He's explained himself.
I don't know who that was addressed to.
Addressed to you.
You.
Troy.
It made no sense to what I said.
Hey, you're trolling.
Yeah.
To have an intellectual conversation, you have to know what the other people mean. When they say what they say, you have to know what the words they mean.
He's clearly said what he means, and you're trolling him right now.
He hasn't, because I haven't asked him.
He has said it very clearly.
Okay, Dan. Let's see. Go ahead, Xbox. What's your question?
Yeah, no, I was just stating out how, like, if me and you were going to go talking about it, because I think we probably agree with a lot of the stuff. There'll be some conclusions we disagree on, but I think the method is sound. It's just when you use words like truth or reality, when you start using philosophical charged words, we both need to make sure we're using the same word. We don't have to use the same word. If you're going to use a different definition for reality, and I'm going to use a different definition reality, and we don't agree, well, that's fine, because at least I know now what you mean by reality. So when you make a statement about reality, I can make sense of it. And the same goes for you. You know what I mean by reality,
You're trying to
and you
claim
can
what
make sense out of
reality
it.
is. Reality is reality.
Or you can interrupt before I'm done on my last sentence.
Trying to apply ambiguity to reality to support your argument, and you're wrong.
No idea what you said. You're not addressing anything I'm saying, so I'm just going to keep ignoring you.
Yeah, but anyway, reality is reality. It just doesn't change. It's not a variable. Interpretation on reality, that can vary based on perceptions and, but things within the scope of the mind, but never, ever, 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 ever will there be variation in the senses that cannot be knowingly reported on. And it's no more complicated than that. And I mean, if you think that's wrong, what you have to do is you have to prove that statement wrong by bringing in the unknowable aspects at the sensory level.
Right. Yeah.
If you can't do that, if you can't do that, then if you can't do that, then you lose, and I win. The trick is, I actually already know that I'm actually 100% right. But you're welcome to try if you want. But it's a very specific thing you have to do. You have to produce the unknowable senses. Sorry, the unknowable things that occur at the sensory level.
How do you know? How do you know an unknowable? Are you more meaning to know an unknown?
No. What I'm saying is it doesn't exist. It's up to you to prove that there is an unknowable. I'm saying that there are no unknowables at the sensory level.
Right. Yeah. I would have to grant that and then have you back it up. Like I don't know that I disagree with what you said, but if I were to argue against it, that's what I would say.
Yeah, but you see, that then becomes a very powerful statement, because if that's the measure of reality, there are a number of religious positions that fail, that will not meet that reality.
Right.
You see, religious folks believe that, their minds are and God being connected to their minds, that's reality.
Right.
And that's a big mistake. And that's what these bloody empires of old, that's what they did. They created, it's like the Kim dynasty. I love talking about the Kim dynasty. You're aware of the Kim dynasty?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, well, basically a bunch of bloody dudes that called themselves gods said they could read minds. Now, see, if we went over to North Korea and we could have free access to the Kims and just do an experiment, we'd actually find that those idiots couldn't read minds.
Right.
Right? We would find that to be an absolute fact, and we could prove it. Yet they told their people that they could, and then the people just believed it, or through propaganda ended up believing it. And believing it to the point that they were afraid to think. They were afraid. Thank you, Benny. They were afraid to think bad thoughts because they thought that if they did, these bloody scam artist leaders would bump them off, kill them.
How would you?
The
question that raised with what you said is, like, how would you ever prove that I can't read your mind? Like I would say I would claim agnosticism on that, like, because there are going to be chances where that I do read your mind and chances that I don't. There's going to be a
Xbox. I promise you this. Xbox. I promise you this. There's no way on this earth there's another human being that can read any other human being's mind. We're just not made that way.
How do you come to that?
Well, go ahead. Go ahead and try.
Oh, okay. But
what am I thinking?
I don't know. I'm not using my powers right now. I'm not claiming I read minds. No, but
okay. Well, mate,
I'm asking. Hold on. You made this statement. I'm just asking. How do you?
Xbox. Hang on. How do you? Xbox. Hang on. Xbox. Hang on.
Right.
You have to. It's on you, mate, not me. It's on you. Go and find a mind reader that's not, one of those magician trick sort of deals, but go and find an average Joe off the street that reads minds. And when you do that, then I'll listen to your on mind reading people. But until then, I'm afraid I can't accept that they exist.
So, but that's a different argument than what you're making. If you're making an argument whether people like you a second ago, you were saying it was no way that there is someone that could do it. Well, that's that's the burden I'm asking you to meet. If you're making that statement, then I'm just asking you, how did you get to such a strong stance in?
Because I just know. I just know that the true story is people can't do that. People cannot do that shit.
I forget what fallacy that is. It's the Ipsy-Dixie fallacy. It's that way because I think.
Well, yeah. Hey, Xbox, don't use that fallacy crap with me. I've got no time for it.
I was laughing when I said it.
Yeah, all right. Yeah. So. No one reads minds, mate. I mean, I'll believe that. It's sort of like there's no God in the sky. I just point blank refuse to believe that that's possible. You have to give me some sensory evidence that I can see and witness, and then I'll consider it. But until then, it's a waste of time. The Ipsy Dixon fallacy. Yeah.
In English,
I hate that.
It's one sentence in English. In English, that fallacy means it's just that way. It's just God's.
Oh, okay, whatever.
I thought it was a funny one.
Yeah. Anyway, mate, if you wanna convince me that people can read minds, you have to demonstrate it some way. And otherwise, I'm just not interested in the whole topic. But I do know. But on the topic of reading minds, I do know, right, that the Kims in North Korea said they could when they can't.
Right.
I do know that to be true. Otherwise, they'd be killing people left, right, and centre because people couldn't possibly maintain, strict, good thinking.
Yeah. And I would make almost the identical claim. My claim would just shift a little bit because of my agnosticism, and it would say that they claim that they say that they can read other people's minds. I say I don't know if they can. I just don't know. I don't have enough info on it. I don't have enough info in minds. I don't have enough info there. I find it highly unlikely.
Yeah. Tommy, welcome.
Hey, Mr. Beasley. Hey, Xbox. Good to see you, sir.
You
Hadn't
too,
seen
man.
you around. Good to see you.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel much better.
Good. Good.
What's happening with your Xbox? Are you been unwell?
Yeah, I had some med changes. I'm one of my big diagnosis. One of my medical things is bipolar, and they went through med change thing with me. I've been on these meds for 7 years. Hasn't had to change one dosage. I'm perfectly level. Like, I'm at a great level. I'm happy when I need to be. I have emotions when I need to have them. I live a great life. I have a wife, 4 kids, right? They decided to change one of my meds this time for no other reason except that it was a new doctor in the clinic that I always go to was scared to prescribe one of my controlled drugs. Well, 3 weeks later, I was having paranoid delusions and hallucinations, all this stuff. So I go back to the doctor. They switch me back to the regular med. Now there's another 3 or 4 week journey of getting that med back into a therapeutic level in my system to level back out. And so I've kind of been like ill and just staying away from the computer, staying away from everything.
Xbox, I've got that same dilemma, or at least I was diagnosed with bipolar, and I'm on lithium.
Yep.
And well, actually, in a review, I actually beat the doctors and proved that I was probably diagnosed inaccurately. But the bottom line is, I'm sort of stuck on these damn meds because I am afraid to bloody change them.
Right.
You know, because of the impact. So it's a terrible business, these blooming.
The first 3 years, we went just mixing and matching meds, upping meds, maxing out their doses, adding other meds, right? Until my doctor had a little book, and we went through every medication in it. And finally, he was like, "Well, here, what ones do you think helped you the most throughout this?" And we went to those 3, and those 3 I have been on, and they have worked the best. They don't change who I am. They just stop the extreme episodes, whether it's manic or depressive or what. They stop those extremes from me ever hitting those boundaries. Like I hit a boundary line now. And don't flip the fuck out. I'm still the same person. But there are, through that first 3 years, there are some antipsychotics, antidepressants. Seroquel was one that they had me at like 15,000 milligrams 3 times a day or something like that, or 1,500 milligrams 3 times a day. That was a massive amount. And I was just walking around drooling, and it wasn't right in the head. Like I was a zombie. I wasn't me.
Just over-medicated. Just inefficiently medicated, yeah.
And I was at work. I would be at work doing CAD stuff on a computer, and the next thing I'd know, my boss could come and lift my head up and put a pillow under it, and because my head was laying there drooling on the keyboard.
Damn.
And I had no idea that I just blacked out. So I stopped driving at that point because of that. But it wasn't me. It was like me. It was like a hazy version of me locked in me. So like it didn't even feel like the real me was in there and still anywhere. Just a sliver of me.
A good brain is a hell of a thing to manage sometimes. And, you know, some psychiatric medications can really help, and some of them can help for a little while. It's been treacherous managing my brain.
Mm-hmm.
And people are often very embarrassed about how a brain can glitch, but it's not uncommon. It's not uncommon for one's mind and brain to glitch. It's very embarrassing, and but yeah, over medication does not help. It does not. Can be a whole different handicap in and of itself.
over or under. Like if they're just barely giving you
Yes.
crap, you can do the
Well,
thing.
fortunately, I don't have any problems at the minute, so it's smooth sailing.
Good.
But I just dread the time of, well, I look forward to, but dread at the same time, coming off these damn medications. And they seem the doctors seem quite strong on continuance.
Right.
They don't seem to want you to come off, so don't know what that's all about. Anyway, we don't
There's
get
a
those things
handful of
labeled.
them. No, there's a handful I'll have to take all my life, but there's a few that, and some of them are controlled, that I could stop now. And like I said, I've been on 7 years. I could stop now and not have the terrible withdrawal kind of stuff go with it. I've had withdrawals before from some of these, and I know how much hell withdrawals are. But take one like Xanax. Xanax. I was taking 2 milligrams 3 times a day. So 9 milligrams, 18, 27 milligrams a day for at least 5 years, and decided, these are kind of making me feel kind of junky, overhang in the morning. I'm just gonna start taking them just when the panic attack comes on that lasts more than 2 hours and I can't stop it. Or if I'm like at a function or something, then I'll take a tiny bit of one and see how it goes. And the first 2 weeks, I took half of one. And next week, didn't take any. Next week, didn't take any. Didn't need to. I wouldn't have any panic attacks through that point. But I never had a withdrawal from it. And I've seen people have terrible withdrawals from that one.
Oh, well, keep well and smooth sailing.
Right. Yeah, I appreciate it. You too.
Oh, no, I'm fine. I mean, if I go Fruit Loopy, I'll know.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's what I mean. If something does pop up, that best of hope for you, and the medical system there are going to take care of you and everything.
Yeah. Alrighty. What else do you want to talk about?
Are you going to be getting on more and more?
Yeah. I mean, well, until, see, I'm looking for that silver bullet, so, and I'm just interested in having discussions with religious folks, and I'm exploring cognitive dissonance and what impact that can have on a person.
Around what time of the day do you get on? Like, what's like the earliest?
Oh, I don't know.
That you
probably 4 hours ago. So I've been on probably around 4 hours.
Okay, I just sometime this week I'll hit you up, and me and you can sit and talk for a little bit. And I just want to catch up with you for one, but I want to talk some of this, a few of those topics you were just talking about, and
yeah, but we can't go round and round with you though with how you want to convolute the actual topic to fit what makes sense to you. We're not going to do that.
I have no idea what that was for.
Well, basically,
go ahead.
Yeah. What Down's saying is that, and he's right. I don't want to spend, like, I'll spend a bit of time on the topics, but unless I get results in terms of, and I'll be asking, you to provide a counter position and some counter evidence to support your position, or if you say something, you don't think something's right, I'm going to challenge you to say, prove why it's wrong, that sort of thing.
Oh yeah,
and
absolutely.
If we don't get those outcomes, I'll probably tend to cut the thing a little bit short.
Yeah, no,
because,
absolutely. And I don't want
sort of had.
I don't want a real long thing either. And I want your opinions and my opinions on some matters.
Xbox, you're missing the point. Xbox, you're missing the point. No, you're missing the point. Rob Stead, he's not going to go round and round with you unless you're going to make a valid point. It's not about the length. It's about the fact that you are going off on these tangents that are not centered around real results. Are you following what we're saying?
You're
Yeah,
mixing up
Dan's right there.
to,
So what Dan's saying is that we need to make it a evidence-based argument. So I sort of what I've experienced is there's a lot of people that will want to have a discussion, but it'll be what I would call opinion-based. It's I feel this or I think that, and I have a strong view on it. Blah 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 blah. Well, I don't want to hear all that. What I want to hear is what's your counter position based on and what's your evidence, because if we have a conversation at that particular level, I actually stand a chance of learning something else, improving my knowledge.
No, that's what I want to have with you. That's why I prefaced it with a few of those topics that you had just laid out. I'd like to sit and I want to hear your view on it, like uninterrupted kind of thing. I mean, some other people can be in the room or whatever, but I want it to be you telling it. If I have some counter position to it, I'm definitely going to counter it. If I have a problem with something you said, we can bring it up and debate it. Absolutely.
Yeah. So here's the thing I'm going to say.
I did real quick. Yeah, I don't want to fight with you, like fight. I don't want to argue and call you an asshole. I want to have a.
Well, actually, I actually don't mind the fight. So if you want to have a fight, we can fight away. Because I learned stuff about, cognitive dissonance in those little blues.
Yeah,
but,
yeah. You won't get that from me.
What I'll say to you, I'll say it up front, there's no way on this earth that you're ever going to, or I don't think there's any way on this earth that you're ever going to prove me wrong. The topic that I've been interested in is too wide, and my summary, my conclusions are based on 2,600 years of history, and they match and explain cross-religion. They seem to reflect human behaviour quite well. So It's a very simple philosophy, and I hold it to be quite accurate. But having said that, there might be parts of it that I misspeak or I get my information source wrong, but the underlying key conclusions, I don't think that they'll be beaten. Hello, Nate. How are you? Welcome back.
Yeah, I'm not going to tear you. I'm not going to tear you apart on misspeaking. Like that has nothing to do with when I ask you for clarification or definitions of your words. I'm not trying to tear you apart at that. If you say something and I'm getting a picture of what you mean, and I'm pretty sure that's what you mean. Like, I don't care if it's worded, down to the decimal point. I got what you're saying.
The point. You're missing the point again. You're not listening to what Rob is stating.
Yeah. You keep saying that.
You're not listening to what Rob is stating.
I responded exactly to the last thing Rob said.
No, you're not. You're not listening to what he's saying.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Nate's got a cat on his shoulder.
Yeah, and is actually sleeping.
Hey, Xbox, how come I have a recording of you stating that that it's okay for some people to seek out underage pornography and look at it? How come I have a recording?
What do you mean, how come you have a recording? Because you were in the room where we had a discussion about the difference between calling someone a pedophile, a medical term, and what they do, and what a child molester is, and what a child rapist is, and what someone who is attracted to prepubescent children are. There's huge
difference between that and a pedophile. Answer my question. Did you state that you saw nothing wrong with somebody looking at underage pornography? Yes or no?
I don't know. I would have to hear the conversation again. I don't know the context, and I don't know what the process
Well, it's a very direct question. It's a yes or no question. I'm asking you right now. What is your view on that?
Yes, my view on it.
Wrong or not? Which one?
Right. What you didn't actually put out a cogent question there down.
Okay, Nate wants to know: is it wrong to look at kiddie porn? Yes or no?
You're asking me. Is it wrong? Is it wrong? Is it morally wrong to go look at kitty porn? Or
No, no. In your mind, is it wrong to look at kitty porn? Is it wrong for people who are sick in the head to look at that stuff?
See,
Right.
now down, you're putting other things on top of it.
Okay, very basic here, Nate. Nate asked you the question though. Nate wanted to know: do you think it's wrong for people to look at kitty porn? Yes or no?
Well, I'll give you the straight up answer, and this is.
Hold on,
the
Rob.
way-
No, Rob. This is for Xbox. This pertains to a discussion we had. One sec, Rob. Xbox, yes or no?
I never heard Nate ask the question. You told Nate to ask me a question, and then
Okay, Nate, do you want to ask the question again? I don't think you heard it. Go ahead.
gotcha. It's hard to hear.
It was based on the question that you had, but is it you know what? I lost my train of thought. Sorry. What was it? Wait. Nope. Can't get it back. Sorry.
Nate,
Well, that's okay. Hang on.
Rob, Nate, you asked him if
No.
Rob,
This is a bad line of inquiry. We can end it like this. Now,
I usually ask questions that are yes or no, so that's why I couldn't figure out exactly what I asked.
Xbox, in your mind, is it wrong for somebody to look at kitty porn? Yes or no?
You're gonna have to clarify your question a little bit, and I can give you a yes, or I can give you a yes or no.
Xbox, it is pretty clear. What he's saying is, you
don't even know what I need him to clarify.
No, he's asking very specifically, is it okay for people to look at kiddie porn? So that's young people involved in sex.
And I could see, playing devil's advocate, what is kiddie porn? How young?
Prepubescent children.
So under like what?
Semantics. You can say it. You can deal with it this way. It's not difficult, right? You should not. Right? No one should ever take advantage of innocence. No one.
Right.
Right.
I agree with
And
that.
there you
simple,
go.
right?
There you go. Yeah.
Now, well, that's exactly it. All right. So basically, kiddie porn.
Yeah. Quote unquote. Yeah.
Buddy. Did you see what Benny said, Nate? What Benny said is kitty porn shouldn't exist. So he's making a joke about the fact you got a kitty on your shoulder.
Yeah, look, I got I get some pussy whenever I want.
Yeah, but period. I mean, the simple rule in life is, it's the love thy neighbour principle, right? You do not ever treat another human being less than you would like to be treated yourself.
That's kind of like
As a general rule, maybe. I mean, my moral system is based off of what's called naturalistic law. So.
What the fuck is that?
Well, if it's based off anything different to what I said, it's wrong. It needs to be fixed up and adjusted.
Naturalistic law sounds like.
I'm telling you, the way humans work, the way to a happy life.
Philosophy is infallible. It's almost ordained. It's almost.
Yeah, that's right. Well, it's the way the world works.
It's almost divine.
No, it's not. It's just reality. It's reality. Do you think it's okay to?
Yeah, the fact that you're
Now,
infallible is reality.
hang on.
We're talking about how you're infallible.
Hang on.
And you say it's a reality. So you really believe you're infallible.
Yeah, pretty much. I know I'm human. I make mistakes. But
You're-
what I wanted
Yeah,
to say,
no,
hang on, what I
nothing.
wanted to say, I wanted to say
Nothing.
to Xbox, I wanted to say to Xbox, right?
Yeah.
It is
that you're Jesus.
absolutely inappropriate.
Rob is the
Xbox.
reincarnation.
Hang on, let Rob let Rob finish his question. Give me a second here. He's been trying like 3-4 times already.
It's just so absurd.
I agree, because they're trying to make me out as a pedophile supporter, or that I think it's okay that we just let pedophile go, but they're at least down in here intellectually enough capable of actually analyzing.
I mean, you're pretty hesitant to just say like, looking at kitty porn is wrong. Like, I mean, you got to admit that, like, regardless of any context that you might be able to describe where it's not as bad, there's still like a huge amount of of a problem there.
Maybe start with that. With what's the problem? My clarifier on the questions that I was wanting, because the question's oversimplified, meaning I can't answer it.
No, it's not a difficult question.
It's not a difficult question. It's oversimplified. It would be better if it was a difficult question.
Xbox. These are human beings, right? And they're in a state of innocence. In other words, they don't know perhaps how to stop the abuse that's occurring to them. Right. So it's a bad thing. Now,
right,
there's a double side to it. Hang on. There's a double side to the problem. If you're the person that's doing the looking, right, you'll do that with guilt. You're living a lie, and there will be a consequence to that. I promise you. I promise you.
Guilt or lie part, but I agree with you that child molestation and child rape is wrong, morally wrong,
and kitty
legally
porn,
wrong.
That's wrong as well. Kitty porn as well. So you're being careful with the choice.
I don't know. I would have to hear a good case of why watching child pornography is morally wrong.
I'll say it again. It's not complicated. These are little human beings, right?
What are?
And the kids that are on kitty porn.
Right.
They're little human beings. Now, because they're a human being, the golden rule says, love thy neighbour, and basically love them as you would yourself. So we have an obligation to, step up and protect and, look after innocence.
I agree, but you can't conflate the human being that's being hurt as a video of a human being hurt. Those aren't the same thing.
Oh dear. Okay.
But
I'm not going to talk about that anymore.
Yeah, but the video will encourage the real thing.
So in some instances it could. If you not always. I mean, there's plenty of Tor deep web stuff where you can get it anonymously and pay no one for any of it. So things like that lead to zero encouragement.
That doesn't stop the effect that it's going to have on the people's minds that are watching it. And when I say that it's going to encourage it, I don't just mean through monetary purchases. Just the fact that it's existing and someone's experiencing it encourages child abuse.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that. If you have a linked study showing that, maybe.
I mean, like, just look at neuroscience, epigenetics, just the effects of an environment and how that influences people's decisions.
Okay, well, the fact of the matter, he's evaded the question because he doesn't see a problem with it. That's why he won't answer the question.
I did answer the question after I told you what I needed clarified, because otherwise it was a too oversimplified question that couldn't be answered.
It's not oversimplified.
Yeah, it is, and I showed how.
There's not a circumstance in which that would be permissible. It's not oversimplified.
Hey,
Okay.
Xbox. Behavioural issues stop with the behaviour. So fix it if it's you. That's all I say.
Right, right. Yeah, my biggest gripe, and usually is part of a shock value, is when people start going in to labeling people pedophiles or pedophilia as this derogatory term, when it's a medical diagnosis of someone who has an attraction to a prepubescent human, right? Like that's all that a pedophile is, if you look it up. Now, one acting out and performing child molestation and actually doing actions, things like that, those acts themselves are what the egregious thing are. That's the only point that I ever tried to make. And people like Down and that in here start wanting to say, well, he's a pedophile reporter and he likes pedophiles and he thinks pedophiles okay and we should watch this stuff, and he wants to try to get a little captcha of me saying that he can misquote me and use it somewhere else.
I would say that I've seen sufficient evidence that it encourages poor behavior in a number of different realms, other than just creating more child abuse. Now, there's nothing I have to link you, so I don't expect you to believe this just based on my word. But I mean, what proof do you have that it doesn't encourage anything, and why not err on the side of caution if you don't know?
Yeah, I don't have any negative proof that's not my burden or my claim.
Yeah, so why not err on the
fucking crime, you fucking moron?
Why not err on the side of caution?
Decency. There is no conceivable fucking notion of it being permissible, and you're a fucktard. I'm sorry, but you're a total fucktard.
Yeah, why not err on the side of caution and not take a risk at letting it encourage more child abuse? Like, I mean,
You're talking about making it illegal?
Like, you can't see, no, just rejecting it as not accepting that it might be okay in some circumstances from a moral standpoint. Even the porn end of it and not the actual abuse has a risk of encouraging more of that abuse. So
but that's where we explored this last time we all talked about it. Explored as if I made you a 3D realistic porn with a 12-year-old girl and a 50-year-old man, and so much so that you couldn't distinguish that it was actually all artifice, and no real people were involved in this.
You think that would make zero risk of it encouraging more child abuse?
I don't know the study on the one you're saying, so I don't know what.
I'm not talking about a study. I'm just saying, like, are you like it would take an assurity and a claim of assurity from you to say that you 100% know there's zero risk involved in producing something like that, and its chances at encouraging the real thing from happening, that even if it's not real in that video, and even if there's no monetary support. Are you claiming that you're 100% sure there's no risk at all in that happening? Because if you're not claiming that, and you accept that there's an amount of risk involved in that, like, why not err in the side of caution?
There could be.
There could be, right? So why would you take that chance and say that it's okay to put those children's lives at risk?
That's not what I'm saying.
Yes, you admitted there's a risk, and
I'm not.
The risk.
the last thing. I'm not admitting to take the risk of putting child's lives in danger.
Okay, so when somebody says, is child porn okay? No, it's not because of that risk.
Wait, tell me what the risk is that from the 3D one that I put on there.
You just told me that you already agreed with the risk. I don't have to tell you what it is. What risk did you agree with? You tell me.
I just broadly, I said, okay, I say if there is a risk, I said, or if there's not a risk.
Right, okay, yeah, so if we don't know, there may be, there may not be. Let's err on the side of caution since we don't know. Like, if you don't know if
Then we would never do anything.
If you don't know a chemical's going to blow up or not, when I put a match to it, I'm not going to just put a match to it and find out. You don't just do things.
Right. We would never do anything. If you followed your philosophy, we would never do anything.
Xbox does all the time. You have a clear, understandable example of when something is wrong, and the guy wants to fucking debate it. This is a non-debatable topic.
I don't know how you could say we wouldn't do
debate
anything.
this. It's like debating the question: is it okay to fuck a corpse?
No,
Hey,
it's like the kindergartners trying to debate the fucking college team.
Is it okay to fuck a corpse? And he will tell you that, well, I'm not sure. I need more information on that. That's not a yes or no question. Certain things out there are simply fucking wrong. And you will not admit. You want to fess up. You want to convolute every fucking question you get. And this is what I mean by trolling. You are fucking trolling us right now. You're a fucking troll.
Yeah, that's all I'm doing. You got me nailed down there, down. You're doing great. Keep going.
Hey, I didn't mean to walk over you, so if you wanted to say anything else.
No, I like all your ad-homs. They're great. Keep doing them.
I don't think he was doing an ad hom, honestly. I mean.
You get about 12.
He just said that it's simpler and.
No, he said my arguments are wrong because, and then went into all those ad-homs. And that I'm just here to troll, so all my arguments are wrong, which is another one.
Well, yeah, I guess that's an ad hom. The troll part. I don't know what else he said. Maybe I had some lag.
Yeah, I don't mind this topic if someone has an open mind and is going to listen to how I'm phrasing things and what I'm saying, and not trying to do what he's doing and just trying to take bits and pieces of what I'm saying and try to use my.
I don't think you're being honest with yourself, because you admitted there was a risk, and you say that there's that risk and everything else, but I wouldn't agree. I don't know where that's coming from. Like there's other things where we can estimate the risk at being in a certain range, but this child porn thing, like I don't see how any range would be okay. Like taking a risk to drive in my car, like that's a reasonable risk I think I would take, but I don't think there's anything reasonable about taking risks at having kids get molested. And at no amount. That should be a 0. I mean, we may never get to 0, but that should be the aim.
Right, that's why I'm saying it would have to get deeper and more nuanced, and we have to start establishing definite age ranges, definite mental aptitude.
Yeah, that is difficult.
The things like that. On a general, I probably agree even with down on a general.
That would be difficult, but still saying it's wrong. Like I'm sure you could pick an age where underneath it you're sure it's wrong. You pick the age. Like we can debate the age later. Let's just first agree that the premise we agree it's fucking wrong.
Yeah, to molest whatever age child or to take their
about nude photos of them. Do not change the topic yet.
I didn't understand. Like your mic's like muffled.
Let's admit that the nude photos are wrong because they contain that risk, and there's no amount of risk that we should accept when it comes to child abuse. We can
I
accept some
don't
risk.
agree with that statement, though. I don't agree with that. No amount of risk with the child thing.
You really think we should risk we should aim for letting children risk getting molested?
No.
Okay, so let's not do that then. Let's take as little risk as possible. One way you can do
Of them getting molested.
Correct.
You keep moving from a broad to a particular, and that's where it's losing.
No, we've already agreed that there's an amount of risk involved in looking at the nude pictures, and that risk leads to children getting molested.
Right.
So, we're gonna try to eliminate that as much as possible.
Yeah. So anything that leads to that risk, I abhor.
Right, and since looking at child porn or advocating that it might be something that's okay, advocating that possibility would be an opposition to stopping that molestation. Like if you
that's what started it all, is that I'm okay with pedophiles. I don't think that
my Lord.
Because this is where it's nuanced, where you go by the clinical definition of it being a medical diagnosis.
It's not about the clinical definition. It's about that.
Let me finish at least on what I'm saying. I promise it's short. When I'm saying that about that pedophile, all I'm saying is someone who has an attraction to a prepubescent person. They have no control over it.
Right, and if they have that attraction, allowing them to look at pictures is going to encourage them to act on that.
Possibly.
There's a risk of it. Maybe it's not guaranteed, but there's a risk of it. It's going to increase the more that those type of men look at that. So it would be in the best interest of the children who may suffer as a result of that experience. In order to avoid that, it would be best if we can agree that the stuff is bad and it shouldn't be, like what they're doing when they're looking at naked images shouldn't be done.
Yeah, possibly. As I said, that could possibly be the case.
You know how evasive he's being? He's saying possibly. I mean, this is an issue that has a yes or no answer, and it's not that fucking hard. And he wants to troll about it.
What? Anyway.
You know, I gave you an analogy of fucking a corpse. You know, there are certain things that are just wrong, and there's no ambiguity about it. There's no circumstance under which it is right or okay. And you're not addressing that. You're being very evasive because you're fucking trolling.
Because I'm not making a legal argument for it, and I'm not going to make a legal argument for it. I was only sticking on a moral. I will only stick on the moral. I will only stick on the moral part of it, or on personal opinion, what I think.
This is why I can't have conversations with you, because you pull this shit all the time. You fucking troll like this. It's so fucking annoying.
I've never argued on the law side of it. The legalities are the legalities. Those are constructed by the societies that we live in. That's just more might makes right kind of thing. So I take that with a grain of salt. I'm not going to argue that. I'm not sure what the issue is, because I don't think children that don't want to be molested should be molested. I don't think children that want to be kidnapped should be kidnapped or raped.
Take and shut the fuck up, mate. We'll take a break and shut the fuck.
I don't think that they should be molested or raped or forced to do extraneous things like that their bodies and their minds aren't ready for. I think all those go against my morality. Our morality. Like I think that alone is enough.
Okay, you're not making any sense. I am. Do you understand why you can't have discussions with this guy now?
Yeah, I mean he's against it and he's for it, or he's
No.
possibly for it.
No. No, y'all are just missing what I'm saying. That's what I said.
Yeah, it's like
I'm having a philosophy class of y'all being
it's hard to get what you're
kindergarten
saying because
and follow.
you're contradicting yourself.
Tell me the contradiction, please.
You admit that there's negative repercussions, but you're willing to admit that it's possibly okay to take that risk. Like you don't see how the two are connected, how doing it is taking the risk and causing that to happen. Like even the guys who are doing it and it's not and they're not doing it, they're still involved in the act that's creating the risk in the first place. As long as you're encouraging it, you don't know who you're encouraging it to. The guy that's gonna lead to the pain could be the one that's hearing your side of the argument. So you don't even have child porn in this chat, but you're just by advocating it or leaving the possibility open for advocation for it. In that sense, like you're contributing to that risk and the abuses that are occurring.
I'm not advocating that for it. That's the thing I think's getting missed here. I think it got missed for like the hour or two the last time.
You're leaving the possibility open for that because you're not outright rejecting it.
Right, because I have no reason to.
If you're not rejecting it, yes, you do. The kids that are being abused as a result of the risk that comes with looking at the naked pictures.
Right.
That's the reason.
Those instances, I told you, is abhorrent. I do outright reject the lines that, if there are clear lines shown there like that in instances, then yes. Those types of things that even lead to that.
Okay, so you do reject it, but when he asks you again, like when he gets right back to it and says outright, do you think it's okay to look at kiddie porn, then you're back to it's vague. But it's pretty much the same. Like I agree with Down, it's pretty much the same thing. I mean, it is more complicated of an issue than that question implies, mostly because of the different, like the huge number of causalities that are involved in human behavior.
Right.
But I mean, if you're already aware of those things, which it seems like you are, at least in some sense, if you're already aware of those things, then you already know those complexities. So you can still answer the question. You can still say it's bad.
Not with the way he oversimplified the thing by adding wrong in there, because he always starts conflating the legality versus the morality, depending on which way the argument's going.
No, he asked you, is it morally wrong?
No, he just asked me.
He also said, is it
I thought it
okay?
was wrong.
He also had phrased one time. He also phrased it, is it okay to look at kiddie porn?
Right. That's just calling upon my mind, what I think about it. It has nothing to do with morals or legals.
Like I said, the fact that you
That's
don't.
what I'm asking you from your fucking point of view. Is it okay? Your point of view, yes or no? For fuck's sakes, answer the fucking question.
From my point of view, like if I found a hard drive today and I plug it in my computer and it's full of kiddie porn, would it be wrong for me to open those videos? Is what you're asking me?
I can't discuss this anymore. Okay, I'm gonna resign myself on this. This guy's a fucktard.
Okay. If you can't do something but repeat the same question over in the same words over and over and over.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of evading the question. I get.
I wasn't. I re-asked it a way that I thought I was understanding it.
like we've already kind of like I went into some explanations, and I don't know how Don feels about it. He hasn't disagreed, so I'm assuming he's along for the ride. But we've already talked about the complexities that surround it, so it's not really that's just that simple question. And like keeping all those complexities in mind when he asks you the simple version, you can answer including those complexities. Like we've covered it.
It's not, because the reason that I keep going back, or I keep ask for a clarifier, or I ask the question a different way to see if this is what you're asking, it's because I'm not getting the clear enough picture from your question. Because even on yours, when you talk about like risk, not all risk, not all risk, even if it causes harm, is bad risk, even if it's to a child. That's why I say I would want to, first thing I said, a linked study or something like that showing these kind of statistics. I mean, that's when I got into saying that we wouldn't do anything if we were going off the system you're saying. We wouldn't do tracheotomies kind of thing because of that same evaluation.
I never said that I'm okay with tracheotomies. I don't know. I don't even know enough about that to have an opinion. I'm just saying that, like, a tracheotomy, like, you're talking about the risk of saving a life, and this is something that they track in hospitals. Like they try to keep it might not be completely accurate, but they try to keep a record of how many people survive procedures and how many people die, so they know like how
They
much
don't
risk.
do a risk. They don't do a risk reward though on it. It's like the negation of P thing. It's either the risk or no risk, benefit or no benefit. Like it's going to be more like consequentialism. Like if I don't trach you, you're going to die. If I do trach you, you're going to live. So it's on the consequence.
Sometimes they trach you and you die. So
yeah, statistically that happens. Sure.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that like
But
there's
all that
probably
does it doesn't stop us from doing trachs though.
Look, this is the thing. If you trach somebody, you save their you potentially save their life. Like that's the aim of traching someone is saving their life. The aim of kiddie porn is not saving your fucking life. There's no benefit that's coming from it besides one man's enjoyment possibly. And I don't know how that trumps any amount of risk of child abuse. It just seems like that would not. It seems like the child safety would trump a man feeling good.
If worded that way, I agree with you. But I don't think that
so
I wouldn't come up with wording that to mean what you're meaning.
What, you wouldn't come up with wording that mean what I'm meaning.
Right. I wouldn't word it the way you worded that at all.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
I wouldn't word it the way you worded it at all. It leaves a ton of holes in it. And
what do you mean it leaves a ton of holes in it?
That it leaves a ton of holes in it. That's why I'm saying, like, when you're oversimplifying these things like this, it leaves open.
Okay, what holes though? I don't. What are you talking about?
Torn down, and then when you tear down this one, you have 6 more holes that you have to tear down.
If there's something you can fill these holes with that eliminates that risk involved in ending up harming children, because if there isn't, then it doesn't matter what's in those holes.
See, that's what I'm saying. I don't agree with. I think there are acceptable risks.
Like, what benefit? How could you consider that risk acceptable? What would justify that risk? I mean, if like the trach thing, what justifies that risk is you could potentially save a life. That's what justifies it. But you're not potentially saving a life with naked pictures of kids.
Well, you
They're
could say
not.
the same in that. Potentially, you could still say the same in that.
You can save a life with naked pictures of kids.
Yeah, I give you a legit thought experiment that would with someone that is on the verge of insanity and because of holding and repressing all this back, and they get no other release but watching kitty porn. The minute you take away their kitty porn supply, they go out and start doing it, or they lost their mind enough that they start robbing stores or hurting people or hurting themselves.
Okay, like what you're implying is that subjecting a man subjecting himself to kiddie porn will stop him from becoming violent.
No, I'm saying it's possible.
I mean, like, to me that sounds extremely unplausible, and you're also trading the violence towards the child for the violence of this other person that he ends up outlashing on. So I don't see how even if you're saving him.
I'm not trading the violence. I'm not trading the violence. Still violence. Just to who the violence is occurring to.
Yeah, but even if like the thing about the tracheotomy is if we don't perform it, or if we like, it's not going to end up punishing kids. I guess that wouldn't work, because if he killed a kid, then it would be the same. But still, like, trading one life for another isn't like a trach is just involving one life. It's not a matter of transferring it to another person.
No. It's not across that way. What I'm saying is if you're going to consider the guy watching kitty porn, somehow you're saying the guy watching kitty porn is actually harming that child vicariously.
No, I'm not saying he's harming that child. I'm saying that just kitty porn, like the experience of watching kitty porn, encourages the men who are watching it, makes them more likely to go out and reenact the acts that they're watching.
Yeah, and I dispute that. Like, until I can see something different, I can't accept that.
Well, again, I would recommend like studying epigenetics and like research like men who study violence and the causalities of human behavior. Look at neuroscience. I have a number of videos on my YouTube channel. If you watch, I've got two playlists. One is critical thinking, self-deceit, something to that effect, and the other one is learn something. And if you look at those, I mean, there's a huge amount of stuff there that will suggest to you the effects of environment on people, on like our human behaviors, and what causes us to behave in all manner of ways.
Yeah, and these like going what you're saying are almost.
I would also encourage you
on traumas, specifically based on abuses and traumas.
I mean, that's part of it. That's not all of it. There's also like and I don't have a lot of this on my channel, but just like if you just research epigenetics, there's like that's what that whole study, that whole realm is about, is the effects of environment and how it changes our genetics. There's also TED Talks from a number of individuals about, like, if you just Google porn on TED, there's a lot of stuff in there about the negative effects from porn, not just that it encourages the acts to happen more, but also other negative effects that we haven't even brought up or discussed that porn has on the human mind. There's a whole shitload of stuff out there that suggests what I'm talking about. So
I've seen the oceans of on adults even and things like that. And here, I just added you to a circle, and I know you know Maudie as well, and I have a slight college background in psychiatry.
I don't really know Nadia.
Maddie went to get a doctorate in psychiatry, and on his last thesis, he didn't turn it in, and he changed categories, and now he does something in the scientific field. He has his own lab and crap now, but he's well aware of the psychiatric and not only the terms and crap, but a lot of the things you're talking about, of how they play out, of how the violence things play out, how the human brain, how we react to them and things. I thought it might go for a good conversation. It can be off air, just on your time. And maybe I can get my point.
I don't know. So, like, they would argue that these negative effects don't occur from porn, I guess? Or that there's positive ones that justify it?
No, he's not going to argue, like, from either
Well,
side.
that's what I mean. That's the reason that I brought that stuff up. You asked me for evidence to support that there are negative effects from looking at, and these negative effects come from all porn, not just kiddie porn.
Yeah.
But
What I was telling you at him at you first, because I know he's read these studies. I don't know what side he comes down on it. That's why I thought it'd be an interesting conversation.
Yeah.
I know for sure he's read a ton of those studies. We never sat down and had a conversation about them. He knows my position, like what I'm putting out here, but it gets further.
I mean,
if I'm
honestly, I don't know why I have to say it, because you already admitted that there's a risk involved, and admitting that risk, like how I don't know how you could admit that without at the same time somewhat simultaneously admitting that the environment has this type of influence, and that that this influence in this one situation involving naked pictures of children is a negative influence. Like, I don't know, like, it seems like you're already kind of on board with that. I think I'm just.
That's where I said it possibly could be. That's what I'm saying. It possibly could be the case, and there could possibly be the case that all of the kiddie porn has a harm effect on the children involved. I don't think so, but that could be the case. And those are the kinds of things I'm going to need to read up or have shown to me.
Yeah, I don't know why you need to read up on that too. Like, I could see why you'd need to, maybe just for other reasons, but when it applies to this question that he asked you about, is it bad? I don't know why you would need to, like, if you accept that there's a possibility of that risk, like, just being in that area of unknown, I would think that you'd want to err on the side of caution and say it's like, without knowing enough, we should stay away from it. That's my opinion. Like it's bad. Like, I don't know why it's so hard for you to just say it's bad. It's a bad thing.
Because I'm not going to say bad or yes or no and a simplified answer to an oversimplified question.
It's bad for people to do something that I don't know is void of risk of child abuse. It's bad for someone to do that. If I don't know, like, even not knowing enough about it, I can still say I think it's bad for someone to do that, and kind of based off of not knowing enough about it. Not knowing how, like, if I don't know exactly the way it can be done without causing any harm whatsoever, which to me sounds like an extreme claim that would be extremely hard to prove. Like, without that, I'm gonna say we shouldn't do it. Doing it is a bad thing without that information, and until somebody shows it to me, it's a bad thing. I don't understand why that's so hard. Like, I don't know why it's so hard for you to just say it's a bad thing.
Yeah, I explained it like 3 times.
Yeah, I don't think you're really.
Xbox.
I don't think you're really.
I promise you, right? I promise you, it's a
You're
bad
kind of
thing.
evading it, really.
It's a bad thing, right? It just is a bad thing because it disrespects the other human being. Period. So there's no question whether you do mock-ups or bloody whatever. It is wrong for mature person to take advantage of innocence for their own pleasure, right? It's just pure selfishness. So,
yeah, I agree with that. You worded that well enough that I can agree with that.
yeah, but why the discussion? I mean, it should be straightforward. Is kiddie porn bad? Answer, yes. Move on.
That's why I say it's oversimplified. That's the exact question.
No,
You're in there.
that's a...
Hold on. You've got to ask
No,
bad. Hold on. You've got to ask when you say bad.
I take offence to that. I take offence to that.
To me,
It's a simple,
that I disagree.
question. It's a simple question, right? It's a simple event. Young children are abused for the entertainment of selfish adults that should, well, do know better, but choose not to. They choose to look after one. Is that a bad thing? Yes or no? Answer, it is a bad thing.
Yes, you gave.
That's it. There's no grey area. No, none. Zero.
No.
Blank.
Right.
Well, actually, put up a grey area.
That's what I said.
Put up a grey area.
You didn't oversimplify that at all. You put enough qualifiers in there to give an informed answer.
Okay, so do we now agree that kiddie prawns are bad? Kiddie porn. Benny. Benny. Favourite person in the world today? Who likes Benny? Hold your hands up. Benny is cool. Yeah, but I mean, you know, isn't it that simple? Where's the complexity? I mean, I was away for bloody probably half an hour and you guys were still talking about it. That's ridiculous. It's a yes/no answer.
It is whenever enough qualifiers are there, sure. You came in and you wrapped it right up.
I don't understand. Like how could there?
You asked the question there, Rob. So
what qualifiers would make it good?
Then what we went through that whole time. Yeah, you asked that question so eloquently and so short, and added the right amount of qualifiers to give a clear answer, and that's all we needed that whole time.
Which qualifiers would end up in
I did a better job than I am. Did I do a better job than I am?
Which qualifiers would end up with you saying that it's okay and that it's not bad?
I am. I'm better than you. I did better than you. I did it in 2 seconds.
Oh, yeah, I know. We all know you're perfect. You're the reincarnation of Jesus.
Thank you.
You can't do anything wrong, Rob.
Quickly, I'll answer you. I am. I'll at least give you a couple. And my wife's just coming to bed, so I've got to kick this off. But a couple of the first ones that I would add that would make it the answer opposite would be removing the harm equation out of it, right? Removing psychological, physical, any of the harm out of it.
But didn't you already admit that risk is there? So it's, I mean, isn't that kind of admitting it's impossible to?
No, I never admitted that risk was always there.
Hang on a minute, Xbox. Bad thinking.
How could that be risk but not be risk?
That is bad thinking because it's not about risk. It's about a mature adult human being who knows better but still decides to take advantage of an innocent individual who doesn't even know what's coming their way, right? That is the bottom line. And what happens in that event, they cause fucking immense psychological damage to those children.
We all agree with them.
Wait a minute, those children go through life, right?
In what situation is that risk eliminated?
These priests that interfere with young kids, those kids carry that, right, psychological baggage all through their freaking life. We're talking about nightmarish situations that, you know, for those that haven't experienced it, can't fully appreciate. But so, you know, there's no level where it's okay. you know. And what if scenarios of if we took away this and that? You can't take away this and that. You know, if an old, dirty old man interferes with a young child, you can't reduce the damage. You just can't, because that's the nature of humans. You create damage in that person, trust issues, and a whole bunch of damage occurs on that poor child. And no one, you know, when you start defending this shit, you know, where's the adults looking after the child's interest? Anyway.
Okay.
Back to you.
Yeah, I am. Your question on there. You asked for where is an example of a relationship like that with no harm and all that, psychological and all that. And the very first one that pops in my head is, and I forget the verse, so you have to forgive me. It's in the New Testament, in the Bible. I think one of them's married at 8 or 12, somewhere around that age range. And I wish I could get more. I have a couple more, but and get
Hang
deep.
on a minute.
I've got to jump out of here.
I don't know what that.
You can't use Xbox. You can't use the Bible as a source. It talks about people in the sky, and I mean, if you go to the Quran, the source, source.
Yeah. Bible sauce is the greatest. I put it on my potatoes. My grandma makes the best Bible sauce.
Hey, Rob, I think it's a rage quit.
Hey? Sorry?
I think he made Xbox rage quit because he realized that he had no controls over what you were going to ask him. You know what I mean?
Nah, I don't know. I hope this, right? If he's bloody watching Kitty Porn, I hope he's really thinking a bit more seriously about that now. I mean, the guy's got 4 kids of his own. So my only aim is to try and create a thought in his head that says, you know, it really isn't a good thing.
Oh,
Rob,
man.
that's stupid. Benna Berry said, Rob, that's stupid. It's not stupid.
No, I mean,
See?
I'm just saying, oh. Dina said it. That's crazy how he contradicts himself. He admitted that we could never know for sure. There's no situation we could ever know for sure 100% that there's no risk. But then he still says if there was no harm. And it's like we've already admitted that we have no way of securing that. So if we've already admitted it is not a possibility, then you don't want to say, well, if that happens, possibly. Like either it is a possibility or it isn't.
Yeah, but hang on, wait a minute. We've got plenty of, like in Australia here, we've got court cases that go on, and we get to actually see guys that are now 40 and 50 years of age talking about, you know, that they were sexually abused by these old men. That, you know, and it's a situation of trust because they were the priest, right, for the local parish. Now, without exception, each one reports the same phenomena, you know, and you can see that it has a lifelong psychological effect on them. So isn't that evidence that says, yes, there is harm if you allow these things to happen? Then go back to the other side of the argument and say,
he's saying that the pictures don't apply. He's saying that the pictures aren't the same as the actual act. But I think I think he knows that it's encouraged. Like he admits that part, but then he still accepts this possibility that it could be done without harm. But at the same time, admitting the risk, which means we have no way of securing that possibility. So he's contradicting himself in that area.
Yeah, I don't accept that you know, that the overwhelming evidence exists that it is harmful. Now, I suppose you go back to, all right, it's on a video and it might be staged and actors or whatever. You can go into, but see, then you enter into the level of hypotheticals, right? And this is what quite often happens, even in religious debates. People want to introduce fucking hypotheticals to confound the story. No, piss off your hypotheticals. Let's just stay in the real world for the debate. Here's what I say about the circumstances. Here's my evidence. Now, over to you. You've got a counter position. Let's see your evidence. I guarantee to you that what's his name? Xbox. I guarantee to you he won't be able to find any evidence that says that a mature older person having sex with a young person isn't a harmful event for that young person. So, you know, over to you, Xbox. Let's hear your evidence. Show us. Where is it? What scenarios you're talking about? And then if you put something on the table, we can examine it. We can have a look at it. But then he was going to quote the bloody Bible and talk about biblical marriages between old people and young people. You know, sort of like Allah, who married Aisha when she was 6 years old, and then he had sex with her at 9 years old. And all the Muslims tell you that's all fine. But I promise you that there wouldn't be a 6-year-old on the planet that would want to get married willingly. You know, so it becomes their choice. What it is the dirty old man has made the choice, and then he's caused the marriage to happen, and then he's the one that initiates the sex act on these innocent children. They'd rather be out playing with their friends than bloody be in. You know, the sex appetite's just not there. So you can't trust this Bible, I promise you. Can't. It tells all sorts of funny stories. Yeah, and I agree with what you're saying. I am outbound. You're saying that it does have an impact.
I've heard that some of these cultures that are nude all the time don't have an issue with stuff like that, but I don't know how credible that claim is. But if you're in a clothed society, the mindset that's produced is one that becomes negatively influenced by that type of images.
Well, you got the what do they call them? The babu monkeys, or
At least that's what.
Hey? There's a monkey group, and they're highly sexually active. You know, they're going around banging each other. No, it's not baboons. It's something like Babbo or something like that. So I suppose if they're doing it at all ages, but they do it for the pleasure of it. They have sex for pleasure. So each party seems to get sexual pleasure out of it.
Well, that's what molesters do it for too. I mean, that's what anybody has sex for, is pleasure.
Yeah, but do you think a 6-year-old wants to have sex? Really?
Some 6-year-olds do, but that's not the point. It doesn't matter if they want to. It also can have negative effects on their life, and even if they want to, it could have a negative effect on their development. It's just not a healthy thing to get involved with.
True.
Regardless if they want it, I'm sure some of them probably do want it. I don't know, but that's not the point. It doesn't matter. I mean, even if they do want it, that doesn't mean they won't. When they're like 30 years old, they won't go, shit, what the fuck was I thinking?
Oh dear. Best thing is let kids play games.
They also probably get mad. They'd be like, oh, that dirty old person and what they did to me. You know, like their view of it probably changes when they get older too.
These guys in Australia, these guys that were at the court and that, you know, the way they relate the story of the abuse was that it left them with a lifelong scar. So it's not something that's momentarily thought about, then dismissed or whatever, but
I've
it's
actually
like it's
seen
continually there,
I
eating
seen a
away at
study.
there.
I seen a study that tested whether or not uh, women have orgasm when they're raped, and according to this study, 50% of them admitted to having orgasm. But that doesn't mean they enjoyed it, like in an overall experience, or wanted it to happen, or were okay with it. And it doesn't mean they weren't damaged by it. You know, still was something they reported to the police, and it was a negative experience. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's so whether they want it or enjoy it or all that stuff really is not even part of it. It's still wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
And have you heard the Louis C.K. bit? He says something like he dated some girl and he like went back to her place after a show and she was like giving him all these signs, you know, but then he would try to make his move and start grabbing on her and then she would like say no and push him away. And he ended up like leaving and then he seen her again sometime later and she's like, "Hey, how come we never did it that night?" And he's like, "Well, I tried, but you kept telling me no." And she's like, "Oh, that's because I like guys who are aggressive." And he's like, "So basically you just wanted me to rape you on the off chance that you'd enjoy it?"
Who's telling that story, him or her?
He was. But
Yeah.
the girl was even promoting. I think it's horrible when women. I think if women do that, they're kind of promoting. It sucks because even though they enjoy it, like they're promoting a negative experience for somebody else who doesn't.
Yeah, it all comes down to it works best if it's a selfless act.
That's where you get these guys that are like, "Oh, they like it. They all like it anyway."
Yeah, that's right.
But it's not always true.
Club rapist. Okay. Well, what else you want to talk about? Hey, Bulldog, are you alive or dead? Yeah, we need Green. I don't know whether you'll get him, mate.
Yeah, we need him to tell us the progress of the seed.
Yeah, we do. I'd be happy to have that conversation.
Let's lay him down.
I expect that his response will be, I'm a Muslim forever. No impact. But I might be wrong.
The bugs
Because
in
he's
there. They're all up in my face.
he should report honestly.
They were right here.
I mean, we talked about some things. Now, were you there? I am.
I don't know. I got kicked at some point because my mic was fucked
up. All right. Well,
you probably thought I had minutes and left. I should ask Down. Weren't you there? Did he say I left because of cognitive dissonance?
I think so.
Well, it's obvious to me that the Xbox is a troll, though, Rob, and I hope that you finally saw that tonight.
I do. I get it.
You don't think he believes what he's saying?
Who's that? Xbox?
Why is he trolling? Is he trying to expose the real pedophiles?
No, we got it out of him earlier. He actually admitted that he trolls people from time to time. And that's all Down's saying. He says, you know, well, probably the better way to put it is he can do trolling episodes. And then there's Xbox. We're still to define or find the true Mr. Xbox. But anyway, with Frank, what was really interesting to me was his position. I presented some sayings out of the Quran that were clearly scientifically flawed and clearly
Yeah, you
from
said this already. It's not a science
yeah,
book.
okay. Yeah. 7th century thing. No, but the interesting thing
I
was,
told you that was going
Frank's,
to happen.
hang on. The interesting thing was this. Frank said it's not a scientific book, right, which you're acknowledging. But then he said, what he said was that it has deep spiritual meaning, and that's what you've got to look for. And that is a load of bullshit. That is an absolute lie. And I can now test him on that and push him quite hard because I know how spirituality works, right? So I can grab a statement, I can put it in front of him. He will say it's not scientific, it's spiritual. I will then say to him, tell me, because he's been at it for 14 years, tell me what the spiritual message or whatever is there. Now, I expect that he'll come up with another line of bullshit, because it's not true that the spiritual message, these are just statements about, Arabs describing the world they lived in and said, look at the world, and they said, comets, stars, right, because they didn't know any better, were flying through the sky like a comet. Well, we know better today that it's actually comets, it's not stars. You don't get big masses of, like our sun, flying through the sky. But he would say there's a spiritual message in it. Well, there fucking isn't. Well, so what they were doing, these ancient people, they were just saying, look at all this wondrous stuff around you. Allah made it all for you. That's it. No more spirituality in it than that, right? So for him to say, hey,
you said that already.
What did you say?
You said that so many times now.
Well, sometimes I have to repeat things, but you get what I'm saying or not?
I understand, yeah.
Do you see a flaw? Do you see the flaw that I see?
Yeah. I'm not Muslim, though.
Well, it doesn't matter, mate. The exercise is not about that. What it's about trying to break his belief.
I don't think that's a good process. I told you that before you started, that I didn't think your process would work. I thought it would end with, I'm repeating myself now.
Well, that's
I'm telling
okay.
you, like, you're saying the same thing, I'm saying the same thing back.
But that's okay.
We've already had this conversation.
Yeah, but we get clearer and clearer about things. You're learning lots
I don't
of things.
think so. I think we were pretty clear about this the first time. I think we just said the exact same words. It was almost the exact same words.
Now, so we agree that, right? We agree that there's a problem in his Quran, right? What I'm trying to do is get him to see that problem. Now you're saying,
I don't think that's a good idea.
Okay, good. Let's discuss that. Why do you think that's not a good idea?
Because I've seen evidence to show that is a poor process in, like, getting people, like your approach of trying to use this information that you call evidence, which it is evidence. I don't think it's weak. To push your idea on him, and using the the fallacies in his religion to get him to leave his and come to yours, like that whole process.
No, hang on.
As far as I understand it, is failed.
You said a mistruth then. I'm
What?
not trying to get him. I don't have a religion. Right?
No, I said your belief. I didn't say your religion.
Here's what it's about. No, I don't have any beliefs either. I don't like beliefs. Beliefs are a bad thing. All beliefs. What I said was, I'm trying to break his belief. Right? That's all.
Yeah.
And now I want, but what I'm saying,
you're trying to use you're trying to use evidence and logic to do that.
Hang on.
That's a failed process.
What I'm trying to do, right? Now you agree that there's a problem in the example I gave about the way that comets aren't stars. You believe, or do you agree that that is a flawed writing in the Quran, written by a
No,
guy from the 7th
no,
century?
I'm saying that presenting arguments and logic to get someone to leave a religion is a failed process. It doesn't work.
I disagree yet. I haven't got any evidence to back that, personally. Don't forget, we were talking about one topic. In that discussion with him, I actually introduced a few other ideas as well. Now, the thing about the human mind is when you present an idea, it sits, it stays. It doesn't go away unless you're not paying attention. Frank was paying attention. So he now has that idea in his head. It will never leave him. And the thing is, he can't resolve it. It's an impossibility. He justified it in his own mind by saying it's spiritual, right? But I asked him, I think once, I inquired on one, where's the spiritual in it? And he doesn't have an answer. So he's left with a question mark. Is Rob, because I present other information, right? The big one that I landed on him was that the Quran came from a 7th century mindset.
Yeah, but he could probably
that
go
covers
to
a lot of material.
like he could come up with he'll probably just come up if he even spends time. I mean, either he'll just not even think about it and forget it and not worry about it, or if he does think about it, if he does think about it, he may just come up with some sort of explanation that allows him to keep believing. I mean, you're still like
yeah, you're right. You're right. I mean, that's his response. His response is he'll find an explanation that sits okay with him. So his response on the scientific.
That study does some of these studies for you that show that using logic and reason doesn't pull people from their religion.
Nah.
You wouldn't
not
believe
interested. Well, no, it's not that. It's just that I prefer to experience for myself, because when you're actually experiencing the inquiry with the person yourself, you know, you learn a lot about where the person's thinking is on the topic, right? So you can learn, call it attack points or whatever.
Have you gotten to leave their religion in your personal experience?
None.
Okay, so that means your personal experience matches.
I've just started. Hey.
I mean, so that means your so far it matches.
What's that? Say again.
It matches the study that suggests it fails when you say that you haven't converted.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yes.
You say you rely on your personal experience, so that's what I was examining.
Well, what I'm saying, don't forget, within that experience is me talking to a religious person. So this is this unique individual who's got this conceptual view of reality, and I'm challenging that conceptual view of reality. So I'm not necessarily just working the book, I'm working that person to see what their conceptual view, and I'm looking for ways to demonstrate to them that they hold untruths. So it's truth versus untruth, reality versus belief. And I want to just continually try and show them, here's the truth, there's the belief. That then should generate cognitive dissonance. When I can generate cognitive dissonance, I can then go back to the person, because there's feelings that go with that. They raise, you know, they get this feeling that comes across them as the rage picks in. I can then say to them, if they stay in the room, you know, that's called cognitive dissonance. It occurs when two competing ideas are held in mind at the same time. Right? One of them false, one of them true. So, you know, just it gives them something else to think about, because, you know, I could then take another Christian, let's say, into another room, and this particular person that's experienced cognitive dissonance, say, look, I'll show you. I'll create the same event in this person. Now, I'm not God. It's not magic. It's just the way humans are made, right? And then demonstrate to them and bring that other person to cognitive dissonance. And say, look, again, right, we've got this problem. Now, there can only be one truth in reality. So one of the ideas is true, one of the ideas is false. You know, you choose which one, but I'll give you my opinion.
I mean, for them to have cognitive dissonance, they'd have to believe your narrative. Like you said, first they have to believe the truth.
No, that's not true. That's not true. The way cognitive dissonance works, you don't need any preconditioning or preparation. It works because a person holds an ego identity or a mental notion inside their head that says, this is who I am and this is the reality I live. Now, when the mind sees another idea that they perceive to be a threat to that notional idea in their head, then that's the trigger for cognitive dissonance, period.
That's what I said.
All right. I don't know what you said. I missed it.
Those two things contradict each other, and that's what I said. Is when you have two beliefs, when they actually start believing your narrative, and they see that it contradicts their own. That's where. But if they don't believe you, like that's presupposing they actually believed your narrative. If they just consider yours wrong and theirs right, they're not going to experience cognitive dissonance.
No. I'm talking from experience, right? So I've had a number of sessions with Christians, and the same thing happens all the time. Right? So they have an idea, a notional idea in their head, and then they'll reach a point where their mind and this is the thing, right? Their mind recognizes a real threat to their position. Once their mind recognizes a real threat, then cognitive dissonance occurs. They'd have no control over it. It's quite a powerful little force at work. These are fundamental ideas that people have about their identity. And the mind seems to want to protect the identity. And this is why this cognitive dissonance event occurs. I'd argue with you that the mind somehow has identified a truth and recognized a truth that's a threat to the belief. But I don't know that for sure. I just don't. I wouldn't have a clue if that's right or wrong.
If it's a threat to the belief, wouldn't that mean it contradicts that belief?
I think it's got to be a truth statement. I don't think it can be just, like belief A and belief B. I don't think that scenario would work. I might be wrong, but
what if they don't believe your narrative? How can it be a threat if they don't believe it's even true?
Well, that's exactly right. Exactly right. But the experience tells a different story. There is some form of recognition because the behaviour happens. It's the narrative that I'm delivering too, by the way, so not just any old atheist narrative.
I don't know how you can say that. I mean, if people still believe you're wrong, then they don't believe your idea is a threat to their idea because yours is just wrong in their view. And that's what I keep saying.
I haven't experienced that. I haven't experienced that. I haven't experienced someone, right, that doesn't react.
I'm not saying they don't react. I'm just saying that their negative reaction isn't cognitive dissonance because they didn't believe you. Like they'd have to believe you, then that belief would threaten their belief. But if they don't believe you first, it's not a threat.
No. Yeah, I'm saying that these are primitive things going on in the mind, right? So it's not necessarily the individual in the mix where they've got to actually digest. And hang on,
we
hang
all
on.
believe you. We just don't know it.
Hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. These are primitive things in the mind that are going on. And what I'm saying to you is,
When you say primitive, you mean like
they
subconscious?
Yeah, I think it's subconscious. Yes.
Okay, so
I do.
so basically, my subconscious believes you. I just don't know it.
No, what I'm saying is not
And you
belief.
know
The
it
subconscious,
because you can read my subconscious.
the subconscious identifies something in the argument that's being presented as a true and real threat to the belief notion held in mind.
I mean, if I don't believe you, I don't see how. Like, if my subconscious doesn't believe you, I don't see how it could perceive you as a threat.
Well, that's the way it works. And I'll tell you, I'll give you another thing, and you can observe this if you're ever in a room with me and a Christian. It's almost like they block out or blind certain information that's related to the threat. It'll be presented visually before them, but they just won't see it, and they won't acknowledge it. And I don't think the person's even conscious of that event occurring. I don't, you know. So it's a funny old thing. I might be wrong, but we'll see.
Hey, Rob, look who just popped in. Rolling.
Oh yeah, troll-lol-lol. Now troll-lol-lol and you sneaky son of a bitch, you sent me a pizza again last night?
What was that?
Did you send me a pizza last night?
No, I never seen your pizza.
Okay, that's another lie in the kit. All right.
See, I'm a liar. Then why'd you ask me?
I'll be back soon. I've just got to go for a bit. Sorry.
Come on, Troll Olin, don't be lying now.
Yeah, don't be lying now, Troll.
How many leftovers have you got?
We caught you.
Oh, you caught me. Oh, you all caught me. You all caught me.
Did you make him?
I am. I think I already discussed this with you, and you said that you were in, you're up north on the peninsula, so to speak, man. Have you always lived there?
Up north on the peninsula?
Yeah. Where you live, people call it a peninsula sometimes. But have you always lived in that state?
I live on the southwest corner, and no, I haven't always been.
Yeah, and I'm not giving out the name of the state because we're live, so I'm being very
I don't care. I'm in Michigan. I'm in the southwest corner.
You know, Michigan is a peninsula. You know this, right?
Yeah, but you said the north side of the peninsula, and that's why I'm not in the north.
Yeah. Anyways, I was curious about that because folks in the north are too far from Toronto, so I don't know if you'd ever been to Toronto before. Man, it's fucking beautiful outside tonight. You guys looking at the moon tonight? It looks great.
I can see it here.
Sorry, I'm on the second story of a very old farmhouse, and I have these big like bay windows on my second story, and it's really nice out tonight.
I got a small window, and it's probably pointed the wrong direction.
Yeah, I'm surrounded by nothing but like open prairie and fields and shit. So there isn't much blocking my view.
I have a huge tree line directly in front of my window.
Yeah, that's no fun. I mean, this is the only benefit of living where I do live. I still prefer human interaction. You notice that the more isolated you are, the dumber that you really are. The actual process of like having a role and having certain responsibilities given to you actually makes you more capable and more intelligent sounding, and it also invokes your inner intelligence as well.
I can't argue with that.
It's case in point. I'll make it really simple here. It's like those people that are found as children and they're fucking feral. Well, the reason they're feral,
Yeah,
is
they're
that
locked in a
lack.
fucking room there for 12 years.
Yeah, they're not out within a society or some sort of interactive I don't know interactive model in which they can function in, so to speak. So I mean, this is good for me. It's good to be able to talk to all of you and have these discussions and these topics and what have you. But it still doesn't really represent the true fabric of being involved in politics at a local, state, or national level, or actually being involved in something in society to push your platform or support a platform.
Say that again?
Well, I can't really say it again. It's been recorded though. You can always rewind it.
Uh, I don't think I heard part of that right.
Yeah, Benna understands it. Now,
Yeah.
see, Benna is trying to give. Sorry to walk on you, man, but Benna is trying to give the devil's advocate thing here because he's making the point that inventiveness came about because of being remote. Well, the remote thing allowed certain freedoms that they may not have had in a different location. Okay, but their actual training and knowledge base. I mean, most inventors studied like engineering or they studied some science. They more than likely had the talent for those areas before they even studied them. But their studies basically expanded those talents. I mean,
Every
if you
invention is like the cross point of two sciences, pretty much. It's like it always comes from previous information. They're not really inventing anything except like remixing old ideas they've learned elsewhere that they're they're remixing and rearranging to make something new.
But yeah, well, hold on a second though. The light bulb, okay? The light bulb was a fucking invention, was it not?
No, he developed that based on his knowledge of like metalworking and like glass blowing and electricity. So like there was multiple sciences involved that culminated into the light bulb.
Before the light bulb, they had gas lighting, and gas lighting, believe it or not, is pretty fucking bright. I mean, it's just as bright, if not brighter, than light bulbs. People still use gas or propane powered lanterns and whatever, and the whole concept of having a light in glass is not new. So yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how it's weird how everything's connected like that.
Well, 'cause I think they had gas lighting even back in the like 1810s, like really early in the 19th century. They had gas lighting. Maybe even the fucking 18th century they had gas lighting. Let me do a search on that. 'Cause I'm
I
curious.
didn't know that. I knew they had. Well, when you say gas, like I'm thinking it's probably like kerosene or something like
Okay,
they
so yeah, I was
they.
right actually, and that was a total guess. 1790s is when they started to do it, and then it got patented in like 1804.
Is
Wow.
that like cast kerosene or like what kind of gas?
Well, natural gas. Natural gas. They've known about natural gas for
Really?
yeah, at least over 300-400 years. Yeah.
I could much more I could see like just filling up like a kerosene lamp and setting it in a post, you know. But like running natural gas to it, that's pretty interesting that they did that so far back. I did not know that.
Gas lighting is actually, like I said, compared to what they were dealing with back then, gas lighting was pretty fucking pretty good. I mean, relatively speaking, it was not bad. Because the point that the article's making that I thought of as well, with Edison's light bulb, when he invented that, dude, there was no infrastructure for it, and they already had it. They already had an infrastructure for gas, so it's amazing that his light bulb caught on as quickly as it did. And of course, the main reason being though it wasn't the fucking light bulb. It was the ability of the power to do certain tasks in the Industrial Revolution.
At that point, hadn't they already developed the what's it called? The fucking thing you do Morse code on.
Yeah, they had telegraph machines and all this. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you already had, like, in that it was powered. So if you already have a power system in your town, like, it's probably cheaper. Like, even if gas is already there, like if you're going to.
Hold on a second. What do you mean that was already powered? I mean, sending. Okay, listen. Power through your phone line is very different from power through your power outlet. They're very different forms of power.
Yeah, but I was thinking to the street lighting. Like, if you're gonna put in new street lighting, if you have the choice between the two, and you already have natural gas and electric power in your city, it seems like it would be a less upfront cost to install a light lamp rather than a gas line. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but that's just surmising or conjecture.
The funny thing about this though is that we had all these gas lights, and then he invents the light bulb, and then we have to go electric. Well, it's funny because we almost like revert. We have all this gas, and instead of making energy off the gas to power the electric, we go back to coal. We use coal to power these electric lights. Dude, we still have coal.
You mean right now?
Even right now, we still have coal plants. Yeah.
We use a lot of natural gas too. Those are the two big ones: coal and natural gas.
No, we don't use natural gas as much as you'd think. Coal is huge, though.
Yeah, coal is huge. I know that. Coal is huge. I mean, it's like 80% coal or something is our electricity in America, anyway.
Actually, it's more than that.
That doesn't surprise me.
There's 1,522 coal plants according to Google in America.
There's what? 1,000?
1,522 fucking coal plants in America.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's why all these people are like, Obama's a damn liberal trying to do this and that with other energy sources. Well, I wonder why. Look at all the fucking coal plants, dude. I mean, that's like technology from the fucking that coal's been around for like over 1,000 years.
I would argue that he's not really doing much about it. Like, he's not even really doing that. Like, he does push that, and he wants, like, I think he's for carbon credits but
carbon credits are a horrible idea. But sorry, go ahead.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, the stuff that he is for in that realm isn't even all that. Like, I don't think he's really that much of a liberal in that area, honestly. I don't think he's really pushing green energy. I think he's like, yeah, they're bitching that he's doing that stuff, and I'm thinking he's hardly doing it. He's like in it,
Okay, listen to this. Listen. You'll love this. Listen to this. What source of energy gives us the most amount of energy for a power plant? What source do you think it is?
Gasoline?
No, it's coal.
I don't. Oh, you mean which one produces the most power?
No, not the most power. It's what. Look, just look at the list.
Like the most per dollar, or the most per pound?
Not the most per dollar. No, there's more megawatts and more power plants of coal than any other source of power in America. Is that fucked up or what?
Well, it's probably because it's so plentiful. Like, there are way more coal mines and they're easier to access and cheaper to access than the other sources.
Yeah, but look at this. Look at this. Hydropower. Listen, I'm proud to live where I live, and let me tell you why. I live in an area where during FDR's administration, they had a lot of the workers' projects and all this, and out of nowhere they took this like really shallow river. Dude, the river here is no more than like 6 feet deep, and they made a canal off of like one river, made a canal, a 33, 40-mile canal, whatever it was. And this fucking canal gives like power through hydropower. It powers about, I don't know, about 40 or 50,000 people in like a 3 or 4 county area.
This says coal's at 39%, so it's not 80%.
I didn't
It
say
was
80.
at one point.
I never said 80%.
No, I said 80%. But my quote is actually outdated. I mean, what I remember looking at that said it was 80% was many years back, so it may have been at one point.
But anyways, the point I'm making is that Obama was trying to do what FDR did, though. Obama wanted us to take advantage of these grants, and the feds offered this grant, but the hydro plant here is not owned by the government. It is a public utility company, which is really cool as well. A public utility company, which basically kind of means that the communities have a lot of input on it, and it's not just strictly some like private individual. There's like a community board that oversees this and that with the power entity.
I heard a claim that there's a lot of hydropower plants across this country that were built just for show, and they're not actually being used. Like they're there, they could be used, but they're not. They just don't run them.
Well, mine's definitely being used. It's not for show. I mean, my bill has the name of that hydropower plant on it every month.
No, I'm sorry. What they said is they run them, but they run them at like 20% capacity or something.
Oh, you're saying well they might have to run them at a lower capacity though, because if you run them too high, you could cause damage because the turbines.
When I say capacity, I mean like the river has enough to run X amount of generators. Like there's this much flow available that we could produce power with at a safe level, but we only operate at like 20% of that. We have generators. Like if we've got 4 generators, 3 of them are just turned off, and we only use the one, even though we could run all 4 of them.
Yeah, but here's the thing about this though. So this thing was built back in the 30s, so it's been there almost 80 fucking years. And sure, they've had to fix turbines and do whatever to it, but the actual structure of it, man, is still there. After over 80 fucking years, that poured concrete and whatever is still there, and it's still holding together as a dam and what have you. So tell me how many power sources out there can last for over 80 fucking years and not have to be completely rebuilt from the ground up. Give me an example. I can't think of one. Aside from
that. That's one issue I've heard with nuclear is that they found that it's like not even profitable anymore. Like because
of how much it costs for the fucking waste and to keep it going, or what?
Because of the cost of the repairs, which is way bigger than they have ever estimated. And they're like way behind on, by the way. Like there's a huge amount of repairs or maintenance to our nuclear facilities on this planet that are like not being done. That's why we have like nuclear disaster after nuclear disaster.
Well, we haven't had a nuclear disaster yet, but
that's arguable. I guess it depends on how you define disaster. We've had, what do you call it?
What?
We've had nuclear plants that have failed, I guess you could say. And there was Fukushima. That one got hit by a storm, I guess.
Yeah, but Fukushima, like the reactor never actually went off. Like some radiation got into the areas around Fukushima, but it was not. The reactor was cooled the entire time. It never exploded.
Well, I'm just saying like backlash to accidents like that are also costly.
Now Chernobyl, dude, they had a fucking meltdown. That was a clear fucking meltdown.
Yeah.
But Fukushima had nothing to do with the plant, though, man. You had a fucking earthquake and a motherfucking tsunami. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just saying the backlash from stuff like that is like you were asking. We were talking about the financial stability of investing in nuclear, like building more, or even continuing ones that maybe need to be completely rebuilt because they're at shut down they're at the point where they need to be shut down. Like why continue to reinvest in it when the costs of the repairs are so massive and the costs of what you were saying about the places lasting so long. Nuclear plants aren't as great at that, and when they do run out, the repairs are so massive, like it kind of ruins the profitability of it.
Well, it's definitely a lot more to maintain because there's a lot more science involved. Like, you have to be a fucking nuclear scientist to understand how that shit works. Now, if you're running a fucking hydro plant, it's really simple. Water moves and turbine moves. It's pretty fucking simple. Any basic engineer can understand that.
It seems like we're probably doomed to end up seeing more. These guys invested in this. They're eager to get it up and running, and they're eager to sit back for a few decades and just get rich off of it for a long time, because everybody's buying their power. But then when it comes when shit hits the fan, it comes like when something comes due, like a critical maintenance that's needed or something that they bypass for the sake of shit, we don't want to change from this situation where we're raking in this constant income to a situation where we have huge liabilities and we no longer have that income. So they just don't cover the liabilities, and then we have accidents, and then they also try to cover that up and get out of paying for the damage, and like there's a lot of negative cost with investing in that technology and not taking proper care of it, or even taking care of it is a huge cost. And these companies are going to try to evade those costs as much as they can. That's what business is about. You're supposed to make money and avoid losing it. So
I live in one of the most flattest places, like in North America, and if they can build a fucking hydro plant here, they can build one anywhere. I don't live in the fucking Hoover Dam where you got mountains and strong streams of water. Like, it's very flat, and the shit still fucking rolls through the canal, and it still powers the turbines. So if they could build one of those fucking dams here with a river that has a 6 foot depth, man, and it's given power for over 80 fucking years nonstop, they can
what
build
about
a
the
dam
what
anywhere.
about they say it causes environmental damage? I guess there's probably a way you could do it a little slightly where it doesn't have
Hydroplants
that
don't
effect.
cause environmental damage; they cause ecosystem damage.
That's what I mean. Like,
They don't cause any environmental damage.
what's that?
They don't cause any environmental damage at all. It's all ecosystem, and you're talking about water flooding certain areas that weren't flooded before. I mean, big fucking deal.
Okay. I don't know. I just curious.
Do they have two Wolves flavored pizza?
Did you ever play SimCity, dude? Whenever I played SimCity, the two power sources that would never have to be replaced or rebuilt were the hydro dams and the wind farms. They'd go forever.
Yeah, I can read it. I always look at I have to put your fucking ball up because it's. No, don't believe him. Call him. I'm going to call him Rob Kazab. Kazab means lot.
Hey, you know what though, Trolling? If I gotta choose between you and Beasley, I'm gonna choose Beasley every fucking time. So if you are doing this shit with pizzas, you gotta fucking stop it, because I want Rob. I want to talk to Rob more than I want to talk to you.
Yeah. Oh, that's a reason for me to fucking do anything. Okay. That's just a
unless you're gonna pay for his fucking pizza.
And when's the marriage? Like, that's good for you. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna. I'm sorry that is what I do annoys your girlfriend, but what can I say?
Rob's infallible.
The conversation about power sources. I mean, I think we both agree that hydro and wind farms are good sources of energy. See, the problem that I'm seeing here, is they want to push this whole electric power car stuff on us, and it's like, well, how is that going to stop the use of fossil fuels? If the fucking plants are powered by coal, you're still in the same you're still having the same problem. You're using fossil fuels to power those cars.
What we should be doing is retrofitting every building to produce power and store it in the form of hydrogen, and then we should have hydrogen cars.
I don't know about hydrogen. I don't know. Hydrogen fuel cells. Let's still use those fossil fuels to. I don't know.
Hydrogen is not the same as fossil fuels at all because it doesn't have. I mean, maybe I'm wrong about this, but from what I'm aware about the chemistry, the way that it works when you oxidate hydrogen, the only exhaust is water, so there's no pollution in that, and it's also completely renewable because the exhaust water that you get can then be put back into your system at home and converted back to hydrogen again with the power from the buildings that have been retrofitted with renewable sources. So if you have like wind and solar and thermal and hydro, like everywhere that it's possible, especially on the structures, the specific structures, they'd all produce their own power themselves, and they can store the leftovers you could store it in batteries, but I think batteries would be more environmentally damaging than hydrogen.
So what I'm interested in is cognitive dissonance. The question is it enough to recognize the condition? So you've got two concepts in mind that are causing the cause of the behaviours.
Benny, that's another lie. All right?
That's why it's cognitive dissonance.
Right? So you have cognitive dissonance, right?
Is
You have the
it
ego,
enough?
mate. Today's hangout will just be exactly the same as last hangout. What?
To recognise the behaviours.
I wonder if Rob knows anything besides the two walls, cognitive dissonance, and ego mind. Chips. Oh, yummy. For Troll's tummy. John! Wait, Benny. Where's John? I am unmuted. Huh. Will any of you fucking dickheads talk? least Benny fucking put some text on the screen. Alright.
Just like that.
Fuck. Floppy.
Fuck, now. What's going on?
What? What
are you doing, Vlad?
You do sound like Charlie Brown on the phone, though, with Mike, hey.
Vlad,
Yeah.
what are you doing?
Eating chips. I'm here. Oh, you know what I've been doing? I slept. I do sleep and eat.
I feel like a pizza.
That's not funny, John. Unless you're thinking about ordering Ego Mine flavored.
Listen, if anybody sends me a pizza, of course I'm gonna fucking eat it. Why wouldn't you eat a pizza?
I've had that. I've had someone send me $72 worth once. Well, shit, I did. I bought it all, and I fucking ate it. I actually liked it. Whoever bought it fucking had good taste, man. Because if you don't,
I love pizzas.
Then you'll know that I can eat absolutely anything. There's nothing. I don't care how fucked up it is, alright?
Mm-hmm. Hang on.
Fuck that Mike Holiday. Fuck, if he's gonna be blocked. I'll block.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's not bad. Oh, shit.
Fucking Benny, you are such a troll, man.
Hey, was that a dog barking? What the fuck was that?
That was his girlfriend calling him.
Johnny May! Go! Jack wants to talk to Beasley.
I would choose Beasley over you every time. Who wouldn't? Who would not choose Beasley over me every fucking time?
Well, that's what I told you. Fact.
Who wouldn't? It's like you didn't even have to waste your breath saying it. Greatness from Beasley is just, there's no reason for anyone to say that. It's just there. We all know. I mean, I would choose him over me. I mean, what does that tell you?
Rob Reed.
Look, the sexiness that is known as Beasley is there's no competition.
Oh, that's better. I'll tell you what, when Rob's talking, I have the best sleep. It's amazing.
Yeah, I went to sleep at about. I heard you last night at the hangout, John.
Oh, man.
Well, the more I hear is fucking John May's voice in the middle of the night, fucking like this, and I'm just going, fuck. Dude, like, I hadn't been asleep in like 2 days, man. I fucking go to sleep, finally, and then fucking, I hear your voice and wakes me up.
Yeah.
You were in the hangout with Scaff this morning, and I woke up, and I'm like, wake the fuck up.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I try and do it to you. I come in and go, down, can you get up? Down. I try and do it Beasley on you. So I know that you get up.
Oh.
Hey, Benner.
Oh.
How you doing, Benner? What are you doing? Fucking nice day today, eh?
Beautiful.
Benner,
Beautiful day today.
I can't see your fucking side chat, and fucking you have to answer me.
The sun's out, the birds are singing. Doesn't get any better than that.
The moon's looking really cryptic tonight. It's very nice. I like.
Good try there, Benny, but you have to be there quick.
How was that? Oh, yeah. That was just tonight. I have no idea what that was.
Bam. What you doing, man? How you going, bro?
Yo, Vlad, I'm gonna come down to Melbourne, and I'm invited to Beasley's house, but we're not using the fucking forward.
Okay.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm not sure. I'm just gonna scroll through.
No, make sure to send.
Okay, here's the one. Here's the one that I was saying that I forgot to tell him. This is the one I was asking you about. Oop. Let me get that. I gotta get that back on again. It's hard to see. I mean, it's still there, but it's hard to see.
I don't want to hear his fucking TV. Hey, Trollolololololin.
What?
Fucking, I don't want to hear Beaumont's fucking TV. Yeah?
That's his TV it is, man. That was John's.
Trollolololololin.
My TV.
Let me do this again. So there was a phone or something like that. Okay, so this is that.
Off. No one wants to fucking hear it.
All right. John.
No, he's watching TV. Can I hear you?
I can hear you.
What the fuck are you watching 1 in the afternoon in Perth? What the fuck would be on? Young and the Restless? What?
Days of Our Lives, Young and the Restless. They're all my favourites.
I fucking my missus watched that shit.
Yeah, I love it. I absolutely. I live for that shit. Yeah.
Fucking.
Without that, my day wouldn't be complete. Yeah, there's nothing like fucking Young and the Restless. I am a bit young and restless, you know what I'm saying? I can relate to that. Yeah.
You're restless, so you're
quite young and very restless. And sometimes, right, sometimes I feel a little bit bold and a little bit beautiful. Right?
No, you're just bold, but you're not beautiful.
No, I am, because I'm very bold, very beautiful.
Hey, can we get a confirmation of that? Like, you don't have to get on camera, but at least get 3 women to come in and tell us that you are. That will be all enough.
I can fucking help you, you sick motherfucker.
Yeah. Help me!
I like that. Is that you got that sound bite? That's fucking awesome.
Hey, are you still there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you and I are on the same page that guy has to be a troll, or he's got some sort of mental cognitive disorder. We're talking about Xbox, like you know what I mean?
I know I shouldn't, but it just makes me want to be like, oh my god, he's looking at child porn.
Boy, he has to be a troll. That's what I'm saying. That's why I didn't accuse him of anything, because the guy's trolling.
Yeah, I can't say it directly to him because I can't stand behind it honestly, but
No, he's
I
no, dude. He's a
It is
troll. Like, this is what he does.
that shit.
you,
He does that
like
shit. He's
what like a troll in what sense? Like he's trying to surface
not
real
like
pedophiles?
man.
No,
He's
he's
a
trying
talking.
to work you up by saying shit like that.
Do you think for a minute that
Uh,
someone's coming to a hangout saying he watches child porn publicly and then going and doing it? If you actually believe that, you are simple and gullible, actually, more than simple. But no, he's not that. All he did was fucking talk about the position of like pornography, right? And age limit and shit like that. That's all he did. And everyone blew it out of proportion because it's a fucking trigger word. And anyone who talks about trigger words is inevitably going to be a target, right? And the biggest trigger word you can say on the internet, have a fucking guess what? Is fucking kiddie porn. That's it. Or pedophile.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the guy's a troll. I mean, he was getting off on it.
That's what I'm saying. If anything, he's either a troll or he's fucking legitimately. And when I say legitimately, there are people, lawyers who argue this shit in courts every day around the world about the age limit of this shit. All right? And if that's at the worst that he's doing. And what people are doing is stupid because if the guy's a fucking idiot, then why are you fucking talking then? Let him be an idiot. You know what I mean? You think for a minute that I would talk to someone who advocates for that shit as being a dad? Never. I fucking don't, you know what I mean? But you got to take into account it could be trolling, full of shit, whatever.
We got to introduce him to Stephen Bachman. That's all I got to say. Stephen Bachman and Xbox in the same room.
No, you got to get Stephen Buckman's dad, who is an actual pedophile, and Xbox in the room, and then they could talk. Do you know what I mean? And that would be.
I mean, he was.
Stephen Bachman.
As in a convicted pedophile that you can look up. You know what I mean? Not just fucking. Don't take my word for it, anything like that. But yeah.
Just saying, stop the supply, the demand does not automatically go away.
Play it again.
No, once I reckon you could have an ankle break for the rest of your life. That's it.
No, I mean, what is your overall? Said that there's the pictures on the. Yeah, I don't know. Just what's your overall argument on that? Should they be allowed? Okay, I mean, what do you say? I'm not going to speak for you. Just what do you say about that?
Who's playing that, John?
John, you got to play it through a stereo mix.
Hey Bina, he wasn't the one asking me like what's wrong with child porn. He's questioning what we take for granted as true. He wasn't the one asking a question. Down was asking a question of him. Is kiddie porn good or bad? Is it okay? Like that was kind of the general idea. And
Look,
I didn't
man,
really engage with. I didn't engage with him, but I couldn't sit there. I can't just sit by and let him act like there can be a context where that's okay.
Wait. I agree with you. I'm a dad. I'm fucking backing you up on this. But if you want to debate it, talk to a Japanese. Go talk in the Japanese forum and talk about kiddie porn, and see how much anti-kiddie porn that you'll get from them. Won't be much. I'm telling you right now, bro. I've been to Japan, right? They sell fucking comic books that are kiddie porn there. You know, publicly open.
Oh, that's like lolly. That's lolly porn. That's different.
No, it's not. That's where people get that wrong.
Lolly porn is a fucking drawing that somebody made. Who the fuck cares?
No, you can't do that. You can't say that.
Yeah, you can, dude. I can grab a pencil right now and draw whatever the fuck I want. Who the fuck cares? It's lolly porn.
Go draw a baby going being fucked by you.
There's no victim, dude. There's no victim in that case. It's a fucking cartoon. It's like saying that if you see a cartoon of somebody getting murdered, that somebody's getting murdered for real. It's a fucking cartoon.
That's the whole thing, though. Is even drawings, and I was arguing that with Xbox. Even a drawing like can promote it in the mind of someone and increase the likelihood that they.
You know what? I'm sorry, but there's no victim. Case. And we're talking about comics anyways. We're talking about real fucking people.
Look,
there is a victim, though.
There is no victim in a fucking comic book. It's fucking make-believe.
No, it's promoting crime. Trying to do that. It's not just for pedophiles.
They have comics that show drug use and fucking Watch the fucking cartoon series Spawn. It's a cartoon. Fuck cares?
Yeah, but it's about drug use. These comics are about sex with underage kids. It's different. You know what I mean?
They're not kids. It's a fucking cartoon.
They're meant to be kids. They're portraying as
It's
children.
a cartoon, for fuck's sakes. Give me a break.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It's already legislation. You know how to do it. If you think you can, you'll be dreaming.
I'm not even discussing that right now. I'm discussing the thing with Xbox.
Yeah, no, I've already had this discussion with fucking idiot parents who go, I wouldn't mind it. And I actually asked them, I said, you got no problem with it? I said, okay, then can you put your kids here naked and I'll bring in a pedo to come draw your kids. Is that okay? They go, no, I'd kill him. I go, bro, you're full of shit. You say you
there's
stick
a
up for it?
victim there. That's a victim because you're drawing a real person. I'm talking about where no real person is being drawn, where somebody's at the kitchen table of their house and they're making up a fucking character.
No, actually, man, I actually said to the guy, not that. I said, not bring your kid in. I said, what if a pedo drew your kid and that? And I got him to admit, he kept saying it, that he'd smash him, right, being a dad.
Well, where are you going to draw the line? I mean, if some kid is out in public and somebody draws him, I mean, whatever. I mean, I don't know how that's a fucking crime.
Okay, who's the victim?
There's no victim in that case either. I mean, I could draw a picture of you. I could draw a picture of you getting a big black cock slapped across your face. Who cares? It's a drawing.
I know
It
that.
never
It's a
really
drawing.
happened. You follow.
And dude, I do art. You got to remember, I do art, right? If you want to see my art, I'm happy to show it on the screen now. It's fucking not bad. All right. I was a paid artist under contracts, everything, the whole lot, the whole works, right? Mural artist for councils, everything. But the thing is, man, that is already legislation. You're not allowed to do that.
Well,
it
that's
doesn't
a
matter.
good country. My country is different. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's different per. Like I said, you go to Japan, it's not that case there, right?
Yeah, well, in America, they can't outlaw that because you have freedom of expression laws here. So that's why it's not outlawed.
You can't just start printing up kiddie porn comics and sell them.
No. You can't. It's called lolly porn. It's different. Don't call it kiddie porn. That's not what it is. And I'm not defending it that way. I'm just saying that all I'm saying is that there's not a victim in a comic. It's a comic book. It's not a real image of anybody.
The thing is, man, like, it doesn't even have. What you're talking about there, like, say in a country like mine in England, it doesn't have to be like that. It just has to be negative and promote something that's criminal. And in this country, you're not allowed to buy, sell, or even promote criminal activity, right? It's against the law.
That's
bullshit. That's what they do. And if he does, and he makes money off it, then they take it as proceeds of crime. That's also another thing.
Yeah, well, in my country, people that are in jail for murder get book deals. So.
Yeah, you won't be getting any book deal for being a pedo, man, or being seen as a pedo, right? You won't get any fucking book deals for that. Fucking no time soon. I don't, like, fucking, I think it's fucking sick, right? You're a fucking sicko if you get that and you argue it. And that's where Xbox fucking, that's at the point where Xbox cops his shit. Because now people fucking go, I think you're a fucking sicko just for even defending it. But the thing is, people forget that lawyers around the world argue this in courts, all right? Because they have to, because people are being charged or whatever. So they try and change shit around.
There could be a lot of motivating factors. I mean, he could have a brother that's been charged with child porn, or like, there's a lot of things.
Yeah, but we're talking about real victims though. If somebody draws an image in a comic book, I'm just saying, you can debate that, but I'm just saying it's different than a real person being, photographed. That's all I'm saying.
Anyway, and there's negative correlations that can be identified with viewers of all porn.
I'll tell you how strict they are here. I'm going to tell you something. I've mentioned this before. But I don't know. I'll do it like not on live because I don't want to talk. It's kind of a legal thing. I don't want to mention nothing. But I'll tell you a fucking good story when it's not fair. What happened to me that I had to do to somebody else only a few months ago. But yeah, you're not allowed to even the fucking wording, like you're not even allowed to fuck. See, it depends where you are, man. Like if you're in England, once you type something, it's a published material, and then you're liable and legible to be sued if it's like defamatory.
Hard. Man, this guy's fucking stupid.
Burhan, relax. Where is mine? He's not even fucking here. Oh, yes, he is. Burhan, relax. Shalom Aleichem, Burhan.
Oh, I joined a silent room. Thank God.
Computers at about 70% at
Hello.
Uh-oh, this guy.
Ah, he's cool, man, Neo. Fucking hell.
You just walked into a minefield, buddy.
Well, what do you want to dick me about?
You've walked into another minefield. Now,
I'm really good at mine.
You want to kick me up? You want to kick me up now or after?
No,
come on.
Actually, Bulldog, ask me a question.
I was going
I
to say,
don't want to ask you any questions. You're a fucking liar. You only get bullshit answers from you all the time.
Well, that's an assertion, not really a question.
Take your drive rack. You don't need to have
you've basically doubled down on your Christianity. You've doubled down on it.
How's that? How is that? How do you know that?
Because you told me yesterday you've doubled down. You've dug your heels in even further.
You told me that, Neo. I kind of laughed, to be honest.
How's that? What did I say? What did I say?
You said you were going to double down.
You've doubled down on your Christianity.
I thought, how can you do that?
I don't know how he's going to do it. I think he's going to cement the fucking book into the fucking driveway.
Well, you have to explain to me what I said. What did I say?
You said you're doubling down on your beliefs.
I never said I doubled down. What?
You did, you liar. See, there you go. See, you're a liar. You said you're doubling down. You can't be. You're immovable. You can't be changed. You can't be educated. You're doubling down. That's exactly what you said. I don't know how you're going to do that, but you said it.
I thought he could have forgotten.
Go ahead.
He could have forgotten. Come here.
No, I didn't forget. I mean, maybe I had said I doubled down, and I remember what he's saying, but I don't think I actually meant that.
Oh, okay. What did you mean then?
It was a satirical thing.
I don't understand that. I don't understand what that means. Well, you're just trying to wind me up, were you?
No, I was being sarcastic.
As you normally are. And when people are sarcastic to you, you don't like it. You want to kick people out of rooms all the time.
I mean, when you say that you want my child to turn out gay, that's a different story. I mean, when you start attacking my family, then I don't think you're being sarcastic.
Yeah, that's not good, that shit.
No, I've never attacked your family.
You can be sarcastic, just not sarcastic about his family. You can be sarcastic, but you can't be sarcastic about his family.
I have the audio where you said that, if you want. So, but anyway, it's not about me and you. What are we talking about here?
What, do you get offended when people talk about your mum and shit like that, Neo? Just out of interest.
Well, I mean, it's my kid. When you start wishing my kid, when you start saying that I'll pray that your kid turns out gay, that's kind of offensive.
What's wrong if your kid turns out gay? Why is that offensive?
Yeah, that's not offensive.
Because you don't know how my kid's going to turn out.
What's wrong with your child being gay?
That's not
what's wrong. Is that you're forcing it.
Answer the question. What is wrong if your child were gay?
Why would you pray that my child is gay?
What? I'm not going to pray to fucking anybody because there's nobody to pray to. Now, what's wrong with your child being gay?
Why would Bulldog say that he prays?
What the fuck
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I don't pray. You're a dickhead. I don't pray because I don't believe in no sky fairy.
Well, maybe you said wish, which wish and pray are pretty much the same thing. Not almost the same thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, up and down are pretty much the same thing too.
There's a big difference between a wish and a prayer. Like, I wish you a happy birthday, okay? I mean, what the fuck?
It's not really that big of a difference.
There is a big difference. What?
Oh,
Wait,
I
Nina,
wish you happy birthday, and I pray a happy birthday. Yeah, no problem.
So when he says I'll pray your kid, it's a joke.
I think you would have to understand the relation between wish and pray. Go ahead, Vince.
You're a fucking moron. Neil, just leave. Just get the fuck out of here.
Trolling, go ahead, trolling.
Leave him, man, leave Neo. He's alright. He's just got his... Why? Because he's got a belief he doesn't align with yours. You can't tell him to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, he believes in stupid things. That's okay. Hey, you're allowed to believe in fucking stupid things, and I'm allowed to make fun of.
They already have a pre-bias against me before I even got in here.
You are allowed to be stupid,
Neil,
and I am allowed to fucking make fun of you.
Neil,
Okay? It's as simple as that.
Because they hate
hold
God.
on a second.
They hate
Hold on a
God.
second.
So
Neil
therefore,
believes in
I
praying.
don't hate God because I don't believe in no God. There's no God to
Cancer,
hate.
if he prays to a sky daddy, and he doesn't want to take his kid to a doctor, so should he be allowed to have that belief?
You want to kick me? Go ahead. Kick me.
No, we want you to stay and take your medicine.
Hold on, answer my fucking question. Should he be allowed to believe that prayer is going to save his kid from cancer over a doctor? Should he be allowed to believe that?
Okay. I think that's a non sequitur argument because he was talking about my kid turning out gay.
No, this is tied into your kid, and it's the same fucking thing. So let me finish.
Well, no, it's not
Answer
the
my
same
question.
thing. It's not the same
Answer
thing.
my fucking question now.
You're making what's called a non sequitur argument.
It is not a non. It's fucking tied to the topic. Answer the goddamn question.
No, it's not.
Okay, well, you know what? Until you want to answer the question, I'm gonna remove you from the broadcast because I'm not gonna.
I would actually.
Don't do that.
Don't remove him. No, don't do that.
Neo, when fucking what's his name? Bulldog fucking said.
You shouldn't have removed him.
No, he's just been stopped from broadcast. He hasn't been removed. Now he's left now.
Right.
If he's not going to answer the question, he can come back when he wants to answer the question. The question for the fifth time. The fifth time, Neil. The question is: Do you have the right? And this is to you as well, Trollololololin. Does he have the right to believe that he can pray? He can pray to cure his son of cancer and not have to take him to a doctor. Does he have that?
Good fucking question. Very good.
I'm asking you
that. Look, man, I think that people have a right to believe, but I don't think you don't have the right. If there's a proven treatment and you're stopping your son from doing that because of your belief, I think that there should be.
Yeah, there's a proven treatment for every form of cancer out there. They treat every fucking form of cancer out there, no matter what.
Yeah,
they don't just sit there and say, "Hey, fuck off and die." They will treat it. They will do a surgery. They will do chemo. They will do radiation. They'll do whatever. They'll try experimental medications on everybody.
I agree with you. And you know what? I'm going to say this as well, right? People don't realize this. There are highly religious people in countries that don't have fucking any medical shit, right? And their kids get sick and they pray and they fucking dream to take them to the best doctor to get them fixed. Yet, and people in America or my country or whatever, they do this as an option, and that's where I think they're fucking selfish, very selfish.
Well, people like Saudi Arabia will take themselves or their children to fucking America or Europe to be treated.
That's right. That's what I'm saying, man. They fucking look at that. They got money. They can fly them. That's bullshit, man. Like fucking people who do that.
А может быть, орехи не такие уж и зеленые? Проверить это решили и члены нашей съемочной.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck he's doing, but he can fucking sit out too. Fuck this.
No, go on, it's alright, man. Go on's good, man.
Hey, John May, what happened to Neo? I mean, how come Neo can't answer the basic fucking questions?
Fundies they like to fucking play dodgeball. That's what they do. They play fucking dodgeball. They go, oh, that's not the question. Answer the fucking question. They never want to fucking answer nothing.
Hey, Bulldog, he sounds kind of like Josh in his mommy's kitchen.
Exactly, yeah, always fucking playing dodgeball. When it comes to the hard questions, they go, oh, that's not the right question to ask me, and I'm always making up fucking excuses all the fucking time.
Jumping on him, it's too much. It'll be like me with two Christians jumping on. I hated that. I've had that.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not even a fucking atheist, man. What are you jumping on me for? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
but I asked him a really basic question, though. It was not complicated. It was very direct and had a yes or no answer.
Yeah, but they never give you a fucking yes or no because they know that they're fucking going to be wrong, which they already know they're fucking wrong, and they're well versed in fucking playing dodge when it comes to the fucking hard questions. You know?
No, they don't.
But here's the fucking thing, right? We're in real life, they act as though there's fucking no God. They act like there's no God all the time, and yet they come here and go, yep, God's real, yeah, but they're quite happy to fucking drive a car and put a fucking seatbelt on. If fucking God's not real, don't put your seatbelt on. Take a fucking risk. Hey, jump from a fucking aeroplane. Don't take your parachute. Have faith. Have faith. Go skydiving without a parachute. It's simple. Have faith.
You're right, man. You're right. I agree. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, take more risks. God will fucking save you. Take a risk.
Do that.
Go jump off fucking Niagara Falls. Go for a fucking belly dive off Niagara Falls. Take a risk. God will save you. No, they won't do it. They never fucking do it. When it comes to the hard challenges, no, they all fucking fail. And yeah, they've got the audacity to come on here and go, no, the power's there. Yep, it's all fucking, get fucked. Get fuck off.
But the bit where you don't talk over me, the bit where you fucking said that they believe it,
Still,
that they're dodgy, that's
should have let him
they
stay here
actually
and
believe
take
it.
the beating.
Dude, they believe it, right? They fucking do believe it.
Yeah.
They actually believe, right? They're not dodging you, man. They don't do that.
Why,
You think that they are.
if they fucking believe it, why the fuck do they go to fucking hospitals for? Why do they fucking hang around fucking hospitals? Why do they even bother going to a fucking doctor? It doesn't make sense.
That's what Kevin. That's what. Fuck! I gotta stop doing that. Fucking. That's what Dan was fucking saying, right? He was fucking saying that fucking.
Here he comes. He's back for round 2. Come on. Hey, Neo. Neo, shut up a second. Neo, why don't you go skydiving without a parachute? Why don't you do that and have a bit of faith?
When a new bitch walks in the yard, all the prisoners don't fuck him. They take turns, right? And one in a
What do
fucking
you mean you're not fucking talking? Neo, go skydiving without your parachute. Go on, have faith, mate. Come on. I want to see how much faith you got.
When 3 of them are jumping on him, it's fucking.
Come on.
I feel
It's
bad.
not suicide. It's not suicide, mate. It's faith. Just don't take your parachute. I've seen people go jumping out of planes without parachutes. Have faith.
I'm at the casino spending thousands of dollars and.
Yeah, I want to test your faith. Let's put it to
I
the
can play
test.
like this for a little while. I'm hanging out by the fire right now. You see the bonfire I got going, man. I got a nice fire going.
Unfortunately, you're not Satan, so you can't.
Have you heard the joke of
Come
the
on,
guy?
buddy.
Have you heard the joke about the Christian that got stranded in a flood?
Say you're a faggot?
Don't go on.
It's bad for my health to be in a room full of atheists.
I'm not an atheist, bro.
Yeah.
I know you. I know how bound I'm not claiming you to be.
You know, you make it sound like somebody has to like work on being an atheist. You don't work on being an atheist, dude. All it means is that
I was there. I'm not there
No,
anymore.
I used to.
Atheism is a lack of belief. It's not a belief. You're a
I
fucking
used
idiot.
to believe what you used to believe in atheism.
I don't believe anything. It's a lack of belief. It's that
Yeah,
fucking
yeah,
simple.
a lack of belief is not evidence for a belief. a lack of belief is not evidence for a belief. Sorry.
You're right.
What are you
I was
talking about? You
and
fucking
now I'm
idiot.
agnostic because I've realised that no one knows. I don't know. No one else knows anyway. So because of that, for sure, then I'll just remain agnostic. You know what I mean? That's me, man. But I used to be an atheist, bro.
When will they get it, bro? When will they get it?
Dude.
But yeah, that's what I'm like now, man. But fuck yeah, you know. A lot of atheists, especially the anti-theists, they say a lot of shit, man, and they're way worse than religious fundamentals, right? Oh, what happened? Let he go, man. What happened to you, Neo?
Whatever, dude.
John. John. Okay.
Can I have some money right now?
Finally, you're there.
What thing I'm with?
What happened, man?
Went outside for a smoke.
Where did Neo go?
Oh, I don't know.
I was just talking to him, but in the middle of it, he just fucking left.
Exactly.
I think maybe he's lost all faith. Do you think he's lost all his faith?
Alright, well, maybe you know me, maybe you don't. If you want to come clean, if not, I'm just going to hang up. I don't know if you want to call back, you can, I guess, because I don't have your number.
Alright, my number is...
955-752515. I think Neo's lost all his faith.
Yeah, okay.
Can't believe it. Lost it straight away.
He thinks he's been jumped on in a room full of atheists. That's what he thinks, man. Because he's come into this room and was jumped on by...
Has anybody got any faith? Anybody?
Oh, shit. That's not how you pronounce my name.
I need some more faith.
I'll start work tomorrow. I'm gonna be late. I drank too much today.
You sick motherfucker, you.
Nate, have you lost all your faith?
Nate's a theist. Do you go to church on Sundays?
That's what I'm talking about.
Holy fuck. No.
Then he
What the fuck? If I don't understand with the person that's trying to make fun of me, how in the hell am I even supposed to respond?
Just laugh, mate. Just laugh it off. Have faith.
Do you pray to Jack Daniel?
What?
Is Jack Daniel your prophet? And whiskey be his name?
You've got to have faith.
Do you function in society, Nate?
Yes and no.
How?
Maybe. There's yes, no, and maybe. Don't forget the old maybe.
I would say when I want to. Yes. And when I want to, I'm better than most people.
Oh, no, I don't think so. But hey, if you want to not troll Nate, I'm here if you want to attack me. But lack in evidence for a belief is not evidence for a belief. Want to clarify that?
Yeah, we know that.
It's not a belief.
I'm talking about past experience. So yeah, so it's not a belief. It's something that I have done.
They don't believe that though. They don't believe anything you say, bro. They
Right.
want to tear you apart, and they want to make sure you don't believe that anymore. That's the whole point.
And me not believing that me being teared down, it gives anybody else more ammunition to try to tear me down more.
Yeah, but you'll just get back up again, Nate.
Well, if you want to talk to Nate or me, I'm a little bit stronger, I think, in this kind of aspect. But
nobody cares about you, man. You're not important. Go talk to fucking Nephilim.
Okay, cool. I'll just sit here
Don't
and
take it.
attack somebody.
Nobody cares, dude. Leave. You're not important at all. I'm done talking to crazies. Okay, you belong in
Oh, Nate's not crazy too, or am I crazy, or what?
a mental hospital like in
Nate's
the
not
Soviet
crazy,
Union.
So we're all crazies because we don't believe in what you believe.
You know what? You belong in a sanitarium like in the Soviet
You
Union.
believe in nothing. You believe in nothing. You should
belong in
be
the USSR.
bro.
Exactly. I believe in nothing. I don't have beliefs. I abide by facts. Thank you for acknowledging that.
Facts
Thank you.
Okay, science can't prove everything. So.
Oh, God.
You know what? Let's apply that principle of what you just said. Science cannot prove anything. Science has to prove.
Science can't prove everything. I didn't say anything. I said everything.
If you listen to what he said, he said science can't prove everything. And what I think is it can't prove everything yet. And I also believe that science can't prove that there is a God or no God. So
that is the dumbest statement I've heard you say.
They got out a sentence semi-coherently. I'm proud of you, Nate. That's the first step.
That is the dumbest thing I have heard you say, Nate, and I'm not going to tolerate it. I'm tired of. I'm not going to talk to people that have the intellect of elementary age children. If you want to have a real
I agree.
You know what? Science can't prove or disprove Santa Claus. They might be able to. Science can't prove or disprove the Easter Bunny. You fucking moron.
I've heard that many times,
Science can't prove or disprove Sasquatch, so he must be real.
I don't know if I'd even argue that science is for proving things. It's more about, like, the scientific method involves trying to falsify hypotheses. And if over time you have repeated testing that's unable to falsify the hypothesis, then you accept it as a theory, which means we could put a lot of confidence in it.
I had a great
I mean, it could still a theory could still be a theory could still be falsified, and it'd probably be abandoned for a new theory. But or at least we'd have to move on to new hypotheses to test. But that's what the main point is that the process of the scientific method involves falsifying claims. It has nothing to do with proving things are true. It has to do with proving things are untrue.
That it's not real. Science doesn't prove that it's not real. That's not what science does, you fucking retard. You drink some more fucking scotch.
What? I mean,
go to a university and learn.
Science is coming up with an idea and trying to prove that idea right.
No, you're trying to
Yes
prove it
or
wrong.
no?
You try to
No.
falsify it. You try to find errors in it.
But it's also.
No, you don't. You're not proving anything right. When the scientific method involves this. This is like the basic, the simplified version of the scientific method. You make observations. You come up with a hypothesis to explain those observations or to make predictions, and then you test that hypothesis to see if its predictions are correct. And
Okay.
you try when you're testing it, when you're doing the experimentation to test it, what you're trying to do is you're trying to falsify it. You're trying to see if there's any error in it. That's what science does, is it identifies errors and falsifications. We're able to place.
You're trying to prove one thing, and
we're
the
able to-
errors get more questions raised.
No, you're not trying to prove the thing. You're trying to disprove it. That's what the scientific method involves: disproving claims. It's an attempt to disprove claims, and if you repeat the experiment over and over, and you're unable.
Hey,
if
Nate,
you're unable to
what
disprove the
formal
claim,
educational training do you have on science beyond a basic biology class in fucking high school? Don't come in here and speak with authority like you know
Yeah,
what
okay.
you're talking about.
So
'Cause you have no
you're
fucking
gonna.
idea what the fuck
Okay,
you're talking
fine.
about.
Fine.
Sit there and think about what
actually
you
they
just
teach
fucking
this
said,
in high
you fucking
school.
moron.
Actually, they teach that scientific method in high school biology, so people should know this anyway.
You want to attack me? Fine, but don't.
Well, but it is true that science is about falsifying things, though. The scientific method involves falsifying things, not proving true.
No, learning from you had an hypothesis, and learning from the errors in the hypothesis.
Cool. You all right there, Nate?
No, not completely all right. No.
How much you drink today?
Quite a bit.
I bet you did. I do not doubt that for a minute. Okay, bet's on. Has Nate drunk more than a litre or less than a litre? I'm going to bet $50 he has. Have you drunk more than a litre today?
I have no idea how to count that.
How much do you reckon? Your estimation.
About let's see, about say 16 12-ounce cans.
All right, win the bet. All right, well done. Thanks for that. I rarely lose a bet. All right, so yeah.
Well, and that's beer versus like that same amount in hard liquor would be completely different. You know, so you know how much you drink is variable on how much alcohol content is in it.
That what the fuck you better do.
What?
That what the fuck.
That's what I heard.
Hey, what? Talk to Nate for me.
That what the fuck you better do. I tell you what, motherfucker, come on, put it.
What? I'm on camera and I have a decent microphone. You're not on camera and have fucking crap mic.
You
So,
talking to you fucking talking to?
well, how can I argue about argue against somebody who
You must be want to die. You want to die, motherfucker? Get you a gun and put it to your head and pull the trigger. You want to die, motherfucker?
Fine.
Hey, Nate, Nate, I think you pissed him off. No, Nate, he's fucking talking smack to you. What did you say to him, Nate?
I've already smoked. Yeah, I've already talked.
You get fucked up, you faggot motherfucker.
Fine, whatever.
Ooh.
Yeah, whatever. I don't fucking care.
You better go get the fuck back on the banana boat, banana boat.
Banana boat.
You ain't got to wait till tomorrow morning. Won't you do it tonight, mother? All fairness, you faggot motherfucker.
Hey, Nate, the guy sounds pretty pissed at you. What'd you say to him?
You come, motherfucker, man, in the morning, motherfucker. You gonna come up missing in action.
Oh.
Don't call my fucking house with no bullshit. Don't call my fucking house. Don't call my fucking house no more.
Nate, you better apologize to me, man.
I wouldn't give a fuck what you do.
Somebody that's that pissed off at me, just let it go.
Your mama, motherfucker.
I don't know what I did to get him that pissed off, so I'm just gonna let it fucking go.
You ignored him.
My motherfucking ass and kiss some motherfucking mighty ass. That's what you better do. You kiss my fucking black ass. That's what the fuck you do.
Ooh. What do you say to that, Nate?
Stupid motherfucker.
It's alright, you can talk to him, man.
Son of a bitch. Motherfucker, 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 motherfucker. Motherfucker. Fuck you, bitch.
Nate, can you put on a different coloured shirt? I'm wearing a white shirt. I don't like it. So can you go and change yours, please?
Why?
Because you're wearing a white shirt like me.
Banana boat.
And I don't like it. Like, you have to wear a different colour shirt.
Who fucking cares about what shirt you're wearing?
I'll knock your fucking head off your shoulder.
I would just like, it's just better. You know what I mean?
Motherfucker, you don't know me. Motherfucker,
You have like
you don't know me.
a green shirt or a Christian blue shirt or something.
Christian, what? No, I'm not going to change my fucking shirt. There's no.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Nate, are you gonna change your fucking undies?
Maybe tomorrow?
Yeah, well, you've had them on for 7 days. It's about time you changed them.
It's been about a month. Month or a month and a half since I even talked to you. Yeah.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar!
Allahu Akbar.
Fine, you got me all fucking.
Hey, Nate.
Oh, belligerent. That's the word you're looking for, Nate. Belligerent.
Can you repeat after me? Can you repeat words like what I say? Can you hear me well?
All right, go.
Do you know what a shahada is?
A shahada? No.
Yep. Do you know what an atta kursi is?
No.
Oh, okay. Can you repeat after me?
Are you talking about a tongue twister?
No, actually. Can you repeat this after me? All right. Say ashadwa.
Ashadwa?
Illa.
Say it again.
Illa.
Illa.
Ahillala.
Illa.
Ahillala.
Illa.
La.
La.
Say, okay, and say, Muhammad. No, say.
I know what you're.
No,
Even if I don't know what you're trying
No,
to
I'm not.
make me say.
Say it. Say, Muhammad. Say it. You said you repeat it. If you can repeat words.
Come on, mate, hurry up, will ya? We've got to get
I think I proved that I could repeat things.
No, you haven't. Not yet. You haven't even.
Gohan, play that SpongeBob thing again so I can show my girlfriend.
Not yet. Say, Muhammad. Nate?
Nope.
Okay. So you can't repeat anything. You don't know how to.
Of course I can.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar!
Damn. He was halfway
That shit
through.
cracks me up every time.
If I could get him through the other half, I would have got him live on air. Then forevermore.
And he would have been in the Brotherhood, right?
Yep. Fucking,
Yeah,
we almost
they need
got him.
more requests.
Damn it. Fucking damn it, that was close. Very close.
Don't worry, he'll be back.
Down and cry. Oh, sweet
تفضل الطيران الحربي الله أكبر! الله أكبر! الله أكبر!
Uh-oh. This guy, wait. Watch this. Bulldog, just watch this guy. He came in.
That was fucked up.
Wait, you know what's fucked up? This guy that came in now. I like him, right? Because he fucking makes me laugh. But yous are all fucked now. I'm not joking, are you?
Bulldog, what's the name of the guy that was in here earlier? He didn't like his avatar.
Whose avatar?
I can't remember.
I can't think of his name either.
Michael, can you repeat words?
Okay. Yeah. It wasn't me who complained about it. It was someone else.
No, I'm not saying you complained about it. This gentleman that just came in complained about it.
Oh, okay.
Nothing yet. You haven't seen nothing yet, bro. Wait till he gets started. Just wait till he gets fucking cranked up, man. Yous are fucked.
I got a little taste, so I'm definitely intrigued.
dude is a fucking Hebrew Israelite, right? That's his
Is
thing.
this the gay guy that was on earlier? Is it the gay guy?
I told you.
See, and now we're back to the issue with the avatar.
You just started an engine.
Are you gay? Is you the same person? You changed it now?
I'm gonna call this by car gears. All right.
Who are you addressing?
No, I'm. This is just a poll that I do everywhere I go because this is America, legal gay marriage. So I'm, that's diametrically opposed to my philosophy. So I have to ask that question wherever I go.
Michael, I want to see you smack that ass today.
See?
Put it on.
I'm a homophobe. Don't do that. You make me sick. My stomach starts to turn.
You ain't come up here with that motherfucking gay shit. Michael here don't fucking like that shit.
Yeah, I don't. I'm a homophobe.
You know, fucking he ain't down with that. You know what I'm saying?
So how many people are in here that's gay?
I thought this was an all gay chat room.
Will the real RuPaul please stand up?
I'm not sure, but I think Scath's gay. He's always sort of like, he's got that lay down gay look about him. You know what I mean? You know, like he's posing for the camera, saying like, "Look at me," you know.
Allahu Akbar!
And he's got those sheets in the background, very gayish type sheets.
Oh, by the way, Michael and Gorhan are very, very close with each other. A bit too close, I reckon. But there's nothing wrong with that.
And I've asked Scaff many times, and he just refuses to answer. So I'm thinking to myself, yeah, he's definitely gay. There's no doubt about it. And apparently he never talks, and the reason for that is because he's got that like gay voice, you know, like, "Oh, how you going, sweetie?" You know, that sort of shit. Because that's a dead giveaway.
Hey,
when people go like, you know, they go, "Oh, how you going?" You know, that's a dead giveaway. That's why he never talks. So I'm pretty sure he's gay, but you can ask him if you want.
Michael, what do you reckon of all these stupid white people in the room?
Yeah, so it's a lot of gays. So what's up? And that guy that's like a snail right there. You see him laying down? Is that the one? That's what I was talking to earlier.
Yeah, right.
Hey, you, Slug, why you still laying down? Get your ass up.
Yeah, get that fucking white ass up.
Yeah, he's going to teach you something, man.
Show us your white ass, boy.
Get your pen and paper out. Shut the fuck up. Michael's going to teach you something. All right?
Show me that white ass of yours, boy.
Yeah, get your ass up, man. It's time. You've been laying down there all day. You're going to get bed sores.
Well, Michael's got the fucking...
I think he's laying down because his bum hurts.
It's time for some learning.
Get your ass up, man. Who smokes?
No, he can't. He's got to lie down. See?
Get your lazy white ass up.
His bum hurts. He's got bum He's got a erectile dysfunction.
Look at him. He lay down, eat, drink, and shit, and smoke laying down. You shit laying down?
He's in a spooning position. He likes spooning.
He is a spoon. You shit laying down?
Do you think he's a giver or a taker? What do you reckon?
Both.
Taker, man. No, taker. He's just too placid. He's too placid. There's no way he's got any movement or fucking aggression. He's a taker.
Yeah, I think that's a taker.
Smoking that Maui Wowie now. What is that you smoking? What kind is it? I'm in California. I know about all of them.
I think he's got the purple kush happening there.
That might be meth.
Crystal meth?
It's probably meth.
Yeah, probably. He's white.
Can you show us that crack pipe?
Look at him. He's fired blades up.
Crack pipe.
Crack. He's smoking crack.
Yeah, that's meth. Blowing it out too fast.
Yeah, I heard that
What?
that meth makes you lay in bed all day.
Yeah, they're blowing it out too fast. You know, when you hold meth smoke in, it crystallizes in your lungs. I was reading about it the other day. So you gotta
Yeah.
blow it out fast. Look at him. You see that? He ain't got coughing or
What?
nothing.
Shit. What a lazy white motherfucker.
Take fool you. Don't let
Probably
the
gay as
smooth
well.
take.
Hey, we reckon he's gay as well.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah.
I
No
know he
doubt
can.
about it.
Look
Look,
at
he's holding up a sign. He's holding up his gay sign, yeah?
that's his he lay there and eat, drink, and shit, and smoke, and all that, laying down all day.
The drugs turn you gay, don't they?
That motherfucker probably ain't left that spot in 6 months.
He's you know what? I think he's watching a little bit of gay porn right now.
Blowing that crystal meth smoke.
Yeah, watching gay porn, smoking crystal meth.
Logging into gaybeast.com.
Look at all those spunk stains all over the sheets in the back there. Look at them all. All spunk stains.
Bed sheets on the wall, sheets on the ceiling.
Yeah, there's spunk all over the fucking joint.
Get your lazy ass up, man. Sit up.
I reckon if you went into that room there, all you'd smell is stale spunk.
Dirty, disgusting, white, homosexual, lazy, motherfucking sinning devil.
Look at that. He's dialing up his boyfriend right now. You watch.
Go on, man.
He probably got dookie on his fingertips. Nasty.
Hi, babe. Hi, babe. They're teasing me again. How's your day?
Hey, get your ass up, man.
Listen, babe, I've run out of
It's sore. He's got a sore ass. It's fucking red raw.
Bed
Babe,
sore.
What do you call a gay dinosaur?
Scaff?
A really sore ass.
What is
Yeah.
A really saurus.
Damn. He's really puffing away. Look at him. The crystal meth. Look at, uh-oh. He's about to go for another 6 hours sleeping. Look at him. Should I get up and lay here and shit on myself?
Michael, see, he's had enough, man. He's teased him so much. His boyfriend, his man's coming now. Right, he's going to bring in his boyfriend.
He's gonna go hang himself in the bathroom.
Michael, I think it's time. You are school.
He's going to come back with a fucking big dildo and show you what a real man's cock looks like. None of these little fucking 6 and 7 inch cocks. He wants to go for the big 12-incher.
It looks like the sun is up where he's at. Where is he at? Y'all in Europe, man?
No. I'm Australian, man.
You in Australia?
Yeah, we both are. Me and the other guy.
Daytime where you at?
Yep. Midday.
Yeah,
Oh, no, actually 4 afternoon.
Time I speak to somebody from another country.
He fills up a cup full of spunk. He's showing us.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. That's his spunk cup.
That's his.
Nasty
He's showing us his. Yeah, that's what he's like, man.
2 fags in 1 cup.
Dude, like every time he comes on, I have to bleach the screen. Alright? That's how filthy he is.
Damn it.
What's wrong, faggot?
Look at those fucking bed sheets. They haven't been washed in about fucking 5 years.
He got a special roll at the top. What is that, man?
You know who you talking to, boy?
Uh-oh.
You know who you fucking talking to?
Who is that fag right there next to him with his goddamn little bitty drawers on?
Who the fuck you talking to, motherfucker?
Dang. Hey, man. I'm finna get
You
the
must
fuck
be
out of here.
wanna die. You wanna die, motherfucker? Get you a gun and put it to your head and pull the trigger.
That's a true gay guy, ain't it? That's a nasty motherfucker. Did you see this nasty son of a bitch?
You better
What
go
do you do?
find your faggot. That's what the fuck you better do.
Did you not see this? Look. You see this nasty motherfucker screaming? You are one nasty son of a bitch.
Oh, fuck, I didn't see it. Oh, I saw it now. Oh, fuck, I just saw it.
Oh, that's a sick motherfucker.
Motherfucker you.
What make you gay, man? And you're black. What the fuck is wrong with you?
You faggot motherfucker.
What's wrong with you? You gay and black. Come on, man. You
Hey,
shaming me.
motherfucker.
Hey, Michael,
Motherfucker.
how do you know he's black? How do you
Put
know
your
he's
damn
black?
clothes on, son of a bitch.
But how do you know he's black, though?
Look at the screen. You don't see that? The guy with the yellow ball at the
I thought you
bottom.
were saying
Who is
Benny's
that?
black. I was like, how do you know he's black?
That's Benny.
Yeah, that was Benny.
If you call my fucking house again, bitch, I'ma tell you this. Your motherfucking ass will get locked up quick, fast in the heartbeat. Don't call my fucking house no more. And I mean business, motherfucker.
No, that wasn't him. His line with it. Who's calling him? Who is that?
What's wrong, bitch?
See, that's Benny,
Oh,
and he
that's
means
you?
business.
That's
Never ever fuck with me.
You
Rule
gay?
number one.
You ain't got to
Don't
wait
fuck.
till tomorrow morning. Won't you do it tonight, motherfucker? Boy, you want to fuck somebody, dick, you call some faggot. Don't call me, I'm a man, motherfucker.
Yeah, who is the fag with the yellow ball in the picture and
I'll
shit?
kick your mammy motherfucking ass.
Benny the fagster.
Is that
Benny the
that's
gangster.
you with the fag shit at the bottom?
Don't call my fucking house no more.
Yeah. That's Benny.
He is a goddamn. Who's calling?
You better go find your faggot to play with, okay?
Man, y'all need to get delivered from this homosexuality and shit around here.
Tell him.
It's too.
He fucking tell him, Michael.
What's wrong,
Yeah,
bitch? Who the
it's
fuck
too
you
many gay
talking to?
people in America. I want you to listen to me. You shut your fucking faggot ass mouth, and I want you to listen and think about what I'm gonna tell you right now. All right?
Gear one.
Now, if you're black and you're living in America, I want you to understand what social engineering is, and eugenics, and just plain old fucking fools. That shit that you're doing is detrimental to you, your children, and their children. Black people in this country give up lives by abortion by the hundreds of thousands per year. And you're adding to it with the numbers of STD.
You want to die, motherfucker? Get you a gun and put it to your head and pull the trigger. You faggot motherfucker.
Unmute Michael.
Yeah. How long has he had me muted?
Just for a second or so. 5 seconds.
Yeah, yeah, that's a fag, man. That's a true fag, and that's not good. And I want you to wake up. I want you to wake your ass up. You were born in a body locked in a gender. If you're not a hermaphrodite, you have no excuse for being a detriment to your people. I want you to get up, stand up, and walk on. Not switching like a bitch. Be honorable. Don't be like that guy. Look at him. Look at him. He's a slug. He's grinding up that weed and meth together. Look at him. We see your ass. What you got in there? Meth, weed, and cocaine?
It's probably like weed and heroin and hallucinogens because those are all downers. Put him in
Yeah, he's
bed.
got some of that.
Use a fuck. You don't. And see what he's got in there? He's got cheap gutted fucking drugs. He's got those tablets and shit he grinds up, sticks them in there.
And bath salt and all of that shit.
All that fucking cheap and nasty
What's
shit.
what's the woman's hormone?
Holding up. Is that a piece of cheese?
That's a packet of amyl nitrate and meth.
Well, he's got powder estrogen in there too.
Powdered estrogen.
Yeah, helps for the development of your breasts and things like that.
Holy shit.
What do you reckon, Bulldog?
Hey man, the fag really got mad. I mean, he's upset.
Well, look at that. He's got his little fucking pepper grinder there. He's fucking grinding away like nobody's business.
Look at his little gay wrist turns that he uses when he does it.
Fresh
Look at that.
I'm just feeling sorry for that fucking big tea towel. It's going to cop another big spraying in a minute.
Freshy pepper.
Sitting there like Mariah Carey. All Mariah Carey style.
Hey, you know Mariah Carey, she had a cocaine binge and breakdown in the late 90s. The bitch locked herself in the bathroom for about, like 3 months or so.
That sounds like Scaff. He's in a basement. He's locked in the basement. He's put sheets.
He's probably doing that new shit called Crocodile.
Hello? Salud?
Man, this guy here wants some satisfaction tonight. You need to go to jail. You get all you want in jail, man. Why don't you go to the booty house?
Yeah, keep the boys happy, man. Do something good for the community.
Yeah, the big boys that make you grab your ankles every night.
Mm-hmm.
How do you know he?
Off now. Look at him. He's jacking off. Look. You see the plug? The snail is jacking off. What are you doing?
Fuck. Are we turning you on? Are you one of those submissives? Oh,
I thought this nasty motherfucker here.
Oh shit! I thought he pulled out a fucking vibrator then.
That's probably some damn Vaseline or some shit.
But did you just like grab some dried up spunk and mix it in there as well or something?
He smelled it.
It tastes good.
It
He just wanted to smell it.
It probably smelled like a belly button in there. Look, he's grinding it up.
Here we go. These little morphine tablets and temazepams all in there.
Bit of fucking lithium. Put a bit of lithium in there. Grind up a few batteries.
Panadol Fortes.
Put on some fucking gay porn.
Bunch of old bits of meth in the bags.
Look at him shake. Look at him shaking it up.
Yeah, shake it, buddy.
Oh. Look at him. You can tell he can just tell by what he's doing right now. You can tell when he beats off his man, he'd be getting off on it.
Don't be scared, man. Is you ready? I've been thinking about.
I'm seriously in fucking tears over here, man. Oh, this goddamn slug, man. He's been there for. When did I see? I talked to him. Slug, man. You has been in that same spot. Stewing in shit, pizza, drinking shit out of the cup. What was in that red cup? Hey, show us what's. I bet you he lay down and do every walk. He walk laying down. This motherfucker walk on his side. Hey man, you have narcolepsy. You lay down all day so you don't fall down and hit your head when you fall asleep. You get that dirty ass pillow ready.
I'd like to
That's
have
what.
a.
That's
I'd like
that
to
new.
put
That's
blue light over all those sheets and his pillows, eh? See fucking all the stain.
that's that new strain of weed they got. They call it narcolepsy.
Look at him, he can't keep still though.
Yeah, it's all the meth.
He laying down but restless as a motherfucker.
It's all the meth, man.
Heroin, not meth.
Look at him.
Meth have him bouncing off the walls. It's heroin.
Who the
Yeah,
fuck? Look how he
he's
got
on
my
everything.
damn. Look at this motherfucker got my video up on his screen, man.
Oh my God.
He's got a crush on you.
That's a crazy motherfucker.
Oh, isn't that sweet?
Man,
Hey, Rob.
that's one
Hey, Rob.
crazy
I'm gonna
name.
introduce you.
Yeah, hello.
Rob, this is Michael. Michael, this is Rob. Yous are going to be wonderful friends. I can just say it right now. I'm serious.
Who's Michael?
You're not gay.
Who's Michael?
Michael's a gentleman.
You're not gay, are you?
I can't hear you, mate. Your mic's pretty ordinary.
Oh, I said you're not gay, are you?
No? Why? Why would that matter?
Oh, I'm just polling the room, you know, because we got a slug laying down all day, and we got a gay guy. Look at my screen. Look, you see he's got my face on the fucking screen with hearts and shit? That's a true homosexual. I mean, professional fag. And they
Oh,
get
so you're a homosexual. You're saying you're a homosexual? Yeah.
No, I'm saying I am a homophobe.
You know what I'm saying? Y'all know where I be, you know, how I do things, you know that I stick out. You know, I've marked my card in a certain way so that you know exactly which one it is.
Go on, let him talk.
Drives by, you don't mistake it for mine because there's fucking.
Do you see the guy? Do you see what he's doing? Look at it. That is a professional homosexual, man. Do you see this nasty son of a bitch?
What do you believe in, Michael? Because Rob is into like studying religions and stuff, right? And he likes to talk about.
You're not a Christian. Are you a Christian, Rob?
Jesus is real.
Say what?
Jesus is real.
Who's Jesus?
You know, Jesus. Everybody knows Jesus.
You're talking about Jesus?
Oh, if you like. I call him Jesus.
You call him Jesus.
Yeah.
Do you have you nicknamed your father?
That's bullshit. Don't talk like that to me, mate. That's insulting my intelligence. Do you have a faith? Do you follow a religion?
And you're insulting.
Do you follow a religion?
Listen to me. You're insulting
You
your
following?
Listen to me. Listen.
Hey?
Listen. Listen. Can you hear me? I want
Oh, it's breaking up a bit. It's breaking up a bit. It's not coming through very clear.
You call. Well, why don't you mute your mic for a second? That's probably why.
All right.
Mute your mic for a second.
Hang on.
Yep, it's muted. Yeah.
Okay. Now, can you hear me clearly?
Yep.
Okay. When you say Jesus or any name that has neither existed in ancient antiquity nor has a definition in English, nor operates by English or Hebrew rules and grammar structure, that's disrespectful to the man that you call Messiah. His name was never Jesus. And again, Jesus doesn't even have a definition in English, Rob. I want you
That's bullshit. Where's that written in scripture?
it's written all over the scripture.
Well, give me an example. I'm saying that that's bullshit. I've never seen that. Never heard of that. No one gives a stuff about the semantics of a name. That's the idiots talk about that.
Let me tell you why that's important, Rob. You listening, Rob?
Yeah.
Okay, the Bible says in the New Testament that there is no other name under heaven by which men should be saved. But at the name of, in your Bible, says Jesus, Jesus. Now, if you're telling me a name, if you're telling me a name is not important, then you haven't read your Bible.
No, hey, don't get me wrong. I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Christian.
Okay, what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying because I want you to sleep on this. If salvation only comes in one name, don't you want to say the name properly and even know the name? And not call
I don't believe. No, you're talking about, when you talk about salvation, are you talking about resurrection and an afterlife?
I'm talking about the whole shebang, but first of all, having a common relationship with the Messiah in spirit. If you don't know his name, how do you know him?
I know him. I know him extremely well. I'm an expert in what the Muslims call the Injil. I'm an expert in that.
Now, if I said to you, if I called you Willie, would that infer that I knew you in any way?
Yeah, but everyone knows Jesus. There's no one gets confused, except people that are playing stupid mind games or whatever. But no, if you go to any Muslim and you said Jesus, they'll know exactly who you're talking about. And if you go to any Christian and you said Jesus, they'll know exactly who you're talking about. And I'm talking about the same bloke. And the other thing is, you'll find, I just had a thought then, Jesus.
Okay, while you're thinking,
Yeah,
I'm
anyway.
I will give you another inference while you're thinking. While you're thinking, I'll give you another inference. In the book of Revelations, as it relates to this name thing again, it even says that that Messiah, when he returns, he'll return with a higher and more better name. So I'm telling you again that these things are extremely important for you to be identified with the Messiah.
No, look, I wrote a book called What Is This Thing Called God? So I've researched the subject very thoroughly. Right? Now, I can tell you, right, hand on heart, and I promise you this, whether you want to believe it or not, but Jesus is not coming back. That's not a true story.
Well,
and I know the man extremely well. Eh?
Have you read the Bible?
Yes, but I also know who wrote the Bible.
Yeah,
hey, who's that guy?
Criticism too, but I want to talk to you. Let's talk about that. Good question. I mean, that's a good place to start. Okay. Now, as relates to who wrote the Bible, what are you calling a Bible?
Okay, well, I know specifically who wrote it, or at least certain parts of it. Did you know that Moses and the Exodus is not real? It's a fake story. Did you realize that?
Okay. Tell me why.
Well, scholars for over 100 years. So this is, you can go look this up anywhere. Scholars for over 100 years have been looking for archaeological evidence of the exodus of the Jewish people out of Egypt, and they can't find anything, nothing, zip, nada. What they found is that the Jewish people came from the Canaanite area. There's no evidence of any settlement down in Egypt of the Jewish folks. And that's a fact. You can go.
Okay, now check this out.
That's what. Hey, sorry. Huh?
Okay, now check this out. Several things
mate.
you said were absolutely wrong. Number one.
No.
Okay, listen.
No,
listen.
I don't tell lies, mate. I don't tell lies.
No, if you're gonna be a scholar, you got to stand up. Okay.
I will.
Sit up in your seat.
Yeah.
Now, you said Canaanite, and then you said Jewish. Before I enter my comment, I want you to clearly distinguish between the two because they're not the same.
Oh, I don't care. The archaeological evidence. No, hang on, wait. No, wait, Michael. The archaeological evidence is what I care about.
Okay.
That's 100 years of expert.
I'm talking
That's
to you
100 years of expert. No, wait a minute.
That's that, and I'm going to lead you to it. So I want to talk to you. I don't want you to dance all over the place. I want you to deal with me on scholarship, okay, not conjecture. So
all right, mate.
I'm saying to you.
Yeah.
We say inferences and we give out information. We need to bear that out to its furthest implication. That means if I'm telling you that Jewish, by definition, is not Canaanite, we need to explore that before we go any further. Okay? So I want you to listen, Rob. Listen to me because you need this. I have a religious science degree, and I've been dealing with what I'm doing for 20 some odd years. All right? Now, when you have Canaanite people, there are a whole bunch of melanated nations. Okay? Among those are Hittite, Amorite, right? You know this, right? Moabite.
Yeah.
Right? Now, when you talk about Moab, that's a family and people represented in the Torah that is absolutely close to Abraham. In fact, the Moabites are bred through Lot and his own daughters, incest. These people happen to be what Abraham was also. You understand this so far?
Oh, wait a minute. You're using the biblical. You're using the biblical account.
No, I want you to listen to me because I want you to listen because I'm gonna give you artifacts and all. Listen to me, okay?
Yeah, but your source at the moment is biblical.
No, I want you to listen to me. I'm going to give you sources.
Can't use biblical sources.
Listen to me.
You can't use biblical sources.
I'm going to give you artifacts and biblical sources so you can go check it out. But I want you to get some seasoning.
No, don't give me biblical sources. Give me history. Give me history.
I'm going to give you history. I'm going to give
Why
you
not?
history. Listen.
All right, okay.
Are you threatened?
Where you go?
Are you afraid?
No, I'm not afraid, man.
Okay, listen. Sit up in your seat. Now, when we're talking about Moab, we're talking about Lot and Abraham, right? These people that are called Moab, I want you to go to your Google, and I want you to pull up this stone for me. It's called the Moab stone. Grab it on Google right quick. Pull it up while I'm talking.
But you're talking from the Bible, right?
No, listen to what I'm telling you. See, you're a hard-headed Christian.
Hang on. You're asking me to use the Bible, aren't you?
No, did you hear what I just said to you? I said look up
the
Moab stone. That's M-O-A-B stone. And listen to me while you search that out on your computer.
Yeah.
Do you hear me clearly, Rob?
Yeah, I did.
Are you looking at the stone?
I've nearly got it there. Hang on, is it Moabite stone?
Yes, Moabite stone. It's talking about the people of Moab.
All right, here we go. It's also called Mesha steel. The Mesha
Yes,
steel.
Stele. Yes, Misha Stele. Now,
Steel,
on that stele, listen to me, Rob. You need to hush and listen, okay?
Yeah.
On that stele is a reference to the people of Moab.
Hey, wait one second. Hey, you're not going to tell Rob to fucking hush and listen. It's going to be a dialogue between two adults. So you fucking hush and fucking listen when Rob wants to talk. You understand?
When I finish making my statement, then Rob can talk.
Yeah,
but Rob,
you don't come in as a guest and tell somebody else to hush and fucking listen. It's Rob's rules.
Are you a fucking fool? You stupid enough to talk to me like that, and I'm trying to teach you? Be the fuck quiet.
All right.
Okay?
All right. Away you go. Away you go. Away you go.
Let me finish, and then Rob can respond. Now, again,
away you go, mate.
That Moab stone or that stela refers to these people that were before the Exodus. You see, you're talking about some stupid shit, but I want to take you before, and I want to give you archaeology to bring you up to it so you can have a foundation. All right? Now, these people called Moab are also considered Canaanite. Do you understand that inference? You can read Genesis chapter 15, I believe it is, where it talks about the promise to Abraham of all of these different lands that Abraham would receive. Now, when I talk to you about pseudo-scholarship, this goes across the board because of a thing called collusion. There have been many centuries since the people that are called ancient Israelites.
All over the world, Yemen, all over the world, there's riots over this type of shit. But no, we're going to say it's okay because we're a bunch of devils. Because we're a bunch of pale fucking cowards. Let's ban the Quran in the Netherlands.
All right.
Let's ban Quran.
All right, well, hey.
Okay, look, okay, Rob, I'll let you speak and respond to what I said so far, but I want you to know that there's much more I want to present to you to show you that you're talking crazy when you say that the Israelites didn't exist or that they didn't live in Egypt, because when you say that, it lets me know that you're trying to validate Jewish Ashkenazi white people that go by a matrilineal blood lineage, not patrilineal like the ancient Hebrew Israelites. That's why I told you that Jewish is not Canaanite.
My turn. Okay, so you're saying Jewish is not Canaanite, right? Let's see what Egyptologists have. Hang on, Egyptologists has arguably found no evidence that can be directly related to the. Geez, what happened then? Apologies. It keeps jumping on me.
I know it
does.
Well, 1.7 billion people don't get a fair fucking shake. 1.7 billion people go to your country. There are a bunch of pieces of shit who want to fucking hold you.
Go on. Relax, chill. Right, now. Egyptologists has arguably found no evidence that can be directly related to the Exodus narrative of. Hey? Well, what?
Say it again. Go ahead. Repeat that. Repeat it. I didn't hear you, man.
Yeah, okay. No problem. Egyptologists have arguably found no evidence that can be directly related to the Egyptian narrative of the Egyptian captivity and the escape and travels through the wilderness, leading to the suggestion that Iron Age Israel, the kingdoms of Judah and Israel, has its origins in Canaan, not Egypt. The culture of the earliest Israelite settlements in Canaanite, their cult objects are those of the Canaanite god El. This is where I think we get Elohim from. The pottery remains in the local Canaanite tradition, so they've got examples of material, and the alphabet used is early Canaanite, almost the sole marker distinguishing the Israelite villages, oh you bloody thing, villages, from Canaanite sites is an absence of pig bones, although whether this can be taken as an ethnic marker or is due to other factors remains a matter of dispute. Now, you said something interesting to me. You mentioned Ashkenazi in a disparaging way. I might actually tend to agree with you on that point, and I'll explain why. I want to move forward in time now to a guy called Cyrus the Great. Great, and he was mentioned in a book called the Book of Isaiah in the Bible. I hold the view that that Book of Isaiah is a fabrication of prophecy, and it was used to establish and take ownership, or for the Persians to take ownership of Judaism. What's the connection to Ashkenazi? Well, I think the Ashkenazi Jewish population came out of Baghdad, the Persian Jews, if you like. And then they moved up through Europe, up to the top part of Europe. They made an early commitment to the young people, and that was that all the young boys would be educated to a high standard. That's a very strategically important move that they made, but an unfortunate one for humanity, because that community, I think, tamper with our intellectual knowledge in areas such as psychology and whatnot. But anyway, Cyrus the Great took over. So it was really Zoroastrian magi that worked for Cyrus that wrote the Book of Isaiah. And then I move forward to the Book of Daniel, and I can give very specific details on why I think that is a fabrication of prophecy once again in the Christian doctrine. Then I come forward to the Book of Revelations, and I can give a specific incident of an event that occurred in 135 AD. I've got it here to share if you want, which shows that it too is a fabrication of prophecy.
You know you're going way off.
And I can't hear you, Michael.
I said, you know you're going way off the subject.
Well, no, I'm on topic because what I'm saying, I'm trying to demonstrate to you. See, the thing I worked out when I was writing my...
But that's not...
Hang on, Michael, hang on.
Okay,
Michael, hang on. Yeah, I was just going to say, the thing I learned in writing my book was that you really do have to look at the big picture if you're going to understand how religions came to be. I'll ask you a question, Michael. Do you think that the Bible is a genuine God-given document?
All right, now I'm going to answer the question and I'm going to return with my rebuttal. Okay? Now,
yeah,
I believe that what you call the Bible, the majority text, is neither a
bunch of kuffar infidel pieces of shit.
All right, go ahead. Settle down. Go ahead, Michael.
Fucking country. There are a bunch of kuffar infidel pieces of shit who want to bang.
Yeah, all right, mate. Yeah, calm down. Relax.
And their fucking holy book.
I want to hear Gohan's point of view on this.
You're foul.
Oh, okay. Michael, can we just let Gohan have the floor for a minute? Where you go, Gohan?
Yeah.
Gohan, where you go?
Regrets when I saw that news was that 2 heroes passed away and a bunch of fucking filthy kuffars were not assassinated. And when I saw the degenerate, vile filth known as the military there, it was very clear to me the purpose of this. It was a secret society event organized by a bunch of satanic, Illuminati-loving filth with the purpose of dividing and conquering the world.
Yeah, I don't dismiss that sort of thing, Gohan, happening in our world, but I don't think that, it's a wise move to get. Yeah, hang on, go on. Relax for a second. I don't think it's a wise move to get all emotionally upset about it. And the solution to those problems, if you try and confront them head on, you're looking at revolutionary scale events. So you're not going to, a lot of people getting killed. Now, people aren't the problem here. It's the institutions themselves that are the issue. Anyway, mate, Michael, back to you.
Okay.
Oh, jeez.
Now,
provoke Islam.
Kick me out of the room.
And conquering the world. You want to provoke Islam? A bunch of fucking trash.
Hang on, go on. Michael's got the. Go on. Relax. Hey, Benny, can you kick ugly-faced me out of the room?
Here I am now. Check this out. I got some information for you. Now, you need to put all of this stuff I'm giving you in the book. Now, when we talk about Canaanite origin, I want you to know specifics about Canaanite origin. The tribes of Israel minus 2, Ephraim and Manasseh, minus those 2 tribes, all of those tribes were born in Canaanite lands, or what would be considered Northeast Africa as relates to the tectonic plates. Okay? So when you're talking about
Michael, are you talking about the 12 Israelite tribes, the 12 tribes of Israel?
Yeah, I'm talking about the 10 tribes, and then there are 2 that are added that are given rights and everything to land. Ephraim and Manasseh.
Did you know that? Did you know that they're missing from the history record?
Michael, I want you to listen, because everything you're saying is called denial. But I want you to give what I say a good listen, so you can research it and so you can augment your book. Okay, now listen to me. Now, again, Canaanite origin of the Israelites is only
Guys, I understand like it's all important, but I have one question to ask. Michael, do you know?
Please mute him. Let me finish what I'm saying before you interrupt me. Okay. Now, as relates to Canaanite origin of the Israelites, it is only analogous to a certain few tribes. Okay, there are 2 that did not originate in Canaan. All right, but watch this. The origin of the Hebrews, or the ancient Israelites, is of Mesopotamian and Aramaic origin, not necessarily Canaanite, because Abraham is not a Canaanite. Abraham is from Ur of Chaldea. Okay, that's not in Canaan. Now, I want to give you another artifact. I gave you the Misha Stele talking about the Moabites, which is a Canaanite group. But now I'm giving you what's called the Salt Papyrus. Salt Papyrus 124. Look that up, Rob, or write it down. Salt Papyrus 124 speaks about what you're missing. You need to pursue it. I'm not going to go through it all because I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure you've never seen it or heard of it. Now, again, as relates to the Bible and its validity, I told you before, whatever you're calling a Bible is not even a translation. It's just what you calling it, a Bible. But if you want to talk about a real Bible, the first one, you talk about the one that was created in North Africa. It's called the Septuaginta. The Septuaginta, or more specifically, the Pentateuch, which is the first 5 books. But hold on, but reworked from the same place that Abraham is from, not Canaan, but in Mesopotamia. Now, again, you have Pentateuch, you have Septuagint, also you have Aramaic scrolls, you have the Onkelos Targum, which is the official Babylonian Targum coming out of Babylon with the Israelites, that is mentioned in the book of Ezra and Nehemiah. Okay? Now, I know that's a lot of information for you, but you have none of that in your book. I can hear that Did you have no?
No, I know about the Septuagint.
Okay,
And,
now let's
so.
Septuagint. Let me speak to you about the Septuagint for a second. The Septuagint was made for people that are blood lineage in North Africa under the reign of Ptolemy. This book was made as a gift for Hellenized Jews that had connection to Canaan, Mesopotamia, and what is called Israel or Palestine. Now let's take it back full circle. All of those things that I just related to you have nothing to do with Ashkenazi Jewish Israelis. Jewish Israelis never lived in North Africa as Hellenized Jews or Yehudim. Also, in the book, in the Torah, Ashkenaz, which is the predecessor, the progenitor of Ashkenazism, is classified categorically as Gentile Ashkenaz. So if you're ever talking about Jewish Israelis, you ought to know that they are imposters. Now you can rebut all of that.
Okay. No, I don't want to.
I know that was a lot.
I don't want to. I don't. No, it's all right. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. Don't.
Salt, pepper. You can respond. Yeah. Salt, pepper. 24.
Yeah. No.
Canaanite origin, Mesopotamian origin, Canaanite, 10 tribes plus 2. Those being and Canaanite origin, also the Septuagint created or Hellenized black people that originate in Spain or Germany or Austria or Hungary.
Michael, do you remember? Michael, do you remember when I said it's about the big picture and evidence outside the Bible is what I'm interested in?
I just gave you 2 artifacts in the Bible. I just gave you 2 that you're not even recognizing. This is called pseudo scholarship and denial. You should take that book back to the shelf, man. You should take that book.
No, it's not, because I know. Hang on. I know, right? I know. There's certain things that I know, and I know them factually, right? I know that there was a real person called Jesus, and I have a very strong conviction in his teachings, and it's unmovable because it's 100% accurate. I know that the book of Daniel was a forgery of prophecy.
I didn't say he wasn't real. Did I say he wasn't real?
No, that's okay. That's okay. I just want to point out some things that I know, right? And I know them without any doubt at all, right? I know that the book of Daniel was a fabrication, a lie, around surrounding prophecy. It was in the book of Daniel that. So what they did is, and you can easily see this, and it's recognized by scholars, they told prophecies up to 160 BC, not beyond. We can map exactly to history those events that occurred. What happened was, we know that the book of Daniel wasn't in the Hebrew Bible at 200 BC. That's a fact. We also know that the book of Daniel wasn't mentioned in another religious text at 180 BC. We also know some things about the book of Jubilees and the way it was structured. It was marked as Apocrypha, which really lead us to a conclusion that the author of the book of Daniel sat down to write that text at 160 BC, after 160 BC. So in other words, they were faking it. It wasn't coming from God at all. Now, in that text, it was the first time that Angel Gabriel was presented. This is the first time. You cannot have that being a valid story if the prophecy is a fabrication. And we know why they fabricated it. It was to deal with the Hellenized Jews, to try and lure them back into Judaism, right? That's the whole reason the book of Daniel exists. So they were trying to fake prophecy to con them. Now, the book of Revelations, that's a forgery of prophecy, and the book of Isaiah, that also is a forgery of prophecy. So what we have now is people writing books, right, saying that it's all coming from God, and yet when we actually look at all the evidence, we find, no, that's not the truth. We find that they're actually now manufacturing these stories to suit political agendas to do with governance of the people of the day. That's what's going on. Now, I know that without a shadow of doubt. You can't have these patterns repeat themselves without, and don't forget, it just makes perfect sense. Because we know that humans are capable of running what are classically called cults of personality. And that's a situation where a leader of a population, right, a leader of a population will create a relationship with an imaginary god and say that he is a god. It happens in North Korea. That's a contemporary one. It happened with the Romans and the Greeks, you know, where people that led the country would create a relationship with a godhead, and they would say that they were gods, and then they would use that, they would make propaganda of that and use that to govern people. So, you know, I looked long and hard at this question. So I'm an immovable force on it. The only way that you will shift me is by giving me some substantive evidence, right, that explains what happened and that's part of the historic record. Otherwise, you're wasting your time. Because, you know, well, let's face it, you know, God's in the sky and angels and devils, you know, they're just bloody fairy tales. There's no reality in them. And here's the other thing, Michael, I'll tell you this, because if you're a religious man, the Jesus speak, and sorry, if you've had a religious experience, right, these experiences are quite real, you know, particularly if they bring goodness into your life. But I've got to tell you, mate, there's a lot of religious people that are very, very nasty people. Now, the Jesus story and the Jesus I know is 100% philosophically correct, and he delivers on the promises that these Bibles and the Quran and, you know, whatever you want to, what other texts you want to talk about, but he delivers on that promise. I promise you, you know, and so there is an alternative that's real world, that applies in the real world. I could never, ever go into any organisation that told me that there was an invisible man pulling the strings. Unless you can show him to me, you know, or unless you can give me some form of, you know, evidence, you know, I'm just not going to engage you. Anyway, that's me, Michael. Sorry.
Gohan, my line.
What happened, mate? Gohan did what?
Stop.
What's Gohan doing? What's Gohan doing? Yeah, Gohan, you're an angry ant. Can we talk to you and see if we can get you to calm down a bit? Gohan, come to the mic.
Bitch, man. Stop it.
Yeah, Gohan. Now, Michael, so Michael, does Gohan have an issue with you based on religion or something?
ID.
Hey, here we go. Gohan, take your speaker off. Gohan.
World.
Gohan.
Folk Islam, you're a bunch of fucking trash.
Yeah, don't be like that. It's never people that are the problem. It's organisations.
That you won't have to go the rest of your life looking over your shoulder. Now, I'm not threatening you. But I'm saying, I appreciate if your fathers never comes to California, and if the media is smart
Can
enough
you hear
not
me,
to
man?
talk about it until
I
after
just
he does
ignored
it.
him. I just ignored him. So can you
No,
hear
no,
me?
no, no. Let him talk. Let him talk. Let Gohan talk.
Filth do not deserve to live. Bottom
No,
line.
Gohan. Every person deserves to live. The problem is not the person. Hang on, Gohan.
Don't stand in solidarity. Why don't all you Kufar Americans stand in solidarity?
Gohan.
Huh?
Hang on. Settle down. Gohan. Settle down. Now, what I just want to say to you, the problem is never the person or people. The problem is and I'll use this term just to stir it up a bit, the idiotology, right? The thinking, the ideology. The people aren't the problem. When you bring anger to the person, you will just end up creating a conflict. And, if you're angry enough, who knows, you could kill that other person. And thou shalt not kill, people. I'm just saying that, make sure that so if you have a problem with an ideology, make sure that you talk about that ideology and leave people alone. It just doesn't go anywhere. All they see and hear is anger. Gohan, all they see is anger, and that inflames the situation. Now, I don't know whether in your situation you've got you've been harmed.
Why don't all you?
You're being muted, I think, mate. Okay, Michael, back to you.
Not deserve to live. Bottom line.
No.
American freak.
Everyone deserves to live. Everyone deserves.
Stand in solidarity. Why don't all you Kufar Americans stand in solidarity over this Kufar fucking shit? Huh? We stand in solidarity with this guy who got shot in the ankle. No, I stand in solidarity, motherfucker, with the two brave Islamist mujahideen jihadist heroes who passed away trying to stop a bunch of satanic filth from insulting God's prophets.
Now, Gohan, are you Islamic?
Immorality, iniquity.
Gohan, are you Islam?
Knows no bounds.
Gohan, are you Islam?
Soldiers, with big rifles. Just wait,
Gohan.
We're gonna provoke the Muslims.
Gohan.
That's crap.
Yeah.
Go. Kind of filth that rent auditoriums, right-wing extremists who want to insult God. That is the that America is proud of. The kind of trash.
Gohan, are you
a complete, nasty, horrible, baleful, vicious
Muslim
villains.
He is a Muslim, is he?
Just in your face,
Sounds like
we're scum, and we're killing Muslims all over the world, and we want to ban the Quran and insult the Prophet while we're fucking at it, and we're gonna wonder why, we're on Al Qaeda's hit list. We're gonna wonder why people want to fill us full of fucking bullet holes. I wish
mate.
Wish they got in there, and I wish they shot that bitch in the fucking face, as well as that pale fucking coward Gert Wilders. He's a piece of fucking shit.
Yeah. Now look at you, buddy. Look at you. Look at you. Look at the anger. Hang on. Look at you. Look at the anger. Look at the anger. Look at the anger in you. I tell you, if there was a God in this world, he wouldn't be happy with you.
Superior trash.
One has a reason to
be bootlicking fucking Kufar.
Anyway, we might catch up with him on another day. Michael, we'll just ignore him. Michael, I don't know what your religious persuasion is.
Into the New World Order every fucking day.
Ah, shut up, Gohan. Michael. Michael, Michael.
Michael is there.
Oh, okay. So, see the zone. Now, I just wish we could get bloody Gohan. Yeah, behave, Gohan. I want to find out from Gohan. It'd be nice to talk to him, actually.
Gohan.
You got to stop your ranting and raving.
That's how Gohan expresses himself.
Oh, bullshit. That's just crap.
It is what it is.
Bullshit. It's fucking bad form. And you must be a Muslim, I think, because if you accept those behaviours, that behaviour is what causes all the problems. He is the problem. Come back on, Gohan. I want to talk to you.
Babylonian fucking country such as America is fair fucking play.
Gohan, I want you to shut up for a minute and just listen.
In this case, it would have been.
And then Gohan, you're making it impossible. Just shut up for a minute. Gohan, I want to know: are you a Muslim? Yes or no? And let's just do this step. No, 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 no. Well, what are you, mate? You're a bit of a mystery. Muhammad is a pig. Muslim can't say that. Well, what are you, mate? Well, you got me confused. What are you angry about? Oh dear. Okay, so I've been talking to a video. Fuck me. You told me 10 times. Well, where did you tell me 10 times? Up here, I suppose. The vid. What do you do that shit? Waste of time. Can you go and get the guy on the video and let's talk to him? All right, go on. I accept it. You told me. That's a shame because now we've lost Michael. And he would have been good to talk to. Hey, Down.
Hey, Rob.
Yes, the other group ganged up me. I was trying to pin them down on some points, and when I get close to a point, then they'd turn and attack. And of course, it was the group, so I was sort of screwed. That was another group I was with. So it's not easy going. I might have to give up. All right, boys, what are you doing? Anything?
You know, Gohan, I'm sorry, buddy, but it's Rob's house and Rob's rules, so I'm going to put you in timeout, motherfucker.
What are you going to do?
Rob, I'm not going to tolerate trolls, so I'm putting Gohan on timeout until he stops fucking trolling.
Oh, okay. Oh,
seriously, boy. That's bullshit, dude. He was playing a recording and he wasted your time.
Oh, well, yeah, I suppose. Yeah, get him, Benny. Benny's my protector.
Well, somebody has to fucking be on the ball here, Rob. You know what I mean?
What's that, sorry?
Somebody has to be on the fucking ball, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, true. You get drawn into discussions, and I know what you're talking about. You can easily... And usually I'm pretty much on song with, you know, when it's happening. I know what's going on. I kind of like to let it run full thing, and then I can just sort of turn and point out the issue, the error. But when you've got a group that are against you, no one's really bloody listening. It becomes a little bit tough. You got to be really patient. Requires big patience.
How did you find Michael?
Yeah, he's okay. Quite a reasonable fella. Although we hadn't got to the point of exploring his, his beliefs. Things might have changed up a little bit if we had got to that point.
He's blocked.
And you notice hey?
He's blocked.
What?
He come back in.
Hey?
He wanted to
Who
go back.
blocked?
I don't know. You have to ask him.
I got no blocking. I don't block. Oh, Benny said Gohan blocked him. Bad Gohan.
Oh. I thought you said Gohan.
Oh. Benny said no. He blocked me. Mika blocked Gohan. Oh, Michael blocked Gohan, and that could be stopping him coming back in. Yeah. So, what was he, Trollolololololin? What was he, a Muslim? Like you? Come on, Trollololololin. Hello, Alice. I didn't say you, Gohan. Oh, Alice is your girlfriend. Woohoo.
Yes.
Yep. Good on you, Benny. Benny scores. Or Alice scores. What a catch, Alice is Benny. Yeah, so is Michael a Muslim? Trollololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololol Yeah.
No.
Ah, he's a Hebrew Israelite. What's that mean?
Yes.
Is that sort of like a? Is that like a person that follows the Torah?
No.
He thinks he's a Jew. Oh dear. Yeah, well, I'm not really interested in talking to Jewish folks because the thing is, I can convince people that Islam and Christianity are rubbish.
Michael thinks as a Jew laugh out loud.
What?
He thinks that he is a Jew.
He is not God.
So, Gohan, do you hate Jews? Is that the problem?
He is just another cracker on a banana boat.
Hmm. All right. Well, hey, Benny, thanks for the hangout today. Very good of you. But we need to get in some real religious folks.
He was
Rena's
religious.
here. Oh, okay. 1 minute ago, he left. Oh, okay. So he was sniffing around having a look. That's interesting. He left a message? What's the
I
message?
believe in Satan, the true creator of the world.
Good on you, mate. Nice to hear. Stop what? Alice? Oh, there he is. Hello, Green.
I believe in Satan, the true creator of the world.
It doesn't exist, mate.
Allah created.
Hmm?
So why did you leave the other hangout, Rob?
What happened, Frank? Now you probably won't believe me, but what happened was
No, you have
the
to know.
group.
You cannot believe. You have to know it.
Well, I know it. Yeah, that's right. I know what happened.
Yes.
So what happened? What happened? Thanks for picking me up on that, Frank. What happened was the group, right? So now you may not believe it, but there was group cognitive dissonance, just at a low level. Now, Jello, what happened earlier in the session, I went across the room, a very dangerous move this, and I just, they asked me, am I a good person? I just said, well, you're an enlightened person, you're an enlightened person, you're not. And of course, when you do that, it triggers that sort of reaction, and I think that offended the group. So there was a moment.
Wait, hold on. He knows he's not enlightened.
Hey?
He knows that he's not enlightened.
What's with
No, I understand that, but what happened was I was conducting a line of inquiry, right? And I was actually getting to the point of proving the two wolf story in nature. So I'd got Jello to admit that humans have survival instincts, and I don't think there was much disagreement in the room. But then I took the discussion, so I'd got them down from many instincts just down to survival instincts, and I think that that's actually correct. But then I took it one step further, and I said that to Jello, I said I think there's only two survival instincts, self or herd, in nature, and I wanted him to, debunk that statement. And then if he couldn't produce any reasonable sort of alternatives or explanations, then I would be able to say to him, see, the two wolf story is true. But I was making another point, and the other point was that because of the way we evolve, right, there's no way you're going to see change in those instincts unless it's over a longer period of time. Therefore, it's a constant today and probably 2,000 years ago. And when I sort of put him on that, see, humans are smart. When I put him on that, the group started to interrupt and wouldn't allow me to ask that question. So I thought, oh, well, fair enough. Not much I can do about that at this point. And so I let it go. And I was frustrated too, because they weren't allowing me to finish that line of inquiry.
How long would it take you to finish that?
Sorry, say that again.
How long would it take you to finish that inquiry?
One question. It was the question about, and I think I'd proposed the question, and I think that they knew that they started to sense it was coming to the two wolf story. I asked the question, right? All I needed was Jello's response, and then beyond that, I would have asked a follow-up question. If he had an objection, I would have said, well, what are... Thank you, Benny. I would have had if he disputed that position, I would have said, well, show me the alternative survival strategy, either in the animal kingdom or somehow express it in humans. So if you go to the animal kingdom, you'll only see the two in action. They'll either be the single survival strategy, so like a lion or a baboon, the leader or the alpha male on those sort of communities, or you'll see herd strategies. I'm not aware of any other. Right? So anyway, that's why it was an important point, and I wanted to try and get it completely out, but I feel that they saw the threat to their position, and because of that, they shut me down. Because it happened all at once.
Well, they're waiting for you.
What? Go back and finish the debate?
Oh,
okay.
It was a debate.
Be right back.
Yeah, because you said you'd come right back, and we're still waiting for you.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, maybe another day. You know.
What do you mean another day?
Yeah, maybe.
What's wrong,
Maybe
bro?
I've given them enough to think about. I can go back in there, Green. I can. No problem.
Yeah,
There's no
they're
drama.
waiting for you because it's like you left something unfinished here, and they're just like hanging. It's like, what's going on?
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, hang on, guys. I'll just go back and finish this thing. Now, Green, if they close me down because of this dissonance with their beliefs, I'll just sneak out quite quickly, but I'll go and have a look.
Yes, have a look.
Hey, Green, Benny said, I'm a big fan of Benny. Benny said, Rob, watch out. Green is trying to tap into your mind. He can't, mate.
No, I can't tap into minds.
That's right. We're cool. All right. Okay, I'll be back.
All right, no problem, man. I lied, by the way. They don't want them back.
Here we go.
Hey Frank, where do you get off on coming to the room and trying to take the talent of the room?
Because we're bored.
Rob's house, Rob's rules. You're not going to try to put your own rules onto him. You understand?
You're absolutely right. I'm just helping them with the rules.
You're trying to rewrite the rules. You can't rewrite the rules. You know the rules.
Yes.
And you're displaying a lot of fucking cognitive dissonance here.
Well, I'm suffering from that. I need
oozing
some
with it.
lithium.
You're oozing with fucking cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, I just had a little bit today, and about to smoke my cigar. And,
you need to sprinkle a little bit of crystal meth on it, all right?
Yeah, man.
Don't forget crack.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what? Rob feels a bit down. You know what I mean? Maybe I should.
Oh yeah.
Rob feels down.
Yeah, not down, but not out. Okay, let's get one thing straight.
We gotta get
He
him
might
back
go
up.
down, but he's going to get back up again. All right?
You give it an hour. Wait till the lift kicks in, mate. The crystal lift.
Yeah. You need to recharge. Recharge on lift.
Yes.
He's only up to about 6 volts. Wait until he gets up to 9, and we're up and going again. All right?
All right, man. Sounds
You know
like a
what
plan.
lift is?
Sounds like a plan.
Oh yeah.
Yep. We'll be back in business, mate.
And you use that mind control on him to make him leave the room that he was wanted somewhere else. Yeah, that was the old 3-card trick. Yeah, good one.
Yeah. Sometimes I don't know my own strength. That's the
Well,
fucking help you, sick motherfucker.
Oh shit.
That to me, eh?
Yeah, man.
Would have been to me or John? Me a fucking bull. Play it again. Hey, John.
What? I can fucking help you, you sick motherfucker.
Hey, we're not going to tolerate this, man. He's not going to be able to just fucking, waltz in here and take, take Rob out of the fucking hangout. This is bullshit. Hey, Benny, why are you letting these people come into the hangout and ruin it?
Yeah, you're all fucked. Why do you all do that? Especially you, Scaff. I mean, it's getting a real pain to keep muting you, Scaff, right? Oh, my mate, Luke Dog. I love this. Yeah. And I act really, really friendly. Like, he gets really scared. He doesn't know. Yep. I'm not sure. Could have been to me because I remember you going off like that. It was probably to fucking Bulldog.
This is great. Hey, fuck you, Frank, if you're fucking listening, you stupid fuck.
What?
Okay, you know what, Gohan? Enough of that shit. He told Beasley to leave the fucking hangout, that's why.
Where? In the side chat.
Hey, I am. You still there? Okay, well, this is exciting. Why do you let these fucking morons come in the room and tell Rob where to go? This is fucking bullshit.
Yeah, no. Just because they tell him doesn't mean he's going to do it.
Well, they shouldn't have the ability to even come in here and fuck with us.
No, you know what, we fuck with everyone. You won't allow that. I won't allow fucking someone to treat Rob like really bad or anything. You don't have to, man. All you got to do is just talk with him, and fucking that's enough. All the rest is bullshit, really. You still there, I am? John.
Yeah, what happened to the room? Everybody fucked off.
Because they fucking took Beasley away, that's why.
Dancing Monkey's gone. When Dancing Monkey goes, what fucking happens?
They fucking took away Beasley.
See, this is the thing, man. People got to leave the Dancing Monkey dance. Just fucking let it dance. I'm getting entertained, and you fucking took it away. It's true, you know.
How's this sound? Probably really bad, huh?
Huh?
Mic check.
You change your mic.
I have a feeling this one's not gonna fare so well.
What won't go so well?
Give me the fucking link. I'm gonna fucking get Beasley back over here. Or get
What won't
fucking
go so well?
Or get fucking Ray Montero over here.
I say bring in Rose Patton.
We gotta have Rose Patton and Beasley together. We're gonna do that.
I mean, that monkey doesn't dance much. You gotta. She seems to dance more with those that agree with her.
Why do the Google scripts not on my computer so fucking low?
I did enjoy the dialogue between the recording Gohan was playing and Beasley.
That was a waste of time. I did not enjoy that. The guy was trolling.
I just think it's funny that Beasley, like, he can't tell that it's a repeated recording.
Is that Rob B. Sleasley? Hey, I am. How old is your wife?
29.
How old are you?
32.
Alright.
Who cares how fucking old he is? I'm not gonna stick it inside of him. I want to stick it in his fucking wife. How many kids has your wife had?
4.
I don't know about that, man. That's not going to be very. She's going to be pretty loose. You know what I'm saying, Vlad?
I don't talk about his missus, bro. Not me.
Hey, if I go balls deep in your wife, are you going to eat her out afterwards?
No way.
Why not?
I wouldn't do it before either, so.
Do you choke your missus when you fuck?
No. That's not a thing for me.
For real, do I do that? Yes or no? Fuck, do I do that? You got no idea. I love it. You know what I do? I grab him around the throat, but not hard. Just fucking squeeze it, eh? You know what I mean?
Oh, I don't choke her, I just squeeze her throat. That makes total
hair.
sense.
Pull their fucking hair and their head back and choke them. And call them a fucking slut while you fuck them. Yep. Say you're a dirty little fucking slut. That's what you do.
Or you do what the guy did down in Florida, and you shove your.
I bet you think I'm bullshit.
You shove your hand up her fucking up her snatch hole, and you pull her intestines out. You do that instead. Actually, up her ass, and you pull her intestines out. Sorry.
That's pretty hot. That's pretty hot. But
yeah, some guy did that because his girlfriend yelled out her former boyfriend's name or something as he was fucking her.
No, but what I was saying, I do that. And it's hot. You should do that with your missus, man. Get some butt plugs, right? Some big fucking dirty butt plugs, man. Right? Some dildos, cuffs, blindfolder. Do you do all that shit? Like, I'm pretty open, man. I don't hide shit, I am. Fuck. You don't get into all that shit?
Is Gohan still in there?
No. Gohan's gone. Are you like prudish? I am.
Me? Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say that.
You're a prude? Really?
I don't know. I mean, some people would probably define me that way. I guess it depends what you mean.
What, you don't fucking, like, you don't do anal and all that shit?
Yeah, I'm not into anal, no.
You, like, grab her by the hair and fuck her head?
No. Yeah, I'm not into that.
I reckon you should, man, one day. When no kids are around, they're all being babysat somewhere else, fucking do it.
It's not that that's never been tried. It's just not my thing.
Well, I'm going to have to teach you, man, alright? So I'll tell you what to do. Now, what you do, we'll have a hangout, right? You just fucking, you get it on the mobile phone on your Wi-Fi, and you keep it hidden. But you got to try and put the camera on for us, right? Because we want to see all the action. We don't want to just fucking, you know, have a black screen. I've got to see, so I know what to tell you anyway. Alright, can you do that? All sweet.
Okay.
Yep. But you got to get some fucking, here's a shopping list, right? You got to get some cuffs, love cuffs. Do you want to see some? I've got fuck it at all, man, here. A whole lot. Some big fucking dildos, right? You're gonna need to make a blindfold. Fucking all that shit. You're shy, aren't you? Fucking hell, man.
I'm not shy. It's not that, like I said, it's not that I've never tried anything. It's just not my cup of tea.
You got 4 kids and you haven't fucking tried anything.
No, I didn't say I didn't try anything. I said that's not it. It's not that I haven't tried anything. It's just not my cup of tea.
No. They say you've tried shit, you just don't like it. What do you like then?
Not much. I mean, I like it often, but I'm a pretty boring person when it comes to that area. Probably, in your opinion, probably.
Fuck. Alright, you're gonna need some Viagra, man. And some coke or meth.
I don't think I need that. Like I said, I like it often. It's not that there's a lack of occurrence. It's just there's probably not as much variety as you'd prefer. And I'm okay with that. Like there's no issues over here, but I'm guessing that you probably wouldn't enjoy that.
No, I wouldn't. Fucking, it's alright just to like do it normally and shit. If I don't fall asleep in the middle of it from being so fucking boring. But, yeah, man.
Yeah, I figured you'd feel that way.
What you do, bro, I'm serious. Just slowly put your fucking hand around her throat or grab her hair. She must love her hair. Fucking women love their hair. Most women like their hair being pulled and grabbed, right? You got to do that. So you start off with a bit of hair grabbing, and then put your fucking hand around the throat, but don't squeeze it. All right? That's how you teach them, man. Don't squeeze it. Get them used to it. Because some girls, they fucking hate it. They don't like it. You know what I mean? But if they don't mind it, then squeeze it, man.
I'll pass.
No, you'll do it. It's good for you, man. We're helping you out, right? By the end of it, you'll be...
Choker. Good for me.
I don't get why the kids are up at like 4 in the morning though. Like that, yeah, that's not going to be happening in my house. My house, my rules. Vlad, do you want to comment on that, dude? I mean, do you let your kids stay up till 4 in the morning on a fucking weekday?
He didn't stay up till 4 in the morning.
They couldn't.
Dude, it's 3:30 where you're at.
Yeah, I mean, he was asleep actually until like 2 a.m. I think.
Yeah, Vlad, go ahead.
Did he get up early?
I guess so. Or late. I don't know how it depends how you look at it.
Okay. How old is he?
2.
Oh, okay. That's normal.
No, that ain't normal. It's time for bed. You know what I'm saying?
Around 2. I do that. No, it depends on the kid though. How many you got? 4? Fucking hell. How old's the oldest?
No, I didn't say that. He asked how many my girlfriend had.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, she's got previous kids.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, man.
What's that?
Oh, your girlfriend's got previous kids with the previous.
We've got one kid that is from the two of us that lives with us. And so there's not 4 kids here.
Yeah, right.
So how many of them are yours?
Just one.
What nationality I am?
Actually, no, I'm sorry, I'm wrong about that. We actually have another child together that was adopted.
Why the hell would you go through the trouble to have the kid and then adopt it or whatever? What the fuck?
For the family, for the couple that, I mean, they can't have kids, and
She was.
They wanted. What's that?
Okay. She's a surrogate mother, which means she carries a kid.
Yeah, I mean, it was. I mean, I think generally surrogate means that they would be inseminated by
Yep.
one of the adopting parents, but that's not what happened. So,
Right.
I mean, I guess it depends on what you see as surrogate.
Oh, cool.
I mean, because it is our kid. It is our kid biologically, but.
Oh well. Shit happens, bro. Shit happens for a reason, I say. It does, man.
They're a good couple, and pretty well off. So, and we still talk to them too. They're supposed to be coming up sometime early next month, I believe. They live probably 45 minutes away from us.
Do you still see the kid?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. They're within the next couple weeks again, up to where we live, just to spend some time together.
Yeah, fair enough. I can understand why. That's all cool, man.
Hey, do you live in a trailer, dude? Because I see that wood paneling behind you in your photo.
The wood paneling. Oh, I'm actually at my one of my ex's grandmother's house in that photo. It's not where I live, but it's not a. That's not a trailer.
Okay, so do you live in a trailer right now?
No, it's actually an apartment complex.
Dude, that's even worse. I would take a trailer over an apartment complex. I mean, apartments suck.
I mean, honestly, I don't really see much difference between
No,
the
I'm
two.
talking about the noise factor, because if you're on here talking, you probably got to wear headphones, and your fucking neighbors will complain if you play music. You know what I mean?
I don't think. I think that the walls here are a little more soundproof than that.
Well, see, can you do what I do? Like, are you able to do this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I doubt that. At fucking 3 in the morning, I don't think so. You either have neighbors that are.
I mean, my son does that pretty regularly. He's 2 years old. It's kind of hard to keep a 2-year-old from doing that sometimes.
Yeah, you must have a lot of pissed off neighbors.
Maybe. Probably. I don't care.
What do you mean you don't care? Like, what are you talking about? What do you
They
mean
have
you
a
don't?
problem with that, then they shouldn't have moved into an apartment complex.
Dude, they're gonna evict you, bro.
I don't care if they're annoyed because my kids scream sometimes.
Fuck living in a goddamn apartment, man. That fucking shit sucks.
I wouldn't be too heartbroken about that either.
Hey, Vlad, do you agree with my assertion?
I didn't even hear it because my fucking Wi-Fi or whatever lagged out. Say it again.
Do you agree that it sucks to live in an apartment?
Depends on the apartment, man. Really.
Wow, both of you guys are fucking nuts.
Listen, there are apartments that are practically like houses, man. You can't tell the way they're built.
Yeah, but an apartment is never a fucking house, man. You only have windows on like one side of your apartment.
Yeah, but then again, I'm talking about apartments where I am, not what everyone else has. In a regular shitty apartment, it's fucked, right? And depends on how shit the block is as well and what it is. You know, you can live in a real ritzy, nice, fucking modern big thing. They're pretty good, you know. I have apartments next door. They have a backyard and a front yard, and you can't tell the way they are. They're pretty good. But yeah, it does suck, man. It depends. I fucking hate it. To be honest, man. Like, I'm moving out of here to a fucking house. That's it. End of fucking story. Shit, man.
Would you give up the city to live in a big house though, or not?
I'll still be in the city, but I'll just be further out a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh well, that's just depends on. That's right. That's the sacrifice you have to make, right? There are houses here, but the fucking price is seriously astronomical. You know, even I could do it, but I don't want to live like that. You know, I'd rather pay half the fucking price and just be a few suburbs away. So yeah, I'm gonna do that, and you'll be further out, which means there won't be as much shit happening. You know, so. And I get fucking bored easy, so that's a problem. I'm worried about that more than anything.
Yo, I am. How many people live in your city?
I love the city here, man. It's really
Oh fuck!
nice.
I have no idea, man.
Hey?
1 million in mine.
Oh, fucking St. Tommy, that's you. I didn't even see you there.
There ain't no 1 million people up in fucking Alaska, St. Tommy.
Yeah, I've never been to Alaska.
You sneaky fucker. Sneaking up on...
I'll look it up. Hold on 1 second.
Well, yeah, man. I like living in a really big city or a very small nothing. You know, I can't really do the in between thing.
I was trapped in a small town for a long time. It was like real stagnant and real everybody's real uptight.
So Google says the population here is 11,430.
Hey, say Tommy, I like your description of that because that's kind of the situation I'm in right now, and I've been stuck here for 4 fucking years.
Yeah, I don't like people looking at me all the time. I like privacy. and solitude. And I like a big city because I can, I don't stick out. I can blend in. But small town, I feel too much like I'm in a fishbowl or something.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of how my situation is precisely, dude. There's less than 500 people here, and that's too many for me, man. I prefer there be like 12 people here. You know what I mean? You can have solitude and privacy if you live out in the country and you're not even by a town, but you can't really have it in a small town. It fucking sucks.
Yeah, every time I go out, it's like I was younger then, but you couldn't go out hardly after about 10 o'clock without having the cops all harassing you, and everybody had you cast in a uniform according to your reputation. It was hard to get laid. It was just, I was glad to get out of there. Yeah, I prefer a place where I'm just. There was this one line out of that movie about Las Vegas. Just another freak in a freak's paradise. I like being anonymous and just not being looked at or pointed at. I like not being pointed at. Yeah.
Well, you can basically reinvent yourself in a city, man. That's the advantage of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You can become the new you and not be cast as a uniform. Not have people saying, "Oh, we know who you are," or people heckling you if you want to sing. If you want to fucking sing, you sing, and nobody says, "Oh." Nobody gets envious if you wear something different, and no one is offended. No one is offended at uniqueness in a city. Whereas in a small town, man, people are like, who does he think he is? It's a mindset, of some sort. Or at least, maybe it was all projected. I don't know. But I was glad to get out of that small town. Yeah.
I'm from the city, right? And the same thing happened, what you're talking about, to me in the city. So I come from a suburb, right? And every time I go back there, even now, even though I live in another city, that if I go there on holiday or whatever, there's still, I cop that same mentality as I cop when I was a kid. You know what I mean? Even though I'm all grown up and I'm all changed and everything, there's still certain people still have an old judgment of me. Do you know what I mean? And I fucking hate that. It's like I'm glad I got out of there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't like. I'd rather just to be ignored than to have somebody turn their nose up at me. Or I don't like to be disgusting. I don't like to be disgusting or evil in somebody else's eyes. That sucks, I'd rather just blend in and be ignored than be than to be infamous. It's easy to be infamous in a small town, or at least it may be, or in a small community, a closed community. It's easy to be infamous, yeah. But hey, now I'm a nobody, and I love it. Now I'm no longer one of them.
Yeah, it's not really the sense of being a nobody. It's a sense of being able to fucking go about your business without having anybody getting in your fucking way.
Exactly. Or nobody looking down on you or scorning you or fucking talking shit or name calling or, just to be able to live and do my thing without being harassed or bothered is really cool.
Is that what they did to you where you're from? Or they like spit on you?
No, well, it was like when I was a little boy, I'd have people say, "We know who you are." We know who you are. I was 5 fucking years old. I didn't know who in the fuck are these people. We know who you are. It's like, God, man. It was my dad was known as a communist, and my mom was real popular. And anyway, people out of the fucking woodwork would just say, "Oh, we know who you are," and either they loved me or hated me. But I hated that shit.
Yeah, dude, I would have liked to talk to your father if he's a communist. That would have been interesting.
Well, I don't know if he was a hard communist. He just was one of them freedom rider, rode the bus during integration from the north to the south, and he was a progressive socialist thinker, maybe. I don't know if he was a hard Marxist or nothing, but
well, no, it's interesting. It's interesting. Hey, Vlad, shut up for a second. It's interesting you say that because the FBI tied the civil rights movement to communism, to the communist movement.
Oh hell yeah! The detective, the main detective in some rink-a-dink police force, was the reason why my pop couldn't come to that little town. He couldn't come to that town because of the FBI or the link, because of how those two movements were associated. Yeah, truly.
Didn't you say that your father was like a professor or something, though, or not?
Yeah, he taught philosophy at a Catholic school.
Yeah, you mentioned that. See, my memory is not too bad sometimes. So no,
that's why also.
And good on your fucking old man for actually living his ideas. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he was a good man. He was. I mean, not perfect. Fuck no, but good man.
My country, right?
Yeah, but a lot of people were alive in the '60s, and I've talked to them, or '50s and '60s. I've talked to them, and I know who they are. None of them did. A lot of them didn't do fuck all during that time period.
It was a tough time to be alive and young. I mean, mindsets back then were a lot of things that we take for granted now were viewed very rigidly back then, and it was tough. It was tough, man. Wasn't an easy time to grow up. I have surmised that it must have sucked, man. I'm glad I'm here now and not back then, because, man, it must have sucked, some of the mindsets about various things.
Well, yeah, back then you still had a lot of old attitudes because you still had people from the fucking 1890s who were in power.
And just a community groupthink about so many things. Things like mental illness, things like religious precepts. It was before Vatican II. It was just a lot, yeah. And a lot of people, a lot of community leaders with very, I hate to use this term, but unenlightened mindsets, yeah, very, very simple, very juvenile. But yeah, I'm glad that this is a good time to be alive. I remind myself in some ways, compared to just a few years back, truly.
Well, there's some reasons for it to be a good time. Hey, Rob, welcome back.
Thank you.
Hey, Rob, as soon as you left, Frank was stating that nobody actually wanted you back over there, and that he was bored, and that he just wanted to fucking troll you.
Well, that may be true. I'll go back and have a word with him. It was true, because they were ganging up on me. They weren't liking my argument, and I promise you, I had a good argument, and they had nothing to counter it. But they just wouldn't admit to defeat.
And St. Tommy, I want to formally introduce once more the illustrious Rob Beasley, who always has very cogent and relevant topics.
Yeah, Tommy and I have met, haven't we, Tommy?
Oh yes, it has been my good pleasure. Yes.
Yeah, likewise, dude. Jesus is real, right? No changing that. You can't change that. But I'm afraid, Tommy, no magic tricks.
Well, I'll tell you, what I believe is I don't want to be obnoxious with what I believe. I don't know squat diddly. I know that much. I don't know squat diddly, but I don't want to be obnoxious about my beliefs. Such beliefs can be easy to be obnoxious with, and you know, vanilla ice cream or chocolate ice cream. My beliefs are I don't want to be obnoxious with them. Yeah. But I do it
it's
anyway.
okay, mate. Well, that's fine. But with me, Tommy, you're going to get some opposition on certain facts about things.
Hey, as is your liberty, and I got no problems with that. You know, no problems. Roll on, I say. Sounds good to me.
All right, mate. Hey, Benny, what are you saying there? Michael wants to have a debate in 1 minute or something. I like Rob. I like intellectual warfare. We can do it on your channel. Let him know. I'd like to debate Rob in depth. Okay. What that is, there's a guy called Michael, and Michael's Jewish, is he? Or I must get his persuasion. I didn't really get it. He's black. Yeah. Well, I don't have problems with people's colour. It's just their beliefs that I take. He wants to debate tomorrow. Okay. All right. No worries. So, Tommy, what's happening in your neck of the woods or your world?
It's been kind of a challenging month that has let off. I made a payment that I was worrying the shit out of myself over. So I'm feeling a little bit better today than I was, just a few days ago. But other than that, not a really whole lot to report other than just working on some furniture and fucking around. Yeah.
Yeah, so did you say that you were laid off, or did I mishear you?
No, I'm self-employed, kinda, yeah, and so my income is not super consistent sometimes, and yeah, so I get worried. Sometimes I'm like hitting the penny jar, you know what I'm saying, and it gets a little nerve-wracking. You know how it is. Feel like shit,
So you
sometimes.
haven't come up with a plan to sort of manage that, like a nest, like a savings jar or something like that?
In some ways, to envision maybe a business plan or a production run, that seems like a good thing, and I've got some few things envisioned on how to on what to do in the next month or so. Yeah, some itinerary. Nothing scheduled hard, but got some itinerary envisioned.
Yeah. Well, I wish you luck with it. Nice.
Thank you.
Good. Hey.
I tell you, I'm browning out, so I think I'm going to go ahead and hit the hay. But good to see everybody, and thanks, Benny. See y'all later.
Yeah, good on you, mate.
Later. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, be ya. Bye.
But
yeah,
go ahead.
Down his religion isn't serving him well.
Well, I don't think Frank's getting served well either.
Sorry, say again.
I don't think Frank is getting served well either.
In what way? Oh, yeah.
Frank's religion isn't serving him well either.
Yeah. There is a question mark, for sure. There is a question mark. But it's part of his identity, so might be a challenge. So hit me when it's time to rock and roll. I'm going to have his mouth hanging. Lol, going to be fun. Wet your sword, Rob, Michael, now. Dear.
Michael's saying that he wants to come in here and debate you.
Tomorrow. This is good. This is a good thing. But you see, I already know he wants to take me down his evidence route, and I'm just not interested because I know that it might be apologetics, You know, so it writes up like it sounds like it makes sense. But I already know ahead of things that it's all bullshit. So to me, I find that mind-numbing waste of time. What I need to do with him is lock him into examining something within his religions that he holds to be true. That's the trick, that I know isn't true, and then I can demonstrate it's not true. But I don't know what persuasion he is yet, so I have to wait till tomorrow, I guess. Yeah, old Jello bit down. Jello was carrying on. He's put on so he bought him his real self on camera. He's put on a fair whack of weight. Well, he has, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's got this funny hairdo, you know, like what is it? The green twirled hair. Yeah, so. But I tell you, mate, he's a guy. If he'd pay some attention, I could help him out a bit. He's there's a lot of anger in him. Lots and lots of anger.
Well, Rob, I think you already know that I'm on the opposite end of your Jesus is real thing, right? I think you're aware of that.
No, say that again, mate. Sorry.
I said I think you know that I don't follow your whole Jesus is real thing coming from a historian here.
Oh, so you don't think that Jesus is real? Is that your position?
It's not about thinking. Here's the fact: there is no evidence that Jesus was a real person. Fact.
Yes, there is.
Oh, Rob, I think we're gonna come to an end here. What evidence is there?
Okay, it's the saying, the thing that no one wants to, you know, too long, too boring, blah 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 blah. But it's this collections of sayings that give it all away that he was actually a real individual.
Rob, the so-called sayings of the Bible is cannot be attributable to. You're taking sayings from a fictional book to attribute them to a real person.
No. The Gospel of Thomas is a legitimate document, at least in at least to a group of scholars. That hang on, it is a legitimate document. It's dated between 40 AD and 140 AD, so they've got it down to that narrow group, depending on which camp. So there's the late camp and the early camp. The early camp is where I sit. That's
Harry
40
Potter.
AD.
Harry Potter is a legitimate document, Rob.
Say that again.
Harry Potter is a legitimate document that proves that Harry Potter was a real person.
Oh, okay, I hear what you're saying. But you've got a problem with this particular document. It's got 114 sayings, and 61 of those very sayings appear in the Gospels. So there's a crossover, right? You've got to appreciate that this document was written by a guy called Thomas, who was a follower of a guy called Jesus. That's this document. The Romans wrote the Gospel. That's another group of people. They took 61 of the sayings and put them into the Gospel, the New Testament Gospel, and we know that that's got some scholarship credibility because there's a thing called Q-source theory. Q-source theory says, and they developed Q-source theory before anyone knew that a Gospel of Thomas existed. Q-source theory says that that the Gospels were written as a set based on a collection of Jesus' sayings. And I validate that because I can show you exactly which sayings were taken.
Hey,
but
Rob,
when you actually...
Rob, why didn't they put all
sorry, hang on, let me finish.
Hey, Rob, let me ask you a question.
Bulldog.
I've been here
Let me
for 8
finish.
hours.
Let me finish.
8 hours. I
Let me
haven't said a
finish.
word.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish
I
first,
know the
and then have
story,
your attack.
Rob.
Let me finish.
Rob,
Let me finish.
I've
Let
already
me
know the
finish.
end.
Now, let me finish. Benny, keep him quiet for a minute. Let me finish. So, 61 are used in the New Testament. The Q-source theory said, and it was developed 100 years before anyone knew the Gospel of Thomas existed. It says that there was a sayings list, a list of Jesus' sayings that were used to create these Gospels. So that all sounds fine. But here's the kicker. Here's the big kicker. When you read, and no one ever bothers to do this because they're too lazy or it's too hard, when you read those 114 sayings, they deliver on the Enlightenment promise. They make perfect rational sense, and they don't need a sky god to do it. Oh, sorry, the thing that I bloody forgot to mention because Bulldog jumped in, was that 53, the 53 that didn't make the cut, when you actually look at them as a collection, you can actually see why they were cut out. They don't sit with the mythical Jesus that the cult of Rome was building, right? Because they talk about, a personal thing. Oh, Jesus. Is that cognitive dissonance? All right, Bulldog, where you go. Bulldog, come on. I'm right, you're wrong. That'll never change. Not as long as your ass points to the ground. Oh, I don't know what to go on about, Benny, because I just go on and on and on. You've got to stop at some point and allow the other party to come in. Why did Green leave? Leave your room? I don't know. Did I mute him?
Rob,
Yes,
can
mate.
you hear
Yes,
me
yes.
now, Rob?
Yes, I can.
Rob, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Now, Rob, tell me something, right? You reckon the Gospel of Thomas, the 114 sayings are attributed to Jesus. Why didn't they put them all into the New Testament? Why cherry pick?
I can explain that. Would you like me to explain that?
Yeah, as long as it takes under 2 or 3 minutes.
I'll try and do it quickly. It's very evident. If you actually have a look at the 53, they talk about this almost Zen-like personal relationship with between the person and this inner, he calls it this inner living father, but it's the inner living nature or the nature of humanity. And so that would not suit Rome. Hang on, that would not suit Rome. Think about this, right? Rome was about a god in the sky. Now, Gospel of Thomas says no sky gods. It's about control of the population, giving them fear and loathing, right? So it's not about people being able to go off and do a kumbaya and sort out their spiritual reality and go and live their life. Rome's not interested in that sort of shit. Rome wants people that are shit scared of a god so that they can use that to keep control. And the Pharisees were the same. If you have a look at the Pharisee or the Jewish literature, it's purely about mind control. So that's the distinction. And when you look at them, it's bloody as obvious as the nose on your face. Well, at least it is to me.
Yeah, but you're the only person who shares that view, Rob.
Well, you haven't examined the sayings.
Yeah, I
I'll
have.
share them
And
with you. No, you haven't. Stop lying.
No, Rob. You know,
yes, yes, mate.
you always say, you know, like you seem to have this mind reading capability which no one else in the world seems to possess, right? And you keep saying,
people can't read minds.
What I haven't done. And a half an hour ago when you were in the room, you're saying no one could do mind reading, and yet you're an expert at it.
Oh dear. Now, Bulldog, listen. Right? No, people can read minds. No, hang on. Don't jump over. Don't jump over. That's your thing. Hang on. Wait. I'm talking, then you talk. That's the way it works. Now, right? People, human beings, don't read minds. That's something that you got off the North Korean Kims. Now, they're bullshitting you, mate. It's not real, right? People can't read minds. What I can do, what I'm good at, hang on, I haven't finished yet. What I'm good at reading behaviours.
Hey, Rob, you're good at reading about behaviours, what, of living people or dead people?
Living people.
Okay, are you sure about that?
Dead people don't have behaviours.
Okay, yeah, that's right, they don't. So how is it that 2,000 years ago you're telling me and everybody else what you're saying on, oh, this is what they were doing and that's what they were doing? It's either you're mind reading dead people now.
Hey,
he can diagnose.
He doesn't even. Hang on. Wait a minute. Hang on. Don't interrupt. Bulldog, have you ever, or do you think it's possible? Right. Do you think it's possible to read someone's writing style and pick up their moods? Do you think that's something that's possible?
Not by everybody.
No, but you're an intelligent man, right? Do you think you can pick up whether someone's pissed off or, you know, you say, shit, that looks a bit odd. You know, their mood might have changed.
Rob, okay, I'll tell you what I can and I can't do, right? Right?
Yes.
If I say I can't do it, right, I rely on people who are smarter than me who can do that, right?
Right.
Okay, and so what I do is, it's a bit like this, Rob. I can't paint a house, so I go and get a painter to do that work for me, right? Now, I'd have to be a little bit foolish or whatever to go ahead and try and paint my own house. I might have seen it done, and it looks easy and all the rest of it, but in actual fact, it's a pretty difficult job. So I use the talents of other people. And when I say talents, I mean, say, historians, right? Proper scholars who have studied it. Now, I don't just go to one or two, I go to like 20 or 30.
Oh, fuck me. Hey, Benny, if this... Hang on, wait a minute, Bulldog, wait. I'm with you, I'm already ahead of you. I know about your line of advice.
But Rob, you're not letting me finish.
Hang on. Benny, if Chaz misbehaves or I...
Oh,
Chaz
Rob,
will
stop
behave.
with the fucking misbehaviour bullshit, alright? Stop it. You're acting like a fucking child.
No, I'll tell you what he's acting like. He's acting like a dictator. Because he's dictating to Benny what will happen in Benny's hangout.
Hey, Rob, you know what? I'll tell you what, you know those wise words you just said, Rob, about misbehaving? You know that dickhead you're talking about in North Korea, the Kims, right? That's exactly what he says. He says anybody who misbehaves, I'm going to fucking shoot them. That's exactly what you just said to fucking Chaz the minute he came in the room. That's exactly...
Yeah, but Bulldog, hang on. Bulldog, hang on. I didn't say shoot him though, did I?
I tell you what, you basically fucking did. The way you said, oh, Benny, fucking, if he misbehaves, Benny, here I am, behaviour, I'll put him in the gulag, Benny. Stop fucking...
I'll put him in the gulag.
Rob, I'll tell you what, Rob, I have fucking room controls right now. You can call me fucking anything you want. I'm not going to kick you out.
Oh.
I'm not scared, Rob.
Do I have? Hey, hang on. Do I have to?
You're acting like a little child. The minute he came in the room, you acting before he even said fucking boo. You've got to stop that, Robert. That's fucking cognitive dissonance. You're acting like
Yeah, all right.
Settle
Settle down.
Benny.
Settle down.
Benny's not your fucking dad, and he's not your fucking mother.
All right, mate.
John.
All right.
Johnny
You're a
Mad.
wonderful human being.
Bulldog.
Bulldog. Settle down.
I've got a fucking headache. All right, I'm gonna beat myself. I've got a fucking headache.
Yeah, all right. Do that, mate. Do that. Away you go. Bye.
Besides, he's actually kind of right. You don't worry.
So I'm just wondering, include me. Really?
You got a problem with your speaker. You got a problem with your speaker or your mic.
You got internet.
Anybody else getting it? Someone else then, and I sounded perfectly fine.
Oh, okay. No, you're fine now.
Doesn't matter.
You're not now, trollololon.
What?
Yours has gone haywire.
Is mine lagging?
Oh. Now you're doing it again. Now it's lagging again. Yep, lagging. Maybe, hang on, I'll mute myself. That might be the problem.
Can everybody else hear me fine? Maybe it could just be the echo caused by Rob's thing. So, Rob, I need to know, is this behaviour you're talking about, or this misbehaviour, is that when I show you lag again?
Badly, yeah.
Alright, I'll try reloading.
Fuck. Yeah, it's bad, man. Can you hear me now, Rob?
Yeah, I can, mate. Don't let him back in. That'll piss him off. He's just firing up. He's getting ready for a big bloody onslaught of wonderful Chazness.
I'll try, and I said I'll tell him again, right? I'll say don't jump on you and let you finish and shit. Alright. I know that.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I don't care, mate. I don't care. I don't care.
That's what you're talking about, though. It's not what he's saying. It's how he's saying it. You have a problem with.
Oh, no, mate. He's classic ego is old Chaz. Oh, hello. Here he is. Shut up.
Chaz is definitely got an ego. That's definitely sure. But
yeah, that's right.
Hello.
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 There you are. That's
hello.
Worked.
Yes, that's better.
You shouldn't. That's not a reason to kick him out of the room, though, right?
I didn't kick him out. Besides, if I'm pissed off with the room, I just go. I exit it myself. So no drama here.
You think, like, I'm telling you right now, Rob, man, Chaz does that shit to me. Watch him fucking. You'll sit there and go, "Oh, how's your missus going, Vlad?" Because he knows it's fucking draining, right? But I know he's just fucking fucks around though.
No, everyone gets. It's a bit more sinister.
It's friendly banter. With Rob, I try and explain things he clearly doesn't understand, and he demonstrates that he doesn't understand, and he shits his fucking pants and acts like a child.
I don't think you said anything worthwhile. I mean it, Chaz. I'm serious.
Really?
I'm telling you, Chaz.
You wouldn't know.
I don't think you said anything worthwhile.
I'm telling you, Rob.
Hey, Chaz.
Hey, Rob.
Rob. You're breaking up again. Chaz, you're breaking up again. You're breaking up. You may as well be talking to the wall, Chaz.
Well, with you,
I can't hear a freaking thing you're saying.
More credible thing.
I cannot hear anything that you're saying.
sure the wall would.
Nah.
Right, does that help?
That's better.
Yeah, trolling, you have to keep yourself muted. I think you're causing the problem.
He causes lots of problems. Troll.
Oh, Robbie. I don't put in anything of any merit, says the guy who doesn't understand what fallacies are.
No. We lost you again. We lost you again.
Is it better now?
No, it's not. Oh, okay, hang on. I have to mute.
Can you hear me now? Hold on, I'm going to try adjusting the bandwidth to see if that helps. Does that make anything better? Loud. Reboot my system. I'll be right back.
That's funny.
Yeah, I just don't hurry back to him. Now, what my position is this: I just say that Chaz has got an ego, and he thinks that he's got a superior intellect. He doesn't like my ideas; they rub him up the wrong way, and that's just the way it is.
Hey Rob, why don't you wait until he comes back and then mouth off at him, opposed to when he's not here, okay?
No. Bulldog. Go tie yourself up again, will you, and go back on your leash.
You've been a child.
No, I've got a reason. Hang on. I've got a reason, right? What I want to do is try and demonstrate. I want to try and demonstrate to you some behaviours. Because if you just shut up and you don't give the game away, I'll wind him up and I'll show you cognitive dissonance.
Well, okay, Rob, do it in front of him. No, you can't do it while he's not here, Rob.
But if I did that, it won't happen because he knows. It's got to be a secret.
Well, guess what, Rob? Don't tell me about your fucking secrets because I'm going to tell him, okay? So especially keep it to yourself.
Okay.
That's why they call me fucking blabbermouth. Hey Rob, they call me blabbermouth Johnny. All right, right. So I'm the last person I'm telling secrets to. Right.
Oh well, there goes that little bit of fun.
You know, that's my nickname, blabbermouth.
Yeah, but you know, Bulldog, that if I expose him, then I expose you, right?
Oh, okay, no problem. All right, well, wait till he gets back.
You got the same. You got the same. You got the same condition.
Yeah, I know.
Condition.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Hey,
yeah.
I had a think about this, and maybe I'm sort of making it. Maybe it's just when you get into certain situations, then the behaviours follow, and that's proven academically. If you put people into certain circumstances, their behaviours will emerge. So maybe,
as we've seen,
you're half human. There's a chance that you're half human, and it's only a behavioural thing.
Yeah. So
hopefully.
Yeah. Okay. No worries.
Now see there. You see. No. Now, Bulldog, I just put you in the cognitive dissonance because I know I did. Hang on, I know I did because. Hang on, I know I did because. Hang on. I know I did because. Hang on, let me explain. I know I did because you went, you got all personal and a little bit of nastiness. And that's the giveaway tale. It is the giveaway.
Was that a giveaway, Rob?
Yeah, it's a giveaway.
Hey, Rob, do you write your own prescriptions?
There's another one. There's another one.
Hey, Rob.
No,
Rob,
mate,
Hey, Rob, I noticed that when you went to the doctor, what you wanted, not the other way around. I love it.
No, it doesn't work that way.
It did work that
doesn't
way,
work
Rob.
that way. What should do? Hang on, Bulldog. Hang on, Bulldog. 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 Bulldog.
And then you went and says, okay, I want a bit of fucking litho.
Bulldog. The way this works, right?
Oh, is that how you
Hang on,
Rob?
Hang on, Bulldog. The way this works. Hang on, Bulldog. Hang on a minute. Hang on. The way this works.
It's in your ears, Rob.
The way this works.
La 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 la.
You talk, then I talk. Right? That's the way it works. You can't go jumping over. Now, that's another sign. That's another sign of cognitive dissonance. Hey? What?
Hey, Rob, I get 10 seconds, you get 10 minutes. I don't think that's fair.
Well, you talk for as long as you need to, and I won't interrupt.
Hey, Rob, why don't you fix your mic and take it away from the speakers?
Hey, Rob, wipe your cheek, dribble coming out of it.
Personal attack.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Chaz to come back, and then I will definitely mute, Rob. I'll bet you I will. I will definitely mute. But go on.
Yeah, I don't know whether I can trust you, John May.
Oh, okay. Well, Rob, I've been in this room for fucking 6-7 hours, and this is the first time I've talked, so I don't know about this trust business, what you're talking about.
Well, you're a liar. You tell lies. And if you tell lies, I don't know whether to trust your word or not. Well, I have to have evidence.
Yeah, well, you have to have evidence that I'm lying. You're right about that.
No, and I know that shit too. But what I'm saying to you is, if I'm to trust you, hang on, I haven't finished. Stop interrupting. See, you make people lose their train of thought.
Okay, well, guess what, Rob? I'm going to mute now because Chaz is back and he wants to have a discussion with you. All right? So, like I promised before, Rob, I will mute.
Good. Goodbye.
How's my sound now?
Yeah, sounds all right.
Good.
He's better, Chaz.
Hold on, just going to spark this flag up.
What are you doing, lighting a cigarette?
Get a coffee.
Yeah, I was smoking a cigarette, Rob. It's smoking now, Bad. Are you now going to denigrate me for smoking?
Yes, I will. It's not good for you.
Neither are tons of things, Rob, but we still do those tons of things.
Not me.
So there's nothing you do which is unhealthy to your situation in any way?
Oh, yes, there is. I don't exercise.
Well then.
I don't exercise.
Rob.
Spending as much time as you do on the internet is unhealthy.
Yes, that's true. Probably is. I agree.
You want to come to the gym, Rob?
No, mate, not with you.
Why not?
I can't trust you. You're a liar.
What?
I told you.
We've got
to get over this lying problem that you've got.
What? What part of the gym part is lying and this or that? What's that got to do with the gym? Do you want to go to the gym with me? Yes or no?
No.
Why not?
Because you're a liar. You're a liar. Don't associate with liars.
That's untrue.
That's untrue. Evidence? Proof?
I'm not going to go into it, but I know somebody you associate with who is a massive liar.
Oh, okay. You're talking about Down.
I'm not mentioning any names, but the fact that you think I'm talking about Down just goes to show you think Down's a liar. I hope you tell your best friend that you think he's a liar.
I'd be comfortable in doing that. But I think the guy's improving immensely in terms of the type of person he is. So, well enough.
And what are you doing to improve on yourself, Rob? Have you actually looked up anything worthwhile on Wikipedia lately?
Hey, if you're going to use that criticism, right, on Wikipedia, you have to be a bit more...
I wasn't criticising Wikipedia, Rob. I was criticising your use of it.
Yeah. Well, you got to... The way you criticise it is not just say Wikipedia's hopeless. You go and get one of the articles, you look at the references on the Wikipedia site, and then you say, look, I found a load of bullshit here.
Rob,
but you generalise.
Rob,
you generalise.
No,
Chaz.
I don't, Rob.
You generalise.
No, I just literally, Rob. I just interrupted you to tell you I wasn't doing this. I find it funny, Rob. Hang on, because you're lying about me now, Rob. You're now being dishonest.
Chaz, don't jump in. You get your chance. So I'm nearly finished, right?
What
I was saying
to you is, that's good then.
Well, Chaz, stop interrupting. Just relax. You'll get your turn. What I'm saying to you, Chaz, is you make a generalised statement that Wikipedia is a flawed source. But
well, it is a flawed source, but I didn't make that comment.
You have no evidence. You have no evidence, particularly in relation to my book, that proves that you're actually accurate in your thing. You just make a generalised statement and you expect the rest of the world to accept that, yes, Chaz, because Chaz says so, that's exactly how things work. Well, I've got news for you, Chaz.
No, I've got news for you, Rob.
It doesn't work that way. Hang on, Chaz.
Actually,
I'm nearly finished.
Rob, it doesn't work
hang
that
on,
way.
Chaz. Hang on, Chaz. Chaz, I'm
no,
really
Rob,
finished.
you've been going
Chaz,
on ad nauseum for now,
Chaz,
down a complete
Chaz,
nonsense train.
I'm nearly
that
finished.
has nothing to do with anything I actually said.
I'm nearly finished.
You're
Chaz, I'm nearly finished.
describing things to me, Rob, which are untrue. You're being a liar, Rob. Rob, I thought you don't like liars, and you're being one now. You want me to just let you be a liar?
Chaz. So what I said to you, Chaz, was this, right? Prove what you say about Wikipedia. Let's do the historicity of Jesus' article. I want you to prove to me how that's a false document.
You see, Rob, right, I never said, whilst Wikipedia is a flawed source, the only thing that's good about Wikipedia is it can come with citations. It's like a reference. At best, the closest thing to it in a library would be like the Dewey Decimal System. It's a way to find the information that you need, and it's only sort of usable if you're looking for just like a dictionary, like a brief definition or explanation for something. However, the comment that I was making wasn't about Wikipedia, it was how you used it, because you used it to look up stuff that you don't understand, because you haven't also used it to look up the basics and fundamental understandings that you need to say the things that you do. For instance, you've sat there and you've sat there and Wikipedia'd up the historicity of Jesus, but you haven't wikied up things like fallacies and things like that. And that just goes to show it's your misuse of Wikipedia that is the actual tone of
How so?
There you go.
Okay, Chaz, let me come back on. Let's explore this in detail. Hang on,
When you use Wiki,
hang on, wait, mate, wait. Chaz, let's explore this a little bit more in detail, your accusation.
You don't need to.
So what you're saying, if I understand, if what you're saying, if I understand you correctly, what you're saying is
Yeah.
If we take let's take the historicity of Jesus as an example. What you're saying is that I can't properly use that material unless I have this understanding of logic, roughly speaking, right? Is that correct?
Roughly speaking, yeah.
Okay, now explain to me and demonstrate how logic will help me understand that particular article.
Well,
Give
if
an
you
example.
understand fallacies, when you're looking at any information you're being given, yeah, you will understand if it commits any sort of fallacy, yeah, or if any type of interpretation you do of it commits a fallacy. If you do not have those tools to your hand, you won't be able to sift the wheat from the chaff, the bullion from the bullshit, and you just end up making yourself look like an idiot.
All right, now, hang on a minute. I just want to rebut that by saying, right, now, if I go and look at that particular article, it's got references from people within the field, right, that support what's being said. You're saying, now, what you're saying, if I take you on your word, everyone that writes any form of a book, right, has to have an understanding, particularly if it's historical related, but no, it sounds like everything, according to you, because logic rules in your world. You're saying that a person has to have this logic, understanding of logic before they begin their enterprise of writing. I'll wager that at least 50%, and I'd say it's a damn sight higher, of writers do not have that understanding.
Well, it depends. If you're writing a children's book, then not really. But if you're writing about an academic subject, nearly all human enterprises of gaining knowledge have used various fallacies as a way of making sure that the knowledge that they are acquiring is accurate and is, you know, not open to being misled by their own biases. You see, that's the thing, Rolls. That's one of the reasons why fallacies are important. It's part of the underpinning of all credible and accurate intellectual thought. If you don't have them and you don't use them properly, you're open to being intentionally or unintentionally dishonest, and that's the key crux here. And because you don't understand how these things underpin every enterprise that you would take in some sort of knowledge, it just goes to show how ignorant you are of certain important things.
Personal attacks. Hey, Chaz.
It's not. No, that's not personal attack.
Chaz, that's bullshit. That's bullshit, and I'll tell you why it's bullshit. Right? You're a bloke that prides yourself on your understanding of logic. Yes.
I don't pride myself on my understanding of logic. I don't pride myself on it. I've looked into this stuff.
Nah, but I sense ego, right? But anyway.
No, there's no ego there, mate. If you sense anything like that, it's probably because your nose is too close to your own arse on that.
But anyway.
And you like to project so much that even James Cameron gets jealous of your 3D.
Hang on, I got the floor. You're a bloke, right, that...
Thank you for noticing. I do have knows, and it's fully
knows about fallacy and logic, right? Is that not true?
How do you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not an expert, but
you could attack my work and point out the issues.
Yeah, which I've tried doing.
Couldn't you? No, you haven't.
Yes, I have. Well, you have.
Let's get stuff up. Let's get something up.
Okay, Rob. When I say to you that the two wolves thing is a false dichotomy, and you don't understand what a false dichotomy is, it's pretty hard to then really do that, because then I have to try and explain to you all of this stuff that you're lacking. For us to have a communication, we have to be able to understand each other. Yeah.
Now, when you said the two wolves,
don't interrupt.
All right.
So if we're trying to have a discussion, and one side isn't understanding what the other person's saying, no matter how much that other person tries to explain it to them, or is not willing to listen half the time because of his own ego, mentioning names, then the communication can't happen. So what we have to address first of all, Rob, is to bring your understanding up to where when I say to you things like what you're using is a false dichotomy, or you're guilty of this fallacy or that fallacy, that you understand what those words mean. Otherwise, I might as well just say, well, your work is a bunch of flibbity-jigit, and you are a googar and a hoo-ha and a widjam. It would be just as fucking productive as...
Don't label it. You've made your point. You've made your point. So now, you said a false dichotomy. Does that mean that you're talking about a false duality?
Yes, in a way.
Well, then I fucking understand you on that point. Now, what was the other problem that I had? You said I had another issue with the two wolves story?
The main issue with the two wolves story is you're taking something that's meant to be just sort of almost a sentiment, yeah? A very, very oversimplification of things, and you're trying to use that oversimplification to justify everything that you see around you, and you say this thing works 100%. I can either say something is black or it's white, and ignore all of the other colors in between. Yeah, and I've tried to explain to you, like, for instance, one thing that would sort of prove that morality is a little bit more than just black and a little bit more nuanced than black and white, is the trolley problem. Yeah, but you've shown you don't really understand the trolley problem and what that's all about. And several people have tried explaining it to you, and you still haven't understood it. And you then said to me in Brian Joe's Hangout the other day, Rob, this was the golden nugget, and I want everybody in this room to hear it. Rob Beasley, right, in a conversation of morality, said he didn't see why fallacies would be important to that. And I said, you don't understand why fallacies would be important in something like philosophy. And he said, no. And it was at that point I nearly shat the bed on the amount of stupid that I'd fucking heard.
But I don't need that shit. So, all right, let's talk about
Hear that? Rob Beasley's so good, he doesn't need fallacies, because nothing he ever says is wrong, trust me.
Hang on. My turn now. So I want you to take me to task, and let's try and work this one through, because you believe in some other explanation. I hold that the two wolf story is accurate, and that it's based on two primitive survival strategies that both occupy the human, regardless of sex, male, female, other. So the first question I've got
for you, Chaz, would that be selfishness and altruism, Rob?
Yeah.
Is that the two survival things you're talking about? Can I just point out something to you, Rob? Altruism is an opposite of selfishness. In fact, selfishness is also inherent in altruism. You see, the reason why organisms communicate altruistically, sort of like the herd, isn't out of the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one. It is essentially that by cooperating with other individuals, I prosper and benefit. I don't care one way or the other whether other people prosper and benefit, solely that I prosper and benefit. That is the whole underpinning of survival, is the survival of oneself, not the survival of one's species. Now, altruism helps certain species survive because the individual members of that species survive by cooperating. So altruism has nothing to do with being unselfish. It has everything to do with being selfish. Even acts of charity, people do that not because of it helps somebody and you know, that's what they think they should do. They help other people because they like it. Because they get to then feel good about themselves. So fucking pious. It feeds their ego. Oh, look, I gave a tramp £10 because I'm rich and that guy's homeless. Oh, I must be so fucking supercilious.
Yeah, now, Chaz, you've heard the term love thy neighbour?
Yep.
Right. You are aware that it's called a golden rule across a number of spiritual followings or pursuits?
Yeah.
What's that all about? How does that, what is that in the human condition?
Sentimentality. Hold on, I've got to quickly answer the phone. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I thought it was mine.
Never mind, I'm back again now.
Right, so sentimentality. So what is that? What is sentimentality?
What is sentimentality? Being sentimental, it is the emotions that we place on an action or a phenomena, and you know, you can make any sentiment you like, and you can make anything sentimental, Rob. I mean, this is the thing. We can sit here and we can say, oh, only do good things, never do bad things, or, you know, oh, love thy neighbour. But the issues are a lot more complex than just saying
No,
love thy neighbour.
Chaz. You're going off track a bit. I just want to stay with love thy neighbour. You've got to remember that a whole range
Did I not
of
just say love thy
people
neighbour?
through time. Wait a minute. A whole range of people from different cultural groups have all come up with this concept, and the Jewish people say that love thy neighbour, you know, get that part and the rest is academic. That's how highly they rate that thing. What I'm asking is, what is this thing, this phenomena, love thy neighbour, that they're talking about? How did they realise, what did they recognise that allowed them, he's down. What did they recognise that drew to this conclusion that that was a significant and important thing? You're saying so far it's a sentimentality. Well, if you say that to me, I want to understand what you mean by that. So are you saying to me it's a thought in the head?
Yeah.
But where? So they think love thy neighbour, but they do it across culture.
Rob, things like love thy neighbour or various different forms of that, yeah? They can go across cultures because every culture has some form of civilization. Some more primitive than others, but most of them some form of domestication, which meant that we had to get along to further that endeavour. And so everybody would like to feel like there is some sort of better situation out there, some sort of utopia, like where everybody gets given stuff, everybody has a nice time, yeah? And so sentiments like, oh, love thy neighbour and things like that were people trying to say that they had some clue as to everything could just be so simple, everything could just be so wonderful, but it entirely ignores the underpinnings of humans and human interaction. It's like saying, saying love thy neighbour is no different than saying can't we all be friends? It has no intrinsic meaning other than somebody's own moralising.
Yeah, so basically what you seem to be saying is that the instinct is a survival one, and it's about the self, and that's the end of the story, and anything else is an intellectual developed idea or intellectually developed idea. Is that what we're saying?
No, I'm saying it's... I'm trying to think of how I can explain this to you.
I'm trying to find the root of altruism.
Pardon?
I'm trying to find the root of altruism. Is it instinctive or is it, yeah? Is it instinctive or is it intellectual?
I mean, I don't think you can really put it in the terms of is it instinctual or is it intellectual. I don't think you can really sort of because of the concepts you're trying to talk about and the way you're trying to talk about them are things that don't match. Human beings and all life is for the preservation of its own self. It has a clear guideline through emotions and actions in order to preserve its life. We fear things that can harm us. We fear, you know, dying itself in order to protect us and keep us alive. And, you know, now many ways that species have found to survive, and especially this is one thing true of mammals because of how long their young take to mature on average, is that, you know, they need to cooperate with their young, they need to keep their young alive, they need to cooperate with each other to further the species. Many species work together on hunting, for instance, in order to increase the success of their hunts. Those that haven't worked together in certain environments haven't increased the thing. There isn't anything sort of innate to life as selfishness or altruism. And I think that's something to understand. What you're doing is no different to than the Christians or the Jews thousands of years ago, and every other bugger in religion and sort of the spiritual realm who's tried explaining the complex world around them by sort of mislabeling phenomena that they see and using sort of ways to connect it all together, no matter how pointless and nonsensical it is. But because they seem to think that it fits, and it's like life is way more complex than that. Behaviors are way more sort of complex than that. I mean, for instance, if you look at the way we do religion and sort of ritual and stuff like that, I think it's P.F. Skinner did an experiment where he put a bunch of pigeons into cages and then fed them at random intervals. And these pigeons began to exhibit behaviors of ritual in order to summon the food. Essentially no difference than a Native American doing a rain dance, or, you know, human beings slaughtering virgins to ensure a good harvest. It was simply about the way our brain has the ability to you know, recognize patterns. Sometimes it gets those patterns right, and sometimes it sees patterns where there aren't any. Yeah. So these pigeons were essentially going in a way, oh well, last time I shook my wings like this, the food came. If I stand here and keep shaking my wings, the food will come.
Okay, so have you seen the Dr. Robert Sapolsky tapes on the baboon troops?
Is this the one where a group of baboons, what was it? were shown or had seemed to like be able to use a rock to break fruit to break a fruit free from its shell or something like that. And then the
No.
next time they went back, more of them had learned. Is that the one?
No. This one's the story goes like this. There was a baboon troop. They're called the Karok baboon troop, and they're a traditional baboon community, right? Which has an alpha male at the top, and he has junior males underneath him. So it's very much like a pyramid society, and it can be quite brutal. You know, the top baboon, he's always keeping everyone in order, and so and that's apparently standard baboon behaviour. But what happened to this particular group is they were feeding off a rubbish dump that had poisoned meat in it. Now, the way the troop functions is that the alpha males and the senior males in the group would get the first selection of food, and because of that, they all died. So it left the remaining members of the troop. Well, basically, the troop became a matriarchal sort of herd sort of a model. And what was observed was there was a change from the strict, harsh behaviours of the original one, which was all around the alpha baboon, to a herd type of behaviour. There's more grooming and, well, you could call it altruism. I've got a copy of it here if you want to watch it, but I think it demonstrates a community changing behaviours based on two models of survival. And the thing that was really interesting with this particular thing, what happened in time, they would get junior baboons, you know, who are roving around trying to find a new home, coming into the community, and they would actually fight with them to preserve the style of community that they've grown accustomed to, you know, the matriarchal, you know, more of a herd type model. And in time, those junior males, they accepted it, and, you know, life was a lot happier, right? It wasn't quite as dramatic and brutal as it was in the traditional model where the alpha male was at the top. So when I saw that, I thought, yeah, great. We've got an example of a group of animals that flicked between two survival strategies. One being the standard alpha male, so it's all about the alpha male, to a community model. And to me, that's evidence of two survival strategies at work, side by side.
Rob, right, I'm just reading up about this Karak rock thing, yeah? And I think I have heard of it before.
Yeah.
But I'm going to explain something else that this actually explains, yeah? And it doesn't quite fit what you're trying to talk about. Now, you see, what the reason why those more dominant, more violent males were at the top was because with baboons, they sit in tribes. They were still in herds, yeah, if you will. They were still in groups.
Mm-hmm.
And the groups were being led by violent, domineering males. And the reason why is because violent, domineering males were needed to, you know, attack other groups of baboons in order to defend territory and to protect the tribe, if you will, yeah? And we see that even in our own history and in some ways to today. No, Rob, I'm speaking. I'll just let you go on. And I haven't interrupted.
Yeah, I know, but you made a point that doesn't sound right. You made a point that doesn't sound right.
What point have I made that doesn't sound right?
Okay, what you said is you said the group needed a dominant male to protect the group from other surrounding baboon communities, yes?
Yeah.
Right. Is that actually true? because isn't it really true to say that the dominant male exists and he is strong and he's powerful because of natural selection, and he's the preferred one to pass on his seed. The protection thing, because I could imagine that the group, a herd of baboons, could protect themselves quite effectively.
Yes, but you would need to have baboons in your tribe that were warlike, yeah? You would need those dominant alpha male characteristics in members of your tribe, yeah? Like, for instance, you wouldn't be able to go to war with a group full of pacifists, yeah? Like, let's say, Rob, your friends and my friends are out in a bar, yeah? Right? And you and I accidentally bump into each other, yeah? And spill each other's drinks, yeah? And some agitation ensues from that, yeah? Now, when it comes to the two groups, one group, your group, are all pacifists, yeah? And my group are all more aggressive, yeah? Now, I turn around and say, you want to go outside, yeah, and settle this. Your group and you aren't going to want to do that because you're pacifists. You're not going to be involving yourself in conflict. Whereas the ones that are more domineering and aggressive are. And so, essentially, your group would get annihilated pretty much. And that is what happens. That's what has happened with many species. You look at many species, you get dominant people in the community who have dominating personalities, yeah, who have alpha personalities, and the thing where those things are needed, this natural selection, is in times where you need domineering characteristics. You need soldiers, you need generals. Because there's war going on. You know, you have to protect territory. Pacifists can't properly defend their own territory. The only thing they can do is walk off and find other territories. Both survival strategies can hold up, yeah? Running away and living to fight another day and beating the shit out of your enemy so it'd never bother you again, both ensure your survival. It's not that one is inherently right or wrong. One would be plastic enough to the environment and one wouldn't. It is in a sense that when you have things where you're going to have when you've got like tribes dotted around and each tribe has its own territory, you need a dominant one who defends the tribe and their territory.
All right, Chaz. Chaz.
Well, no, because I haven't. So you've interrupted me on point. So that's that point.
Well,
So back to what I was saying, Rob, about what. No, Rob. Back to what I was saying about this thing. That with this thing, what happened in that group, because of the dominant males were the ones in that tribe that ate the tainted meat, and therefore were the ones that got sick and died. What you had left over were a bunch of pacifists, essentially, the lesser males, the non-dominant males, and you saw a cultural shift in that tribe towards a more pacifistic attitude. So what you could say from this, what this is analogous to, is that if one tribe of humans in the Bible, you know how they'd kill all of the male soldiers, kill all of the men, and then they'd take the women, yeah? If they just went along and they killed all of the males who'd been soldiers and left all of the males who didn't want to fight alone and then left that group would in turn become more and more pacifist.
Yeah, okay. But what I want to say to you is, in nature, right, in nature, there are plenty of examples of both models. A model where it's about survival of the individual, and there are certain behaviours that are evident in that which are violent and aggressive and all of the rest of it that sit with that particular model. And we've got the other model, which is more altruistic, and it's the herds, you know, the wildebeest, the salmon, the shoals of sardines. You know, there's nowhere near the level of aggression that you witness in the herds that have the alpha males as the dominant member of the tribe.
Well, do you know that chimpanzees don't have, if you look, I think it's bonobos, they live a much more matriarchal society. And do you know the women actually use sex with the males in order to keep them more placid? So if two males were breaking out into a fight, the women would actually use sex and even fellatio in order to calm the males down and to keep the peace. And also, the women will routinely bother the men for sex. I mean, you can actually look at a female chimp kicking a bonobo in the stomach and grabbing at his genitals until he gets a hard on and fucks her. So, I mean, if you want to understand behavior and all of this stuff from an almost evolutionary psychology standpoint, you have to look at many different animals, and you have to realize that sometimes you're seeing the same trait being borne out in different ways, yeah, and sometimes you see different traits having the same effect. And I think your thing is you're trying to reduce everything down into this this good and bad, yeah, this false dichotomy. And I think that just overwhelmingly shows in the statement you've just made. I've already told you, altruism still is dependent on the self. The self benefits. If the self isn't benefiting from an altruistic action, you'll find that human beings and many other animals will fuck everything else off.
Yeah, but Chaz, like, it's entertaining listening to you, but here's the harsh reality at the end of the day. This is the kicker that you'll never, maybe you'll never ever get to understand, but there is a reality called enlightenment or awareness, whatever tag you want to put on it, and what it involves is the ego identity, the self, all about the self, becoming aware of that self. There's a recognition of what you are as a human, and the duality sits within us. There is a duality in people, and when you resolve that, you find peace. That's just the way it works.
No, it doesn't,
I know
Rob.
that from...
That is nothing but charlatanistic fucking work. Rob, it sounds like I hear you talking about how much you want to track religion, Rob, but all I'm hearing right now from you is how you want to establish the religion of Rob Beasley.
Chaz.
What do you want me to be your fucking disciple? Because I'll be the fucking Judas that you get now to a fucking tree.
Chaz, cognitive dissonance. Chaz, what I'm saying to you is it's my turn to speak. Now, you wanted me to be quiet. I sat there for a fucking long time listening to you.
No,
right?
I'm listening, Rob. Yeah, go on to your point. Yeah, make your sermon. I'm listening.
Right. Well, shut up. So, I know that. You obviously don't. And I know, right, that in humans we have these two instincts, not one. And it's these two instincts are the cause of things called evil and good. And my story, right, matches with a lot of the philosophical stuff and the religious stuff. It matches off, right? They all speak about this duality. All, you know, the Buddhist teaching, same thing. Because, hey, at the end of the day, and this is something I explained to the other group, These instincts, right, are part of who we are. They're hereditary, or part of the evolution of the human. You would expect that evolution would be a long-running event. So in other words, for long periods of time, you would expect that certain instinctive behaviours would be constant or appear constant. So when you test this theory back 2,000 years, it still should hold water. When you go to the Indians and their wisdoms, it should be evident there. If you go to the Aboriginal community,
Rob, can I just ask?
it should be evident there.
Rob, I just have to ask this. When you say when you go back to the Indians and their wisdom, are you talking about the two wolves?
Yes, I am.
Because that's not a Native American saying at all. And that's not like some great old bit of Cherokee wisdom. I'm sorry, Rob.
Prove that point.
Prove that point? Okay,
that?
I'll find that for you.
Now, wait a minute. You're not going to pull up. There was a specific group of sayings that are longer than the one I give, and they all emerged, if you look at it, they all emerged on the internet at the same time. I forget the date. So if you pick from that group, I won't entertain that as being, a valid source.
Oh, so you mean anything that disagrees with you being...
No. I was specific, Jazz. What I said is if you grab a quote and it comes from a specific time band, I would have to discount that.
Right. This story seems to have begun in 1978 when an early form of it was written by the evangelical Christian minister Billy Graham in his book The Holy Spirit, Advocating God's Power in Your Life. You used to be a Christian, didn't you?
No.
I'm sure you said you did at one stage in your life.
Yeah, I did. I was brought up in a Christian household, but if you had have listened, I would have said, even being in that household, I would not accept anything without evidence. And so I didn't go to church. That was me. It was done for me for 40 years.
But Rob, I've told you this before that it only dates back to about the 1970s. It may say a Cherokee and his grandfather, and it kind of appeals to this whole thing, and especially if you think about before that you had the 60s, and you had all of this spiritualism, this new spiritualism, this age of the woo power, and as part of that sort of this idea that sort of like the Native Americans were somehow, the philosophers of greatness in life, and therefore, boom, it just played right into that. It's not a Native American legend at all. It's in fact a Christian saying that was made up by a Christian to explain the Holy Spirit. So it's not Native American wisdom.
As I put a link in the chat there, and this is Nanticoke Indians.org. They're claiming it's theirs. Well, they're claiming it as their own.
They're claiming it as their own, but I thought it was a Cherokee story. How are they claiming it as their own? They've just posted that on their site. It doesn't say we are claiming this, does it?
Well, why did they put it on their site?
I don't know. Because they like the sentimentality of it. Why do you use it in your book?
Because it's true.
Even though we showed it doesn't actually properly address the moral landscape at all. Everything doesn't.
Example.
See, the great thing is, right, Rob. This is essentially. I can classify everything as fitting into one definition as a thing. Yeah. I can then make two definitions. I can make it's either a thing A or a thing B. Yeah. and like for instance, living and non-living, yeah, and I can put anything in one of those two categories. That doesn't then make that a working model for understanding life, because when you start getting into dichotomy is fine if these are things like where the states of one or the other would contradict each other, yeah. So being a theist or an atheist is a true dichotomy. You can't both worship and not worship God simultaneously. You can't be both at the same time. That would be a true dichotomy. But the problem when it comes to morals, they can be both good and bad at the same time. For instance, Rob,
example,
do you have a problem with eating cows?
With what? Eating?
Cows.
No, I eat cows.
Yeah, do you eat humans?
No.
No? Would you have a problem if an alien species ate a human?
I don't think that alien species exist.
You don't think so? You don't think there's no? You think there's only life on Earth?
Well, I don't think that we'll come across an alien ever.
So
Too far away. Take forever to get here. You know.
Yeah, but Rob, those people might understand some sort of time travel or some sort of warp speed engine by which then distance doesn't matter.
Well, if that was true, they'd be here by now, but they're not.
Well,
so I don't think
no, they might not have left yet, Rob. They'll be here when they come. But would you have a problem if an alien species rocked up and ate a human being?
I don't believe they exist, I'm afraid.
But you're not answering the question. You're now being evasive, and this is what we get from you.
No,
anything that starts to challenge the two wolves, you start getting deliberately evasive. No, this is the trolley problem all over again, Rob. Because I asked you, you kill the one person of five, and you start wanting to talk about why am I in charge of the trolley? Why isn't the trolley driver in charge of it?
Chaz, I don't play hypotheticals. I just don't.
You don't play hypotheticals?
Yes, correct.
Why not?
Because they're hypothetical. They have no basis in reality.
Neither does your two wolves story.
Yes, it does. How many survival strategies in nature? Two.
No, there's not. There's not.
Self and herd.
No, there's not self.
Yes, there is.
And you even tried to say that an animal that was still in a herd was selfish as well.
Hey?
Earlier, when you were talking about the baboons, you kind of said they switched from this selfish mind into a herd mind. They didn't. They were already in a herd. They're just the dynamics of that herd changed.
Oh, the behaviors, right? So when we talk about a selfish person, there's a bunch of behaviors that we witness in that individual, right? And they're usually about
you do know there's a gene called the selfish gene,
hang on,
right?
Chaz, let me finish. Right, so what we see in a selfish person, they're greedy, they lie. There's a certain pattern of behaviors that sit with that selfish person, right? When we look at the baboon community, we saw similar things, aggression and greed, and the alpha guys got the first dibs on. So there's some sort of correlation there. When it flicked over to the herd dynamic, the behaviors changed. The way they treated each other was different. More placid. You called it pacifist, but they were definitely, and we see that in humans too. Humans that are selfless in their ways, right? They are more gentler, happier, joyful, loving types of people. That's a true statement. So there is a connection between the two. Anyway, sorry, your turn.
But yeah, what actually happens, Rob, is that you see the environment affecting what behaviours are tolerated. If you have a situation where there's less food or there's more outside influence,